Modern Man in Search of a Soul by Carl Gustav Jung. In Modern Man in Search of a Soul, Carl Jung confronts one of the deepest problems of modern life. What happens when external progress no longer provides an inner sense of meaning? Moving through dreams, psychotherapy, the unconscious personality, the stages of life, spirituality, and the psychological crisis of modern civilization, Jung reveals a psyche far larger than the conscious ego. This audiobook explores his vision of psychological transformation as a journey toward the neglected and unknown dimensions of ourselves, a process in which symptoms, conflicts, dreams, and symbols can become gateways to a more complete understanding of who we are. At the heart of the book lies a question that has only become more urgent with time. How can modern human beings recover a meaningful relationship with their inner lives without abandoning reason or returning blindly to the beliefs of the past? Jung's answer leads toward individuation, the difficult encounter with the shadow, the unconscious, the symbolic world, and ultimately the deeper totality of the psyche. Modern Man in Search of a Soul is both an introduction to Jungian psychology and a profound examination of the spiritual emptiness of modernity, asking what it truly means to become whole in a world increasingly focused on everything outside ourselves. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Introduction. Modern man enters Jung's argument carrying a paradox that still feels unervingly familiar. He lives inside a civilization that can measure distant stars, reconstruct vanished cultures, manipulate matter, and explain processes that once belonged to gods. Yet the expansion of knowledge has not produced an equivalent certainty about the person who possesses it. The external world has become clearer, while the inner world has grown strangely difficult to inhabit. What looked like progress begins to reveal another movement beneath it. The more completely modern consciousness frees itself from inherited answers, the more urgently it must confront the question those answers once contained. For Jung, this is why being modern means more than living in the present. Most people remain psychologically sheltered by assumptions received from family, religion, nation, profession, or class. The genuinely modern person stands closer to the exposed edge of his time. He knows that inherited structures are historical, that beliefs can lose their authority, and that yesterday's certainty cannot simply be restored by wishing for it. This consciousness produces freedom, but it also removes protection. A person can escape an old worldview only to discover that the world outside it offers no automatic reason for living. The problem reaches far beyond religion. Across the book, Jung follows the same fracture through dreams, neurosis, personality, aging, primitive belief, artistic creation, and the conflict between rival psychological theories. Again and again, consciousness encounters something it did not choose. A dream contradicts waking intention. A symptom survives rational explanation. A neglected side of personality returns in middle age. A work of art seems to know more than its creator. A civilized society projects its own darkness onto an enemy. Different phenomena begin to reveal the same architecture. The ego builds an ordered world, then discovers that psychic life exceeds the borders of that order. This discovery changes the meaning of psychological suffering. A symptom can certainly emerge from the past, from repression, conflict, fear, or desire. Jung never abandons that possibility, but he becomes increasingly interested in the moment when explanation stops being enough. A person may understand where a problem came from and remain unable to move beyond it. The question then changes. What if the disturbance is not only the residue of something unfinished behind him? What if it also marks the pressure of something within the personality that has not yet found a form in which it can live? That possibility opens the central tension of the journey. Consciousness develops through selection. To become someone, the individual must choose, exclude, specialize, adapt, and build a recognizable identity. The same process that creates strength also creates a shadow. Qualities left outside conscious development do not disappear. They remain psychologically active, sometimes projected onto other people, sometimes returning through dreams, fantasies, compulsions, conflicts, or sudden reversals of character. The personality succeeds by becoming partial, then eventually suffers because it mistakes that partial structure for the whole of itself. The pattern becomes especially visible across the stages of life. Youth demands movement outward. Education, work, relationships, social position, and independence require concentration upon the world. But the values that organize the morning cannot govern the entire day. At some point, the direction changes. The person who keeps repeating the logic of expansion can become trapped inside the very identity that once allowed him to grow. What appears as decline may conceal a different demand. The unlived life begins pressing against the life that was chosen. Jung's most unsettling insight is that cultures can become trapped in the same way. A civilization develops a conscious image of itself and pushes contradictory qualities outside that image. It calls itself civilized and discovers barbarism in another people. It celebrates moral order while refusing to recognize the aggression accumulating beneath its institutions. Then history breaks the projection. War, fanaticism, and collective violence reveal that the darkness assigned to the stranger was never exclusively his. Art reveals the same return in another language. The visionary artist does not merely describe what society already understands. He can become the point through which neglected collective material acquires an image. Monsters, descents, transformations, divine figures, catastrophes, and impossible worlds emerge with a force that private biography cannot fully explain. The work may disturb precisely because it gives form to something the age has not admitted about itself. What looks like fantasy can become a cultural diagnosis before the culture possesses the concepts required to recognize it. This is where the modern search for a soul begins to take shape. It is not a sentimental attempt to recover a vanished past, and it is not a demand that science surrender its achievements. Jung's modern person cannot return innocently to an earlier cosmology. He knows too much. The old center has been displaced. But the psychic needs once organized around that center have not disappeared with it. Meaning, transformation, death, guilt, sacrifice, belonging, and the encounter with forces greater than conscious intention continue to demand forms through which they can be experienced. The search itself has now begun. The psyche beyond the ego. The search becomes possible only after one assumption begins to collapse. Consciousness is not the whole personality. The individual experiences himself through the part of psychic life he can recognize, remember, explain, and intentionally direct, and this creates an almost irresistible illusion of ownership. He says that he thinks, chooses, loves, fears, and believes as though a single center authored every movement occurring within him. Jung's psychology repeatedly breaks this confidence. Dreams arrive without permission. Emotions overturn decisions. Forgotten experiences influence judgment. Attractions and hostilities gather around people for reasons consciousness cannot explain. The mind continually produces events that its supposed ruler did not command. Dream analysis offers the most immediate entrance into this problem. A dream can contain material connected with the previous day, childhood, bodily states, unresolved conflicts, and situations the dreamer consciously understands. Yet Jung resists the assumption that every dream can be decoded through one predetermined theory. Its meaning depends upon the psychological situation of the person who dreams it. The same image can perform different functions in different lives because the unconscious does not communicate through a fixed dictionary. Interpretation begins not by imposing a meaning, but by discovering what relationship the dream establishes with the conscious attitude. that relationship often appears compensatory. Consciousness develops by concentrating upon a limited picture of reality. A person becomes certain, ambitious, cautious, moral, rational, independent, or self-sacrificing, and the qualities supporting that attitude gradually appear self-evident. The unconscious can answer by producing precisely what the conscious personality excludes. Excessive confidence may be confronted by vulnerability. Rigid rationality may be invaded by irrational images. An identity organized around virtue may dream repeatedly of morally disturbing behavior. The dream does not simply repeat consciousness. It exposes the psychological cost of its one-sidedness. This makes interpretation more dangerous than a technique of translation. The therapist cannot stand completely outside the process because he too possesses a psychological standpoint. Jung's disagreement with Freud becomes crucial here. Freud's discoveries opened an enormous region of psychic life by revealing sexuality, repression, childhood conflict, and the disturbing fantasies hidden beneath civilized behavior. Jung accepts the reality of these forces while resisting their transformation into a universal key. Once every image must ultimately mean the same kind of thing, theory begins finding itself everywhere it looks. The disagreement reveals something larger than a dispute between two psychologists. Every theory can become an expression of the personality that constructed it. One observer notices desire where another notices power, adaptation, meaning, or contradiction. Each may reveal something genuine, while mistaking a partial truth for the architecture of the whole psyche. Psychology faces a peculiar difficulty because its instrument of investigation is itself psychic. The observer studies the mind through a mind and can never completely remove his own assumptions from the act of seeing. Jung's psychological types provide another way of approaching this limitation. Human beings do not merely hold different opinions about the same reality. They habitually organize reality through different psychological functions and directions of attention. One person trusts what can be concretely perceived. Another follows possibilities invisible in present facts. Some orient themselves primarily toward objects and collective circumstances, while others take their decisive bearings from the subjective response produced within. These differences generate misunderstanding because each person is tempted to treat his preferred mode of consciousness as reality itself. The thinker can experience feeling as unreliable. The sensation type may regard intuition as fantasy. The extrovert may interpret inward orientation as withdrawal, while the introvert can experience external adaptation as superficiality. A psychological preference becomes a hidden standard against which other minds are judged. Every developed function also creates an inferior region. What consciousness uses repeatedly becomes differentiated and reliable. What it neglects remains less developed and closer to unconscious life. This neglected side does not disappear. It tends to emerge awkwardly, emotionally, or compulsively, often at precisely the moments when the conscious personality most wants control. The rational person becomes irrational in a strangely specific place. The self-sufficient person develops an inexplicable dependency. The personality is followed by the undeveloped opposite it has spent years leaving behind. This pattern defines Jung's argument. Consciousness becomes vulnerable whenever it mistakes a structure for its own whole psyche. What has been excluded doesn't vanish. It returns through dreams, symptoms, projections, conflicts, and neglected capacities. The unconscious is therefore more than a storehouse of forgotten experience. It also contains possibilities the conscious personality has not yet lived. The search for a soul begins with this recognition. The ego is not the complete person, and psychological development requires a relation with what lies beyond its identity. The shadow in the world. The structure of the psyche becomes clearer when Jung follows what happens to the parts of experience that consciousness refuses to own. A person does not simply forget what is inconvenient. He can place it elsewhere. A quality rejected in himself becomes vivid in another person, and the emotional intensity of the judgment makes the projection feel like objective perception. The rival seems arrogant, the stranger dangerous, the partner weak, the enemy corrupt. Sometimes these descriptions contain truth. Yet the force surrounding them reveals that more than observation is involved. The outside world has become a screen upon which the hidden interior is being displayed. Projection helps explain why conflict can become self-sustaining. Once another person is invested with psychic material, every new encounter is interpreted through the image already formed. Suspicion produces defensive behavior provokes resistance, and resistance appears to confirm the original suspicion. The projection begins altering the relationship until the world gradually resembles the expectation placed upon it. The person then points to this altered reality as proof that his judgment was correct. What began unconsciously has created external consequences and returned disguised as evidence. Jung sees the same process operating within groups. Communities construct identities by selecting the qualities they wish to recognize as their own. The rejected opposite is pushed outward and discovered in another tribe, nation, class, religion, or political enemy. Collective projection can therefore organize moral certainty with extraordinary efficiency. The group experiences itself as rational, civilized, virtuous, or threatened because another group has been made to carry irrationality, barbarism, corruption, or aggression. The psychological gain is immediate. Internal contradiction disappears from view. Archaic consciousness makes this mechanism easier to observe because its projections use a language modern people no longer share. Spirits, sorcery, omens, and ancestral powers are experienced as forces inhabiting the environment. Modern consciousness interprets these beliefs as primitive because it has learned to distinguish inner experience from physical causality. Yet Jung's comparison gradually reverses the hierarchy. The civilized person still projects, still feels himself acted upon by forces he does not recognize as his own, and still converts psychic contents into apparently objective features of the world. The old operation survives beneath new explanations. This is why the encounter with archaic man becomes an encounter with the modern shadow. The primitive does openly what civilized consciousness prefers to perform invisibly. His world is crowded with spirits. The modern world is crowded with enemies, ideals, public figures, causes, and relationships that can carry the same excess of psychic significance. A leader becomes more than a person. A rival becomes the embodiment of everything intolerable. A coincidence begins to feel intended. The vocabulary changes, but the psyche continues to place what it cannot contain outside itself. The problem deepens because consciousness experiences its projections as certainty. The individual rarely feels that he is adding something to the object. He believes he is finally seeing the object clearly. This is why projection is difficult to withdraw. To recognize it means admitting that perception has been mixed with unknown material from within. Moral clarity becomes more complicated. The enemy may still be dangerous, the partner may still be selfish, the institution may still be unjust, but the observer must now ask what part of the emotional image belongs to him. Jung's therapeutic project repeatedly returns to this demand. The patient who discovers an unconscious motive can no longer remain completely innocent about the conflict he describes. The analyst who recognizes his own psychological standpoint can no longer pretend to be a neutral instrument. The culture that encounters its own violence can no longer locate barbarism exclusively outside its borders. Self-knowledge begins not when every judgment is abandoned, but when the psyche becomes capable of distinguishing the external fact from the symbolic burden it has placed upon that fact. This distinction changes the meaning of the shadow. What consciousness rejects is not automatically evil, just as what consciousness accepts is not automatically good. The shadow contains qualities excluded because they threaten the identity a person needed to build. Aggression can be destructive, but it can also contain the capacity to defend a boundary. Selfishness can conceal a neglected need for self-preservation. Weakness can contain sensitivity. What has been denied returns in distorted form because it has never been given a conscious place in the personality. Projection does not operate only through hatred. A person can place unlived possibility into someone he idealizes. The other becomes brilliant, powerful, spiritually complete, creative, or uniquely desirable because he carries a quality the observer has not recognized in himself. Idealization and demonization therefore share a structure. Both create a figure larger than the human being who actually stands there. Both protect the observer from confronting what the image reveals about his own unfinished personality. What returns from the shadow therefore changes not only what the person sees in others, but also the meaning of the self that had refused to face it all. The turning point of the personality. The confrontation with the shadow changes the direction of Jung's argument. What first appeared as a problem of interpretation becomes a problem of development. It is not enough for the individual to discover that unconscious material has been projected onto another person. The withdrawal of projection leaves something behind. Qualities that had seemed to belong entirely to the rival, lover, enemy, or admired figure now return as unfinished parts of the personality itself. Self-knowledge, therefore, does not merely correct perception. It increases the amount of psychic life for which consciousness must become responsible. This responsibility grows more difficult because the personality was built through exclusion for a reason. Youth demands concentration. A person cannot develop every possibility at once, so certain functions, desires, attitudes, and capacities become central while others remain peripheral. Social adaptation rewards this narrowing. Profession, relationships, reputation, and practical survival require a recognizable identity. The individual becomes effective by becoming particular. Yet the very structure that allows him to establish himself in the world eventually creates a hidden imbalance. What was sacrificed for adaptation continues to exist outside the preferred image of the self. Jung sees the consequences most clearly when the first half of life begins losing its authority. The goals that once generated movement can remain objectively valuable while becoming psychologically insufficient. Achievement no longer produces the same conviction. Repetition begins to replace development. A person may respond by intensifying the old strategy, seeking more success, more recognition, another romance, another conquest, as though the failure of the pattern could be solved by increasing its volume. What looks like persistence can become an attempt to avoid the fact that the direction of psychic life has changed. The image of the sun gives Jung a language for this reversal. Morning consciousness rises toward expansion, differentiation, and visibility. It must climb, establish itself, and occupy a place in the world. But the sun cannot remain at noon. Its movement continues by descending, and the meaning of that descent cannot be understood through the values that govern the ascent. If afternoon life is judged exclusively by morning standards, aging appears only as loss. The person sees diminishing possibility where the psyche may be demanding another kind of task. That task involves recovering what conscious development left behind. The neglected function, the unlived possibility, the rejected temperament, and the qualities carried for years by projections begin pressing inward. Their return can feel like disruption because they challenge the identity through which the person learned to survive. Someone organized around control encounters dependence. Someone defined by rational mastery becomes vulnerable to feeling. Someone who built a life around service confronts selfish needs that can no longer be dismissed. The opposite arrives not as an elegant compliment, but often in an embarrassing and primitive form. This is why Jung does not imagine psychological wholeness as perfection. Integration is not the accumulation of desirable traits until the personality becomes complete in some ideal sense. The conscious person must recognize that incompatible tendencies can belong to the same psyche without one of them being eliminated by definition. Strength does not abolish weakness. Rationality does not abolish irrationality. Moral intention does not erase aggression. The personality becomes wider when consciousness can bear the tension between these realities without immediately projecting one side away. Psychotherapy changes accordingly. Earlier stages of treatment can focus upon confession, explanation, and education. Secrets are spoken, causal patterns become visible, and undeveloped capacities are strengthened. But some patients reach a point where adaptation itself is no longer the central problem. They understand the origins of their conflicts and can function adequately in society, yet something remains unresolved. Treatment then approaches transformation, because the question is no longer how to restore the previous personality. It is whether a different relation among its opposing parts can emerge. The therapist cannot manufacture this change from outside. A ready-made solution would simply substitute one authority for another and preserve the patient's dependence upon an external answer. Jung increasingly treats the analytic relationship as a field in which both personalities are implicated. The physician brings his own assumptions, limits, and unconscious reactions into the encounter. If he remains psychologically untouched while demanding transformation from the patient, the treatment risks becoming another form of instruction. Genuine change requires an encounter capable of disturbing the standpoint of the observer as well as the observed. Dreams acquire a different importance at this stage. They are no longer valuable only because they reveal hidden causes. They can also show where psychic development is attempting to move. A recurring image may compensate for a rigid conscious attitude. An unfamiliar figure may personify a neglected capacity. A symbolic death may appear when an established identity can no longer organize the whole life. Such images do not provide instructions in a literal sense. They present the conflict in forms through which consciousness can approach the unknown. The second half of life. The turning point of the personality becomes most visible when Jung turns directly toward aging. Modern culture tends to imagine the human life as though its psychological direction should remain essentially unchanged from youth until death. The same values that organize the first decades, achievement, expansion, productivity, social recognition, acquisition, and external possibility, are expected to remain valid indefinitely. Aging then appears primarily as the gradual loss of capacities that once made these pursuits possible. Jung considers this assumption psychologically disastrous because it mistakes one phase of development for the meaning of life as a whole. The first half genuinely requires movement outward. The young person must separate from childhood dependence, develop a workable identity, enter society, establish relationships, acquire competence, and create some position from which life can be lived independently. Consciousness must become specialized because unlimited possibility cannot become actual life. Every commitment closes alternatives. Choosing one profession means abandoning others. Building one identity leaves other personalities unrealized. The morning of life therefore advances through selection, and much of what the psyche contains must remain outside the path that has been chosen. There is nothing pathological in this sacrifice. Without it, the individual would remain suspended among possibilities and fail to become anything definite. The problem appears when the personality forgets that its successful adaptation was purchased through exclusion. What consciousness calls the self is partly the result of decisions made under the demands of a particular stage. The neglected possibilities remain psychologically present even when external life has moved far beyond them. At noon, the person can discover that the identity constructed to enter the world has become a barrier against further development. Jung's image of the sun makes this transition almost brutally clear. During the morning, the sun rises toward increasing strength and visibility. At noon it reaches the highest point of its arc, but precisely there the direction reverses. Nothing dramatic needs to happen in the external world for the meaning of the movement to change. The same sun now travels downward. Human life follows an analogous curve. The values that served ascent cannot simply be projected onto descent, because the second movement has another psychological purpose. This is where many crises of middle life acquire their intensity. Consciousness notices that familiar goals no longer generate the same psychic energy and interprets the change as failure. The immediate temptation is repetition. The person seeks another achievement, another possession, another relationship, another proof of desirability, or another attempt to reproduce the emotional conditions of youth. He may become increasingly attached to the persona through which he was previously rewarded. Yet the harder he attempts to restore the morning, the more painfully the afternoon announces itself. The conflict is not caused simply by chronological age. It emerges from a change in psychological direction. Energy begins withdrawing from goals that have exhausted their developmental function and moving toward material that external adaptation neglected. Questions previously postponed become difficult to silence. The person begins wondering what his accomplishments mean beyond their immediate social value. Relationships expose patterns that had been hidden by ambition. Dreams revive forgotten figures, places, fears, and possibilities. The unlived life begins demanding recognition from the life that was actually lived. For Jung, this return does not mean that every abandoned possibility should now be enacted literally. The person who sacrificed one profession does not necessarily need to abandon his career and pursue another. The married individual need not convert every fantasy of another life into action. Psychic integration operates at a deeper level than literal compensation. The task is to recognize what qualities, desires, and modes of experience those unrealized possibilities contain, and to discover whether they can acquire a conscious place within the personality that developed without them. The inferior function becomes especially significant here. During the first half of life, the strongest psychological capacities often carry adaptation successfully enough that weaker ones can remain neglected. Eventually, this imbalance becomes restrictive. The thinker discovers that conceptual mastery cannot answer every question. The person organized around feeling may confront situations that demand detached judgment. The practical realist can be disturbed by intuitions that refuse immediate verification. What was previously dismissed as weakness begins carrying something the dominant personality now requires. This reversal can feel humiliating because development no longer proceeds through the qualities with which the ego most strongly identifies. The individual must approach precisely the territory in which he feels least accomplished. The second half therefore challenges the fantasy that maturity means increasing mastery over life. Another kind of maturity becomes necessary, one capable of acknowledging limitation, contradiction, dependence, and the unknown. What consciousness once conquered must gradually be balanced by what it learns to receive. Death stands behind this transformation, even when it is not consciously acknowledged. A culture organized around expansion tends to treat death as an interruption that should remain psychologically distant until the final possible moment. Jung considers this denial another expression of the mourning attitude. If life is imagined only as ascent, then descent can possess no positive meaning. Aging becomes a sequence of defeats leading toward an event consciousness has refused to integrate into its image of existence. Jung instead treats death as the destination toward which the second half naturally moves. This does not make death desirable, nor does it eliminate fear. It means that psychological development must eventually include orientation toward finitude. Just as youth is prepared for a future it has not yet experienced, Later life requires some relationship to the boundary it cannot avoid. A person who refuses every thought of death remains psychologically turned backward, clinging to the values of expansion because no other direction has been allowed to acquire meaning. Religious and symbolic traditions become important because they have historically supplied images for this transition. Myths of descent, death, transformation, rebirth, judgment, and continuation give psychic form to a movement ordinary rational consciousness cannot experience in advance. Jung does not require psychology to prove the metaphysical truth of these images. Their persistence itself reveals something about the needs of the psyche. Human beings repeatedly create symbolic structures that allow the end of visible expansion to be imagined as part of a larger pattern rather than meaningless extinction. The second half of life therefore prepares the argument for Jung's spiritual problem. Once external adaptation loses its exclusive authority, consciousness requires values capable of addressing limitation rather than conquest. The question of meaning becomes unavoidable because the person can no longer postpone it indefinitely into future achievement. What remains must be lived under the knowledge that time is finite. The soul Jung seeks begins to appear precisely where the logic of accumulation reaches its boundary. This changes the meaning of psychological development once again. Growth no longer means becoming larger in the social world. It means becoming capable of containing more of the psychic world within. The neglected opposite, the shadow, the inferior function, the unlived possibility, and finally death itself enter the field of consciousness. The personality expands inwardly by accepting realities that the successful ego once needed to exclude. The afternoon of life is therefore not a failed morning. It is another psychological country, governed by different demands. The tragedy begins when a person enters it carrying only the map that served him before noon. Jung's psychology attempts to provide no fixed destination, but a recognition of the change itself. The road now bends inward, toward everything the first half could afford to leave behind. The civilization that turned outward. Modern civilization appears in Jung's work not merely as the background against which individual psychology unfolds, but as a psyche enlarged to historical scale. A culture also selects what it values, develops particular forms of consciousness, and pushes incompatible qualities beyond the limits of its preferred image. What happens inside one personality can therefore appear across an entire society. Strength produces a neglected opposite. Certainty creates a shadow. What has been excluded does not vanish simply because a civilization has ceased to recognize it. Western modernity achieved extraordinary power by directing attention toward the external world. Nature became measurable, predictable, and increasingly available to human intervention. Processes once attributed to spirits or divine intention could be described through natural causality. This movement liberated consciousness from ancient fears and made possible an unprecedented command of matter. Jung does not dispute that achievement. His concern begins when a method capable of explaining physical reality becomes a complete account of human reality. The more exclusively the modern mind identifies truth with what can be demonstrated externally, the more uncertain the status of inner experience becomes. Meaning, religious imagination, symbolic life, and the reality of the soul begin to appear suspect because they cannot be handled like physical objects. Yet the psyche continues to organize human behavior through precisely such forces. An idea can reorganize a life. A belief can move a population. A fantasy can destroy a relationship. A symbol can gather more emotional power than any collection of facts. Psychic reality proves itself through what it causes people to become. This contradiction becomes dangerous when modern civilization imagines that rational development has abolished the archaic layers of human nature. Education, science, law, technology, and political institutions can refine conscious behavior without eliminating the unconscious forces beneath it. Jung sees modern war as a devastating exposure of this mistake. A culture convinced of its advancement discovers that organized violence, collective hatred, and irrational possession remain entirely possible. Technical progress has not removed barbarism. It has given barbarism more powerful instruments. The revelation has the structure of a withdrawn projection. Civilized consciousness prefers to locate primitiveness elsewhere, in foreign peoples, enemies, older cultures, or supposedly backward forms of life. The catastrophe of modern history makes that separation increasingly difficult. The darkness assigned to the other appears within the center of civilization itself. What a society condemns outside its borders can belong to possibilities within its own psyche. Collective self-knowledge begins at the painful moment when moral superiority can no longer contain the evidence. Jung's interest in archaic psychology becomes crucial here. Primitive consciousness openly experiences psychic forces as though they inhabited the surrounding world. Spirits, omens, ancestors, and invisible agencies participate in external events. Modern consciousness considers itself free of such projections because its explanations have changed. Yet the underlying operation survives. Leaders become saviors. Enemies become embodiments of evil. Political ideas acquire sacred intensity. Collective causes absorb expectations that exceed their practical meaning. Modern man can reject mythology while unconsciously creating new myths around secular objects. Mass movements reveal how quickly this archaic layer can return. An individual who considers himself rational can surrender judgment when absorbed into a group whose emotional certainty provides identity, direction, and belonging. The individual no longer experiences himself as the source of the movement acting through him. He participates in something larger and can become capable of attitudes he might reject in isolation. The ancient experience of possession has not disappeared. It has changed its vocabulary. The decline of traditional religion can intensify this problem when psychic needs once contained by religious symbols migrate into political or social forms without being recognized. Jung does not argue that secular life must secretly become religious. His point is more unsettling. The psyche does not cease producing absolute investments merely because consciousness has abandoned theological language. If the need for transcendence is denied rather than understood, it may attach itself unconsciously to a nation, ideology, leader, relationship, or vision of the future. Art provides another route through which neglected collective material becomes visible. Jung distinguishes works rooted mainly in recognizable personal experience from visionary creations whose images seem to exceed the biography of the artist. Monsters, divine figures, descents, catastrophes, transformations, and impossible worlds can emerge with a force that conscious intention does not adequately explain. The artist becomes less the inventor of the image than the place through which an older psychic pattern acquires contemporary form. This gives visionary art a cultural function similar to that of dreams. A dream confronts an individual with what consciousness neglects. Work can do the same for an age. A culture devoted to order may imagine chaos, while one celebrating progress becomes haunted by destruction. What a civilization excludes can return first as symbol. The search turns inward. By the end of Jung's journey, the title reveals its weight. Modern man is searching for a soul because the structures that once made the soul intelligible have lost much of their authority. He has not simply abandoned belief. He has entered a historical condition in which consciousness can no longer receive its deepest orientation entirely from tradition. Science has transformed the world, historical criticism has relativized inherited systems, and psychology has exposed forces beneath conscious intention. What remains is an individual with unprecedented knowledge and a difficult question about what that knowledge is for. Modernity has not eliminated the experiences once organized by religion. Human beings still encounter guilt, suffering, sacrifice, death, transformation, longing, and the need for meaning. They dream in images they didn't invent and remain vulnerable to projection, collective passions, and symbolic experience. The disappearance of an accepted metaphysical explanation doesn't make these phenomena disappear. It removes the framework through which they were interpreted. This is why Jung repeatedly returns to the unconscious. It is not merely an archive of personal history. It is the region from which everything excluded by the conscious attitude can return. Sometimes what returns is primitive or incompatible with the person's moral self-image. Sometimes it is an undeveloped capacity. Sometimes it appears as an image reaching beyond individual biography. The unconscious carries the past, but can also disturb consciousness toward possibilities not yet lived. This becomes urgent in the second half of life. Youth must move outward, establish independence, create relationships, develop work, and construct an identity capable of surviving social reality. Possibilities are sacrificed so something definite can exist. Yet that identity can eventually become too narrow. What was excluded remains alive, and the afternoon asks consciousness to recognize what the morning could leave behind. Jung's image of the sun transforms aging from a defective continuation of youth into another movement. Morning rises toward the world. Afternoon turns toward descent. The values of ascent can't govern the entire arc. A person who remains psychologically at noon eventually fights the direction of his own life. The unlived personality returns, death enters the horizon, and achievement alone can no longer answer what existence means. Here psychology approaches territory traditionally occupied by religion. A patient may understand his childhood and still lack a reason to move forward. Causal explanation can illuminate suffering without revealing what kind of life could now contain it. Religious systems provided images for these transitions. Death and renewal, sacrifice and transformation, descent and return placed individual suffering inside structures larger than the ego. Modern consciousness may no longer accept them literally, but the psychological needs they answered remain. Jung therefore refuses both a return to unquestioned faith and a reduction of spiritual experience to pathology. Modern man can't become pre-modern without sacrificing consciousness. Yet he can't solve the spiritual problem by declaring symbolic experience meaningless because it cannot be measured. The visionary artist reaches the same boundary. Ancient patterns reappear, as though collective psychic life were making visible something an age has not recognized. Art, dreams, religion, and collective conflict converge around one insight. The psyche continually produces more than the ego intends. This gives the symbol its decisive place in Jung's search. A living symbol is not a disguised statement waiting to be translated into clearer language. It expresses something consciousness cannot yet formulate completely. Its power comes from joining known experience with an unknown possibility. Modern man reaches an unusual threshold. He cannot simply inherit meaning, but neither can he manufacture it intellectually. He has become conscious enough to doubt the old forms while discovering that doubt itself cannot contain the whole of life. Jung offers no final creed. A ready-made answer would reproduce the dependence modern consciousness has already outgrown. The search requires a relationship with psychic experience. Projections must be withdrawn, neglected capacities recognized, dreams encountered, and unconscious forces approached without worship or contempt. Individuation emerges not as the perfection of the ego, but as a widening of identity beyond the partial structure consciousness once called the whole self. The soul Jung seeks is therefore not an object hidden somewhere inside the person. It appears as psychic life beyond conscious identity. Modernity trained consciousness to trust what can be externally demonstrated and deliberately controlled. Yet the deeper Jung follows dreams, symptoms, projections, artistic creation, aging, and collective catastrophe, the more clearly the same fact returns. Human beings are moved by realities they don't fully command. Modern man began believing that he had lost his soul because the old world that spoke about it had collapsed. Jung leaves him with a more unsettling possibility. The soul was not destroyed when its inherited language weakened. It continued acting through everything consciousness could not fully explain or control. The search ends by revealing why it had to begin. Modern man was never without a soul. He had become estranged from the psychic depths through which he could recognize it. The hidden life of the mind. Modern man in search of a soul begins from a disturbance that is easy to mistake for an intellectual problem. The modern person has inherited extraordinary powers of explanation, yet explanation has not made inner life transparent. Knowledge has expanded outward, while the psyche remains capable of surprising the person who believes he knows himself. Beneath ordinary decisions, ambitions, fears, loyalties, and symptoms, another movement continues. It speaks indirectly. It appears in dreams, compulsions, resistances, sudden moods, and images whose meaning cannot be reduced to the events of the previous day. Jung enters this territory not as a mystic escaping reality, but as a physician forced by experience to admit that consciousness is only part of the mind. The dream becomes the first breach in the familiar picture of the self. A patient may arrive convinced that his difficulty has one obvious cause, while his dreams quietly present another situation. The conscious personality tells a coherent story about success, duty, love, resentment, or illness. The dream does not necessarily agree. It may expose exhaustion beneath ambition, hostility beneath obedience, fear beneath confidence, or a future danger already forming inside a pattern of behavior. This does not make the dream an oracle. Its importance lies elsewhere. It reveals that the psyche can observe the conscious attitude from a position consciousness itself does not occupy. What seems irrational may therefore contain a kind of correction, not because the unconscious is wiser in every instance, but because it contains what the waking personality has excluded. That possibility changes the meaning of psychological treatment. If the unconscious were merely a cellar filled with discarded memories and forbidden wishes, analysis would be an exercise in excavation. One would search backward until the hidden cause was found, name it, and expect the symptom to loosen its grip. Jung discovers something less convenient. Some dreams do point backward, but others illuminate the present, anticipate consequences, or expose a psychological direction that has not yet become conscious. The mind is not only carrying its history, it is also continually attempting to restore a balance disturbed by the narrowness of conscious life. A symptom can therefore be both a wound and a signal. A dream can contain memory and movement at once. This is where the apparently technical question of dream interpretation begins to threaten a much larger assumption. Modern consciousness prefers to imagine itself as the center of psychic authority. It trusts what can be stated clearly, defended rationally, and placed within an accepted account of reality. Yet the patient who enters analysis often discovers that the decisive forces in his life do not ask permission from this authority. He may know exactly what he ought to do and remain unable to do it. He may possess every outward sign of success while dreaming repeatedly of failure, missed trains, dangerous climbs, damaged houses, dead animals, or roads that end without warning. The images vary, but the contradiction remains. The life he recognizes as his own is being accompanied by another account of that life. The problem deepens as treatment proceeds. Confession may release what secrecy has made poisonous. Explanation may reveal the hidden origin of a symptom. Education may help a person adapt to demands he had previously resisted. Each achievement matters, yet each can become insufficient. A life cannot always be repaired by returning it to an average standard of adjustment. There are people for whom normality is precisely the condition that has become intolerable. Their conflict does not disappear when they understand where it came from, because understanding the past does not automatically answer what their life is becoming. At that point, psychotherapy approaches a border where cure, development, morality, meaning, and identity begin to overlap. The clinical room becomes a small stage on which a broader crisis of modern consciousness appears. The person who has learned to distrust inherited religious certainty may still experience needs that rational knowledge cannot satisfy. The person liberated from old authority may discover that freedom offers no automatic direction. The person who has mastered the language of causes may remain unable to explain why a particular image, relationship, fear, or longing possesses such extraordinary force. Modernity has weakened many collective answers without abolishing the questions those answers once contained. The result is not simply disbelief. It is a peculiar exposure of the individual to the unexplored dimensions of his own psyche. Jung's search begins inside that exposure. The soul in question is not a decorative spiritual essence added to an otherwise complete human being. It is the name of a problem that becomes visible whenever conscious identity proves too small for the life moving through it. Dreams provide the first evidence. Neurosis gives the conflict urgency. The encounter between patient and analyst reveals that no observer remains entirely outside it. And behind these clinical facts emerges a more disturbing possibility. The modern person may be searching for a soul because the structures that once carried psychic meaning have weakened, while the forces that demanded such meaning have not disappeared. They have gone inward. There, beneath the confident surface of consciousness, the search has already begun. The old certainty is gone, but the psychic demand still remains. When treatment becomes transformation. Once the dream has unsettled the power of conscious intention, the problem of treatment becomes more complicated. Jung refuses to imagine psychotherapy as a single doctrine. One investigator finds the hidden pressure of sexuality. Another sees the struggle for social position and adaptation, while Jung keeps encountering patients whose suffering cannot be forced into either pattern without distortion. The disagreement matters because every theory carries a picture of what a person is, what health should look like, and which parts of experience deserve to be called real. This is why the development of psychotherapy appears to him as a sequence of stages, rather than a victorious march toward one final method. At first there is confession. What has been hidden must be spoken, because secrecy divides the personality. A concealed act, shame, fantasy, or emotion can separate itself from conscious life and acquire an autonomous force. The person protects the secret, yet also becomes imprisoned by it. Speech can break this isolation. Confession restores a connection to human community and releases energy that had been consumed by concealment. Still, the relief can be temporary. Some patients have no decisive secret to reveal, while others remain attached to the analyst even after everything apparently important has been said. The second movement is explanation. Here the hidden material is not only admitted, but interpreted. The patient begins to see how present reactions may be shaped by forgotten wishes, childhood attachments, family images, and forms of dependence that continue long after their original situation has vanished. This discovery can be devastating because the adult personality prefers to regard its motives as present, reasonable, and self-chosen. Analysis reveals an older logic operating underneath. A rivalry may carry the emotional weight of an earlier relationship. An authority figure may become charged with the force once attached to a parent. The patient believes he is responding to the person before him, while part of the psyche is responding to a figure from another time. A person can become fascinated by origins and remain psychologically dependent on them. Every conflict can be traced backward, every desire translated into an earlier cause, until the present becomes little more than the shadow of the past. Jung recognizes the power of this method, but he also sees the reduction hidden within it. Human beings do carry primitive, aggressive, erotic, and selfish impulses, but the discovery of a darker origin does not exhaust the meaning of what later develops from it. A cathedral is built from stone, yet no account of stone explains why a cathedral exists. The psyche can transform its materials. To reduce every noble form to its lowest ancestry is therefore another kind of blindness. A third stage emerges when interpretation is no longer enough. The patient must learn to live. Here the emphasis moves toward education and adaptation. Some people suffer because they have not developed the habits, confidence, discipline, or social competence required by ordinary existence. Their task is not endless excavation. It is to become capable of participating in the world. Jung accepts this necessity, but again he refuses to make it universal. Adaptation to collective standards can heal one person and imprison another. What appears normal from the outside may be psychologically impossible for a particular individual. The physician who assumes that health means resemblance to the average person may quietly replace treatment with conformity. This resistance to a universal formula leads toward the most demanding stage, transformation. By this point, the relationship between doctor and patient can no longer be imagined as the action of an untouched expert upon a passive subject. Two personalities meet. Each affects the other. The analyst brings theories, habits, blind spots, emotional reactions, and unconscious material into the room, whether he admits it or not. The patient becomes a disturbance within the analyst's own psychological system. Jung takes this seriously enough to turn the method back upon the physician. Whoever asks another person to confront concealed motives must also become capable of confronting his own. The consequence is uncomfortable. Psychological power cannot rest only on diplomas, technical language, or a privileged position behind the consulting chair. The physician becomes part of the experiment. His unresolved conflicts may enter treatment as interpretation, certainty, irritation, rescue, fascination, or moral judgment. Even a correct idea can become harmful when it is imposed from the wrong psychological position. The analyst therefore has to cultivate the capacity to recognize when his own personality has entered the field. Treatment becomes less like the application of a device and more like a mutual process in which knowledge and self-knowledge cannot finally be separated. The same principle changes Jung's idea of therapeutic goals. A method cannot decide in advance what every life should become. Age alone alters the problem. A young person may need to separate from dependence, enter the world, build relationships, establish work, develop a stable conscious direction. The same values may become destructive when imposed upon someone in the second half of life. What once represented growth may later become repetition. Success can harden into a prison. Adaptation can lose its meaning. The psyche begins asking questions for which social achievement has no adequate answer. The unfinished personality. The second half of life therefore introduces a problem that neither confession, explanation, nor adaptation can settle by itself. A person may have done everything that society reasonably demanded. He may have built a profession, formed relationships, acquired competence, and learned how to move through the world without obvious failure. Then the machinery begins to lose its persuasive force. The goals that once organized desire no longer carry the same charge. What appears from outside as stability can be experienced inwardly as stagnation. The question has changed. It is no longer simply how to function, but what kind of life can still become psychologically necessary. Jung encounters this change most sharply among people who are outwardly adapted and inwardly stranded. Their distress cannot always be described as incapacity. Often they are capable people who have reached the limits of the values that previously directed them. They ask what they should do, hoping the physician can supply a new program. Yet a ready-made answer would merely replace one external authority with another. The difficulty lies precisely in discovering a direction that cannot be borrowed. Treatment must therefore become less prescriptive as it moves deeper. The physician follows what appears in the patient's own psychic material, watching for tendencies that consciousness has ignored. Dreams acquire a new importance here. They are not treated as coded messages whose symbols possess permanent meanings. Jung distrusts any dictionary that turns an image into a fixed formula. A house, animal, journey, death, parent, or landscape must first be understood within the psychological situation of the dreamer. The same image can carry different meanings in different lives. Interpretation requires knowledge of the conscious attitude, because the dream often stands in a compensatory relation to it. What consciousness exaggerates, the dream may diminish. What consciousness refuses to acknowledge, the dream may force into view. Meaning arises through relationship, not through a mechanical translation. This compensatory movement prevents the unconscious from becoming either a monster or a hidden god. Jung rejects both simplifications. The unconscious can contain destructive tendencies, archaic impulses, forgotten experiences, and material that consciousness has good reason to fear. But it can also contain capacities, perceptions, and possibilities excluded by an excessively narrow identity. Its function cannot be judged in isolation. A dream that humiliates an inflated personality may be corrective, while the same image in a person already crushed by self-contempt could deepen a dangerous imbalance. Psychological meaning depends on the total situation. The analyst is therefore required to abandon the comfort of fixed symbols and fixed outcomes. Even apparently universal images must enter the particular life before their significance becomes clear. Jung acknowledges recurring symbolic forms, but recurrence does not eliminate context. The unconscious speaks through images because its activity is not identical with conceptual thought. Its language can appear primitive, mythological, grotesque, beautiful, or absurd. The temptation is either to dismiss such imagery as nonsense or to inflate it into revelation. Both responses avoid the harder task, which is to discover what function the image performs within the movement of a particular psyche. Modern consciousness often treats fantasy as the opposite of reality, a private theater with little practical value. Jung sees something more consequential. Fantasy can reveal the forms through which unconscious material seeks expression before it has been translated into action or rational understanding. When a patient gives an image visible form through drawing or painting, the purpose is not artistic achievement. The image becomes an object that can be encountered. Something previously experienced only as mood, pressure, confusion, or dream is placed outside the immediate flow of consciousness and can begin to acquire shape. The act seems modest, even childish, yet its psychological effect can be considerable. A person accustomed to explaining everything may discover that making an image permits a different relation to inner experience. He is no longer merely overwhelmed by fantasy, nor is he trying to eliminate it through interpretation. He participates in giving it form. This participation introduces responsibility. The unconscious is neither obeyed nor suppressed. Its contents enter a relationship with consciousness. What was previously suffered as an obscure event becomes material with which the personality can work. Jung is careful not to romanticize this process. Images can mislead. Suggestion can distort interpretation. The analyst can impose meanings that belong more to his expectations than to the patient. Even a striking dream can remain obscure. Yet uncertainty is not a defect that can be removed by stronger doctrine. It is part of the situation itself. The psyche is encountered through partial evidence, changing contexts, and forms whose significance becomes visible gradually. A responsible psychology must tolerate this incompleteness without abandoning the attempt to understand. The result is a decisive shift in the meaning of cure. Therapy can no longer aim only to restore a patient to the life that preceded the symptom. It must ask what kind of development the symptom has interrupted, concealed, or demanded, and whether the old form of adaptation has itself become part of the conflict. The language beyond reason. The difficulty becomes sharper when Jung asks what actually counts as progress. A symptom may disappear while the personality remains organized around the same narrow assumptions that produced the conflict. Another patient may retain anxiety or uncertainty while developing a wider capacity to live with contradiction. The visible result does not always reveal the deeper movement. Psychotherapy reaches its limit whenever it treats normality as a destination rather than asking whether the individual has become capable of responding to the particular demands of his own life. This is especially important because the conscious personality is never neutral. It selects, excludes, emphasizes, and builds an identity from only part of the available psychic material. A person becomes known to himself through certain qualities and learns to treat others as foreign, embarrassing, weak, dangerous, or simply irrelevant. Yet what has been excluded does not cease to exist. It continues indirectly, appearing in disproportionate reactions, fantasies, projections, dreams, and relationships. The more rigidly consciousness identifies with one side of itself, the more forcefully the neglected side may return. The dream often exposes this imbalance without explaining it. It presents an image that seems strange precisely because the waking personality has no adequate place for what the image represents. Jung therefore resists the impulse to translate the dream immediately into familiar language. Interpretation must remain close to the dreamer's circumstances, associations, emotional reactions, and conscious position. The image is not a disguise that becomes useless once decoded. Its particular form matters. Something in the psyche has selected this image rather than another, and the task is to understand why this form can express what ordinary consciousness cannot yet formulate. Such attention also changes the relationship between cause and purpose. A psychological event can arise from the past and still point toward a future development. The two perspectives do not cancel each other. A neurosis may contain the consequences of childhood experience, while simultaneously revealing that the adult personality has reached a form of life it can no longer sustain. To explain where the conflict came from is not necessarily to discover what the conflict now requires. The past supplies conditions. The present gives them a new arrangement. The future appears as a possibility contained within that arrangement, not as a predetermined destiny. This is why Jung becomes increasingly interested in what happens when rational explanation reaches its boundary. Some patients understand their histories with remarkable precision and remain unchanged. Their knowledge has become another possession of consciousness, another way of describing the prison without opening it. The problem is not ignorance. It is that the personality has not entered into a living relation with what it knows. An interpretation can be intellectually correct and psychologically sterile. Transformation begins only when knowledge alters the balance of the person who possesses it. The distinction becomes visible in Jung's use of fantasy. When inner images are allowed to take form, they cease to be merely private disturbances passing through the mind. Drawing, painting, or sustained attention gives them a degree of objective presence. The patient can return to them, resist them, modify them, and discover details that were invisible while the experience remained a vague mood. The value lies neither in artistic quality nor in producing beautiful symbols. It lies in establishing a field where consciousness can encounter its own unknown activity without immediately reducing that activity to a familiar explanation. For modern reason, this procedure can look suspiciously close to regression. The adult appears to abandon disciplined thought for pictures, fantasies, and forms associated with childhood or archaic culture. Jung accepts the danger, but not the conclusion. Rational consciousness is an achievement, and nothing in analysis should require its destruction. The purpose is to widen its relation to psychic life. A civilization that has developed extraordinary powers of abstraction may become especially tempted to dismiss whatever cannot speak in abstract terms. Yet the psyche existed before its concepts. Images carry patterns of experience that rational language may approach only after they have already begun to act. A symbol is valuable precisely when its meaning cannot be exhausted by a definition. If an image can be replaced without loss by a single concept, it has ceased to function symbolically and has become a sign. The living symbol holds together meanings that consciousness has not yet separated or reconciled. It can therefore appear ambiguous, excessive, even contradictory. Its obscurity is not automatically profundity, but neither is obscurity proof of nonsense. Sometimes the image remains difficult because the psychological situation itself has not yet become clear. The analyst who understands this must resist the desire to become the final authority on the patient's inner world. Jung returns responsibility to the individual. The physician can notice patterns and suggest possibilities, but he cannot manufacture meanings. An interpretation imposed through prestige may produce agreement without development. The patient may simply learn what the analyst expects and begin speaking the language of the method. Apparent insight then becomes another form of adaptation. The psyche beyond the individual. The deeper Jung moves into psychotherapy, the less plausible it becomes to imagine the psyche as a machine whose faulty part can simply be repaired. The physician may remove a symptom, expose a hidden attachment, or help a patient recover ordinary social competence, yet none of these achievements guarantees that the whole personality has found a viable direction. There are lives in which adaptation itself becomes the obstacle. What once allowed a person to enter society, establish a place, and become effective may later harden into a structure that excludes everything not required by that achievement. This is particularly visible in the contrast between youth and maturity. The young person is usually confronted by the world ahead. He must separate from childhood, overcome hesitation, build a position, form attachments, and discover what his abilities can accomplish. A psychology that encourages courage, discipline, and adaptation can serve him well. But the same prescription may become strangely empty for someone who has already accomplished these tasks. In later life, the problem may not be insufficient adaptation, but excessive identification with the identity that adaptation created. The successful role begins to consume the person who once needed it. Jung refuses to treat this transition as a defect. The values of the morning cannot simply govern the afternoon. Psychic development changes its demands as life advances, and a method that ignores this difference risks turning yesterday's solution into today's neurosis. The person who continues pursuing expansion when another movement has begun may experience the new demand only as loss. Ambition weakens. Familiar rewards become tasteless. Questions previously dismissed as impractical acquire unexpected force. Consciousness may call this decline because it has no language for a development that does not resemble further conquest. The therapist now faces a peculiar difficulty. He cannot hand the patient a philosophy without making that philosophy another borrowed adaptation. Nor can he promise that the unconscious contains a complete answer waiting to be decoded. Jung's method becomes deliberately empirical. He attends to dreams, fantasies, recurring images, emotional disturbances, and the peculiar forms through which the patient's psychic life responds to its conscious position. The point is not to worship these productions. It is to notice that they sometimes reveal a movement which the conscious personality neither planned nor understands. Consciousness naturally becomes one-sided because action requires selection. A person cannot inhabit every possibility at once. He chooses a direction and develops the qualities that support it. Yet every choice leaves something outside the chosen identity. Over time, the excluded material can gather psychological weight. The dream may then present precisely what waking life refuses to value. An excessively rational person encounters irrational images. Someone intoxicated by achievement dreams of humiliation or failure. A person trapped in resignation may dream of movement, danger, or unexpected vitality. Compensation does not mean that the dream is always correct and consciousness always wrong. Jung insists on relation rather than reversal. If the conscious attitude is appropriate, unconscious material may merely supplement it. If consciousness has become rigid, the correction may be stronger. The more extreme the imbalance, the more disturbing the counterposition can appear. What matters is the attempt of psychic life to preserve a wider equilibrium than the ego would choose for itself. The unconscious becomes meaningful not because it deserves obedience, but because ignoring it can leave consciousness imprisoned within its own partial view. This also explains why symbols cannot be interpreted through a fixed code. Their meaning changes with the person and the situation. An image of death may indicate danger in one context and transformation in another. A journey may express escape, development, fear, or an approaching change. Even images with ancient and recurring associations must be tested against the living circumstances in which they appear. Jung can recognize patterns that extend beyond the individual without allowing those patterns to erase individuality. The symbol belongs simultaneously to a personal situation and to a deeper inheritance of human imagination. At this boundary, modern psychology encounters material that resembles myth, religion, and archaic forms of thought. Jung does not take the resemblance as permission to abandon critical judgment. He treats it as evidence that the psyche produces forms whose history is older than the conscious individual. Patients who possess no deliberate interest in ancient symbolism can nevertheless create images that echo motifs found across distant traditions. The discovery is unsettling because it weakens the assumption that imagination is entirely private. Something in individual experience appears capable of organizing itself through forms that exceed individual biography. The practical consequence is not a return to inherited belief. Jung is dealing with people for whom inherited forms may already have lost their authority. Psychological experience must be taken seriously without pretending that psychology can convert its images into metaphysical proof. A dream of divine figures does not establish theology. Yet dismissing such images because they cannot satisfy external proof would ignore their psychic actuality. Their effects are clear. The return of the symbolic world. The movement from private symptom to symbolic experience carries psychotherapy into a territory that modern culture has difficulty naming. Jung begins with patience, dreams, resistances, and the practical question of treatment, yet the investigation gradually reveals a conflict larger than the consulting room. The individual who cannot find meaning in established forms is not necessarily suffering from an isolated defect. His uncertainty may reflect a civilization whose inherited symbols have lost part of their authority, while the psychological needs once organized by those symbols remain active. What appears as a personal crisis can therefore expose a cultural one. This does not mean that psychotherapy should become a substitute religion. Jung is careful about the boundary. Psychology cannot decide whether a religious image describes an objective reality beyond the psyche. It can observe something more immediate. Images of this kind possess psychological force. They organize emotion, alter behavior, gather associations, and sometimes provide a form capable of containing experiences that rational concepts cannot hold. Whether their ultimate claims are true belongs to another question. For the psychologist, their psychic reality is already enough to demand attention. The distinction matters because modern consciousness often assumes that what cannot be established as an external fact can safely be dismissed as illusion. Jung reverses the practical consequence of that assumption. An illusion that acts upon a person is psychologically actual in its effects. A belief, fantasy, dream, or symbol can redirect a life regardless of whether it corresponds to a material object. Human beings have always lived among such realities. Gods, myths, rituals, ideals, collective images, and moral narratives have shaped civilizations because their power never depended solely on physical existence. The psyche responds to meaning as decisively as the body responds to material conditions. Critical reason has dissolved many inherited certainties, and this achievement cannot simply be undone. A person who no longer believes cannot be ordered back into belief without falsifying his experience. Yet disbelief does not remove the structures of psychic life that once found expression through religious and mythological forms. They may return elsewhere, stripped of their traditional names. Political devotion, cultural identities, fantasies of progress, collective enemies, private obsessions, and idealized personalities can acquire an intensity that resembles the sacred forms they appear to replace. The need for symbolic orientation survives its former containers. This is one reason Jung's apparently private method opens toward anthropology and cultural history. The images emerging from dreams do not always remain within the boundaries of personal memory. Some resemble motifs that recur in myth, ritual, folklore, and religious art. Such parallels do not prove that every dream contains a universal message, nor do they excuse careless interpretation. They suggest that imagination is shaped by patterns deeper than individual invention. The modern dreamer may encounter ancient forms without knowing their history, as though the psyche retains possibilities of representation that consciousness did not personally acquire. The discovery changes the scale of psychological interpretation. A person can no longer be understood entirely as an isolated biography. He belongs to a family, a society, an era, and beneath these visible memberships to the long history of human psychic development. His conscious values are modern, but the foundations of his emotional life are not newly created. Fear, rivalry, sexuality, attachment, sacrifice, authority, death, rebirth, and the search for orientation have accumulated symbolic forms across generations. The sophisticated individual remains capable of producing images whose structure feels older than his education. Jung finds this continuity particularly visible when patients begin giving form to fantasies through drawing or painting. The resulting pictures can contain circles, divided spaces, central figures, enclosing shapes, and arrangements that seem to seek order before the patient understands what they are doing. Their artistic quality is irrelevant. What matters is the act of externalizing an inner process and then confronting its form. A vague disturbance becomes visible. The patient is no longer merely possessed by a mood. He has made something that stands before him, and in doing so he has changed his relationship to what previously acted from darkness. Such images can also reveal a tendency towards centering. Conflicting elements begin to arrange themselves around forms that suggest balance, containment, or a new organization of the personality. Jung does not treat this as a mechanical law, and he repeatedly warns against forcing material into theory. Still, he is struck by the recurrence. The psyche seems capable not only of producing conflict, but of generating images through which conflict can be held together. The goal is not the victory of one side. It is the creation of a wider position in which opposing tendencies can be recognized without one simply destroying the other. The consequence reaches beyond therapy. A culture can become as one-sided as an individual, glorifying reason, progress, strength, or purity while forcing unwanted qualities into an enemy. What is rejected inwardly returns as something foreign. The divided psyche discovers a divided world and calls this division reality. The search that remains. By the end of this first movement, psychotherapy has become something far more demanding than a technique for removing symptoms. Jung begins with the practical difficulties of dreams and treatment, but each difficulty opens onto a larger problem. The patient cannot be understood through a theory imposed in advance. The dream cannot be reduced to a fixed code. The physician cannot remain outside the psychological field he is attempting to change. Even the idea of health becomes unstable once it is clear that successful adaptation may conceal a life that has ceased to develop. This leaves the modern individual in an unusual position. He has inherited methods for explaining himself, yet explanation alone does not guarantee transformation. He can trace a fear to childhood, recognize a projection, confess a secret, understand a recurring pattern, and still discover that the decisive question remains unanswered. Knowledge can illuminate the structure of a conflict without determining what must come next. At a certain depth, analysis stops resembling the recovery of a missing fact. It becomes an encounter with possibilities of life that consciousness has not yet admitted. Jung's refusal to provide a universal solution is central to this change. Different people require different movements because psychic imbalance takes different forms. One person needs greater contact with the world, another needs distance from collective expectations. One has remained dependent upon the past, another has become trapped by a successful identity that no longer serves the present. What heals in one situation may injure in another. The analyst therefore cannot worship consistency. He must remain faithful to the psychological reality before him, even when that reality contradicts the elegance of his preferred theory. Dreams become indispensable precisely because they disturb such elegance. They introduce material that consciousness did not select and often would not have chosen. Their images can be trivial, frightening, comic, solemn, archaic, or incomprehensible. Yet across a series of dreams, tendencies may emerge. A neglected attitude returns. An inflated position is challenged. A conflict appears in changing forms. What seemed accidental begins to reveal continuity. Jung's attention shifts from the isolated dream toward the movement of the psyche across time, as though each image were one moment within a conversation whose full argument cannot be heard at once. The patient gradually enters that conversation. Analysis cannot remain something performed upon him by an expert who alone possesses the meaning of his experience. If interpretation merely replaces the authority of family, religion, or society with the authority of the analyst, dependence has changed its costume but not its structure. The individual must become capable of confronting psychic material himself. He learns to observe without immediately obeying, to question without dismissing, to give form to experiences that previously appeared only as symptoms or moods. Here the images produced through fantasy acquire their deeper significance. They make inner events available to conscious participation. The person who paints or draws an image from the unconscious does not prove anything about the external universe. He does something psychologically more immediate. He establishes a relation with material that had acted without recognition. The image becomes a meeting place between what the conscious personality knows and what it does not yet understand. This can be unsettling because the result may resist every familiar category. Yet the resistance is part of its value. The same tension appears in the symbolic traditions that surround human life. Modern reason can examine myths and religions historically, compare them, criticize their claims, and expose the conditions under which they developed. What it cannot so easily explain away is the persistence of the psychological needs expressed through them. When inherited symbols lose credibility, the energies once organized by those symbols do not simply vanish. They seek other forms. The individual may experience their return as anxiety, fascination, ideological certainty, private mythology, or an obscure hunger for meaning that ordinary success cannot satisfy. This is where the clinical argument quietly becomes a diagnosis of modern culture. The modern person has gained unprecedented freedom from inherited authorities, but freedom also removes structures that once told him where suffering belonged and what a life was for. He may reject old answers for excellent reasons and still remain haunted by the questions. Jung does not ask him to reverse history. He asks psychology to recognize what history has exposed. Once collective forms weaken, the individual carries a greater burden of psychological interpretation. He must confront inwardly what earlier cultures could project into a shared symbolic world. That burden explains why the search for a soul cannot be satisfied by comfort. Jung's psychology is not offering reassurance that every inner conflict contains a pleasant hidden message. The unconscious includes what consciousness has rejected, and an encounter with it can threaten cherished identities. Development may require the loss of convictions that once provided stability. It may reveal that virtues have shadows, that success has costs, and that the personality presented to the world represents only a portion of the person who has been living behind it. Greater wholeness can secretly begin as a humiliation of old certainty. The architecture of personality. The second movement of Jung's inquiry begins with a problem that seems almost embarrassingly simple. People are different. They do not merely hold different opinions or acquire different habits. They appear to meet reality through different psychic arrangements, as if attention itself were distributed according to an inner preference that precedes deliberate choice. One person moves toward the object, another withdraws before acting. One trusts reflection, another responds through value, sensation, or an intuition that arrives before reasons can be supplied. The differences are familiar enough to be overlooked. For Jung, that familiarity is precisely what makes them dangerous. Psychology enters this territory with an unusual disadvantage. The physicist can place an object at a distance and measure it. The psychologist studies a psyche by means of a psyche. Observer and observed belong to the same uncertain medium, and the instrument of investigation carries its own preferences into every judgment. A theory of character can therefore become a portrait of the theorist without anyone noticing. Jung treats this limitation not as an excuse for abandoning classification, but as a warning against premature certainty. Before human beings can be arranged into types, psychology has to confront the fact that its categories are themselves products of particular minds. Clinical experience makes the problem harder. Symptoms can be described, complexes can be recognized, and recurring patterns can be compared, yet similar conflicts do not produce identical lives. A complex is not merely an error lodged inside an otherwise orderly personality. It marks a place where adaptation has failed, where incompatible demands have collided and left part of the psyche with a degree of independence. Such a wound can become a source of weakness, but it can also indicate the exact point where development has been postponed. The symptom reveals a conflict. It does not explain why this person answers that conflict in this particular way. That question pushes Jung from pathology toward character. Even within the same family, under similar pressures, one child may develop hysteria, another compulsive symptoms, another a different disturbance, while another appears relatively untouched. The shared environment cannot account for the variation. Something in the individual's habitual mode of response participates in the outcome. Jung begins to suspect that beneath the immense diversity of personalities there are recurring orientations, not rigid boxes, but characteristic ways in which psychic energy moves and consciousness establishes its relation to the world. A commonplace decision can expose the pattern. Several people meet the same obstacle. One acts immediately because action feels more natural than hesitation. Another pauses, not from cowardice, but because reflection precedes movement. A third may avoid the obstacle, while a fourth attacks it simply because resistance itself provokes him. From the outside, these reactions invite moral judgments. Courage, weakness, prudence, stubbornness. Jung looks beneath those labels. What appears to be a choice may partly express an enduring disposition, a preferred route through which the personality meets uncertainty. This is where introversion and extroversion begin to emerge, not as social stereotypes, but as opposing directions of psychic orientation. The extrovert attitude gives greater weight to the object, to circumstances, people, events, and demands arriving from outside. The introverted attitude places greater weight on the subjective factor through which those events are received. Neither attitude is complete. Neither belongs exclusively to the conscious personality. When consciousness leans strongly in one direction, unconscious activity tends to gather around what has been neglected, producing compensations that complicate any simple label. Two people can both be introverted and remain radically unlike each other. Two extroverts may approach the world through entirely different forms of judgment and perception. The first pair of categories reveals direction, but not the function that carries the person along that direction. A deeper map is needed. Thinking seeks connection through concepts and reasons. Feeling evaluates, granting value through acceptance or rejection. Sensation registers what is present. Intuition perceives possibilities, relations, and developments that are not given directly to the senses. These functions do not operate as equal partners. A personality tends to rely on one more confidently, developing it until it becomes a habitual instrument of adaptation. The neglected functions remain less differentiated, less reliable, and more closely connected to unconscious life. Strength therefore produces a shadow of its own. The person celebrated for rational judgment may become strangely helpless where feeling is required. The person guided by finely developed values may encounter thoughts that arrive in crude and disturbing forms. What consciousness perfects in one direction can leave another region primitive. The theory matters only if it preserves this tension. Jung refuses to turn people into specimens. A type is a compass, not a prison. It can show why intelligent people meet those facts and construct incompatible realities, yet every preferred attitude carries a price. Character gives consistency by selecting one route through experience. In doing so, it leaves other possibilities behind, waiting for the new moment when life begins to demand them. The compass of consciousness. Once Jung distinguishes introversion from extroversion, the apparent simplicity of personality begins to dissolve. The two attitudes describe a fundamental direction, but direction alone cannot explain the enormous variety encountered within each group. An introverted person may organize life through careful reasoning, personal valuation, immediate sensory impressions, or an almost instinctive awareness of possibilities. The same is true of the extrovert. The question therefore shifts. It is no longer merely where psychic attention tends to move, but what instrument consciousness habitually uses to understand what it finds there. Thinking and feeling form one pair. Both evaluate experience, although they do so according to different principles. Thinking seeks conceptual connection. It asks what something is, how it relates to other things, and what conclusion can reasonably follow. Feeling assigns value. It establishes whether something is acceptable or unacceptable, desirable or undesirable, significant or negligible. Jung is careful here because ordinary language encourages confusion. Feeling does not simply mean emotion. It can operate with consistency and discrimination, just as thought can become distorted by unconscious motives while still appearing rational. Sensation and intuition form another pair, but their task is different. They do not primarily judge. They perceive. Sensation registers what is present through the senses and gives consciousness access to the actuality of things. Intuition reaches toward possibilities, connections, origins, and developments that are not immediately visible. The intuitive person may sense where a situation is going before being able to demonstrate why. The sensation-oriented person may perceive details that the intuitive personality passes over while pursuing what might emerge from them. Each receives a different world because each selects different information from the same field. This creates an unsettling consequence. Two people can occupy the same room, witness the same event, and leave with psychologically different realities. One remembers what happened. Another remembers what it meant. One notices the facts that were physically present. Another notices possibilities that never became explicit. One judges according to logical consistency. Another immediately registers a disturbance in value. Their disagreement may appear to concern the object, while much of the conflict actually arises from the different psychic functions through which the object became available to consciousness. Jung's typology therefore begins to expose a hidden source of human misunderstanding. People tend to experience their own dominant function not as a preference, but as reality itself. The thinker can regard feeling judgments as vague or irrational. The feeling type can experience detached analysis as strangely blind to what matters. Sensation may distrust intuition because it appears to abandon evidence, while intuition may experience sensation as trapped inside what already exists. Each position contains a genuine capacity. Each becomes deceptive when it mistakes its particular form of perception or judgment for the natural structure of the world. The danger increases because the dominant function develops unevenly. A person repeatedly uses what works. Success reinforces the preferred mode, social life rewards it, and identity gradually gathers around it. The neglected function does not disappear. It remains comparatively undifferentiated and therefore more vulnerable to unconscious influence. A brilliant thinker may become surprisingly childish when confronted by personal values. Someone with refined feeling may produce crude or rigid arguments when forced into unfamiliar intellectual territory. The weakness is not accidental. It is connected to the strength that has occupied the opposite side of the personality. This is where typology stops being a catalog and becomes a theory of conflict. Every developed consciousness has paid for its clarity by leaving something less developed behind. The personality becomes effective through specialization, but specialization creates imbalance. What is excluded gathers in the background, often appearing in forms the conscious personality finds embarrassing or incomprehensible. The person who identifies completely with competence may be overtaken by precisely the function in which competence is weakest. The resulting behavior feels alien because it does not belong to the carefully cultivated image through which the individual normally recognizes himself. The unconscious thus complicates every type. Jung never suggests that an introvert contains only introversion, or that an extrovert is psychologically empty of the opposite attitude. Consciousness may move outward while unconscious activity assumes a more subjective and resistant character. Consciousness may withdraw toward its own standpoint while the unconscious becomes unusually sensitive to objects and external influence. The opposite orientation survives below the preferred one. Personality is not a pure category. It is a tension between what has been developed enough to become intentional and what continues to act without the same degree of control. This tension explains why a type cannot become a verdict. Classification is useful only while it remains subordinate to the person it describes. Jung knows how seductive the reverse can be. Once a category receives a name, observers begin seeing the category instead of the individual. Typology then reproduces the very blindness it was designed to correct. Its real value lies in comparison. It gives psychology a provisional language for differences that otherwise become moral accusations. What appears as obstinacy, coldness, indecision, superficiality, or irrationality may reveal a mode of adaptation whose logic becomes visible only from within its own orientation. Yet this discovery prepares a larger problem. If consciousness develops by favoring certain functions and attitudes, then psychological growth cannot consist merely in becoming better at what already comes naturally. The strongest function may build the life, but it cannot necessarily complete it. Eventually, the neglected side begins to make demands of its own. What once looked like weakness may contain an undeveloped possibility, and what once looked like strength may become a defense against change. The architecture of personality has now revealed its hidden cost. Every conscious identity is built beside rooms it has not yet learned to enter. The unfinished self. If personality is built through preference, then development cannot simply mean becoming more efficient at what already feels natural. This is the quiet revolution hidden inside Jung's theory of types. The dominant attitude allows consciousness to survive, adapt, and construct a coherent identity, but identity is purchased through selection. Every strength leaves another capacity, waiting in partial darkness. The more completely a person identifies with one way of meeting the world, the more unfamiliar the neglected regions of the psyche begin to feel. Growth therefore starts to resemble recovery rather than acquisition. This explains why Jung becomes increasingly skeptical of the popular fascination with labels. Human beings love classifications because they promise certainty. Once someone is called an introvert, an extrovert, a thinker, or an intuitive, the unpredictable movement of personality seems to collapse into a recognizable pattern. Yet the label often becomes another mask. It describes the route consciousness usually travels while concealing the immense territory that consciousness has never learned to cross. The map is useful only if it reminds us that every mapped region is surrounded by unexplored ground. The neglected functions do not remain passive. They gather around the unconscious with remarkable persistence, influencing decisions through moods, attractions, irrational dislikes, projections, and sudden emotional reactions that appear completely disproportionate to the visible situation. A person may sincerely believe he is making an objective decision while quietly protecting the superiority of his dominant function. Another may reject an opportunity, not because it lacks value, but because it demands precisely the psychological capacity he has spent years avoiding. The unconscious often appears less as mystery than as repetition. Jung's clinical observations reveal how early this architecture begins to form. Children raised within the same household do not simply absorb identical influences. One becomes unusually sensitive to emotional tension, another seeks order through thought, another withdraws into imagination, while another attaches itself to immediate experience. The environment matters, but it encounters dispositions that are already responding in different ways. Neurosis, therefore, cannot be reduced to biography alone. The same conflict enters different personalities and produces remarkably different psychological destinies. This realization transforms the meaning of responsibility. Modern psychology often swings between two temptations. Either the individual is blamed for every weakness, or his history is treated as an irresistible explanation for everything he becomes. Jung occupies a more demanding position. Character is neither freely invented nor mechanically determined. It is inherited as a tendency, shaped through experience, and continually reorganized through conscious participation. The personality is always becoming something in dialogue with what it already is. Freedom exists, but it operates inside a structure rather than outside one. The tension becomes especially visible whenever life forces someone beyond the limits of his preferred function. A thinking type may enter a relationship that cannot be solved by analysis. A feeling type may confront institutional responsibilities requiring detached judgment. An intuitive entrepreneur may suddenly need patience for practical execution, while a sensation-oriented craftsman may discover that survival now depends upon imagining futures that have never existed. These moments often feel like crises because consciousness is being asked to operate through instruments it has barely developed. Jung finds something strangely hopeful in this discomfort. Psychological conflict frequently announces the arrival of an undeveloped possibility. What first appears as failure may actually expose the narrowness of an identity that had become too successful. The individual who can no longer rely exclusively on his strongest function is not necessarily collapsing. He may be approaching a wider organization of personality. The neglected capacities begin demanding citizenship within consciousness, and the resulting instability is the price of expansion rather than its opposite. This movement also changes how one understands talent. Society rewards specialization because specialization produces visible excellence. The brilliant analyst, charismatic leader, gifted artist, disciplined organizer, or visionary inventor becomes identified with a single outstanding faculty. Jung quietly asks what happens outside the spotlight. Every celebrated ability casts an invisible shadow composed of functions that have received far less attention. The stronger the conscious achievement becomes, the easier it is to mistake imbalance for completeness. Public success can therefore conceal remarkable psychological fragility. The most fascinating implication is that misunderstanding between people is often less intellectual than structural. Two intelligent individuals may argue endlessly without ever confronting the real source of disagreement, because each is interpreting reality through a different hierarchy of functions. One believes the other lacks reason, while the other experiences a failure of value. One insists upon evidence, another upon possibility. Their conflict persists because each mistakes orientation for truth. The debate is occurring several layers below the opinions being exchanged. Here the theory of types begins to exceed psychology and enters culture itself. Institutions, professions, and even civilizations cultivate preferred functions. Bureaucracies reward thought and procedure. Markets often privilege action and adaptation. Artistic communities may elevate intuition or feeling. None of these preferences is inherently superior, but each gradually teaches its members which forms of consciousness deserve legitimacy. Entire cultures can become psychologically one-sided, celebrating certain capacities while quietly humiliating others. The architecture of personality becomes the architecture of society. Jung leaves this section with an unsettling conclusion. The question is no longer which type someone belongs to. The real question is what remains outside the type. Personality achieves coherence by narrowing consciousness, yet life repeatedly introduces situations that cannot be solved from within that narrowing alone. The strongest identity eventually encounters experiences that ask for another language, another function, another way of seeing. What appears as psychological disruption may already be the beginning of a larger design struggling to emerge. The divided arc of life. The theory of types begins with difference, but it cannot end there. Once Jung turns from the structure of personality to the course of a human life, every classification becomes temporary. A type describes a habitual arrangement of consciousness, yet consciousness itself changes as the individual moves through time. What serves one period can obstruct another, as the psyche reorganizes itself under demands of each time. For Jung, consciousness emerges through separation. Childhood begins close to instinct, nature, and the psychic atmosphere of the parents. The young child does not yet possess the stable inner boundaries that later make individual identity seem obvious. Memories are scattered, continuity is incomplete, and the ego forms gradually as experiences become connected around a recognizable center. To become conscious is therefore to distinguish. The child learns that this person is not that person, that desire meets resistance, and that the world does not simply continue the movement of the self. This awakening creates the possibility of problems. Where there is no conscious division, there can be conflict, but not yet the same experience of being divided against oneself. A problem appears when opposing tendencies become visible, and neither can simply eliminate the other. Doubt enters where instinct once moved without reflection. Jung sees something costly in this development. Consciousness enlarges human freedom, yet it also removes the individual from the certainty of nature. The capacity to choose is inseparable from the possibility of choosing badly. Youth intensifies this separation. The young person must leave the protected psychic world of childhood and meet demands that do not adjust themselves to private wishes. Work, sexuality, partnership, status, responsibility, and independence pull consciousness outward. The central task is expansion. A viable adult identity must be built through contact with reality, and this usually requires the sacrifice of fantasies that cannot survive the encounter. The person who refuses this movement may cling to childhood expectations and experience ordinary demands as inexplicable persecution. The image of the widening horizon captures this period. Consciousness expands by taking possession of a larger world. The individual discovers abilities, chooses commitments, accepts limitations, and converts possibility into a particular life. This is necessary, but every achievement also closes alternatives. A profession excludes other professions. A partnership transforms other possible attachments into roads not taken. Social identity grows more solid as unrealized versions of the self recede. The very process that creates adult stability therefore produces a hidden accumulation of unlived possibilities. At first, this cost is easy to ignore because the movement of youth is supported by the future. Achievement, usefulness, recognition, family, and material security provide convincing goals. The person can organize effort around what has not yet been obtained. But Jung observes that this logic cannot govern an entire life. Eventually, the horizon stops expanding in the same way. What once promised arrival becomes familiar. The individual may possess the things that were supposed to resolve uncertainty and discover that possession has not answered the deeper question. The approach to middle life exposes this contradiction. Jung describes a period when convictions begin to harden at the same moment that their psychological authority starts to weaken. Traits that were previously suppressed can emerge. Former ideals may lose energy. A person can become more rigid precisely because something within no longer believes completely in the old arrangement. The conscious personality responds by defending what it has built, while the neglected side of life begins pressing from below. This reversal is not simply decline. Jung compares the course of life to the movement of the sun. Morning rises toward increasing height, widening its field and pouring its energy into the world. Yet after the highest point, the same sun follows another trajectory. Its movement remains lawful, but its direction has changed. The tragedy begins when the afternoon attempts to live according to the program of morning. Values built for expansion become inadequate when psychic development begins to require contraction, reflection, and a different relation to what has been left behind. The functions and attitudes neglected during the first half of life have not vanished. They remain as unrealized capacities and can return with surprising force. The practical man may become drawn toward questions he once dismissed. The person whose identity depended on emotional restraint may encounter an unfamiliar need for feeling. Qualities assigned to the opposite sex, rejected as weakness, or projected onto partners can begin appearing within the personality itself. What looks like inconsistency may be the psyche correcting decades of one-sided development. The crisis of middle life, therefore, cannot be solved by simply intensifying the values of youth. More achievement, more status, more expansion, and more external proof may deepen the conflict if the psychic direction has already changed. The individual stands before a task for which society offers fewer rituals and fewer instructions. Childhood prepares for adulthood. Education prepares for work. Social life prepares for partnership and productivity. But modern culture has far less to say about the inner demands of life's afternoon. The afternoon of consciousness. The crisis of the second half of life becomes more severe because modern culture has few convincing images for it. Youth is surrounded by instructions. A person is expected to learn, work, compete, choose a partner, establish a household, gain independence, and create some durable position in the world. Even rebellion usually takes place against this recognizable structure. But once those tasks have been completed, or once their limits become visible, the cultural map grows strangely thin. The individual is still alive, sometimes for decades, yet the logic that organized the first half can no longer explain what those remaining years are for. Jung sees the danger in attempting to extend the morning indefinitely. The qualities that produce success become sacred. Convictions harden. Habits acquire moral authority merely because they once worked. A person may defend an old identity with increasing intensity precisely when the psyche is withdrawing energy from it. What looks like firmness can conceal fear. The successful adult becomes tempted to repeat victories rather than undergo another transformation, because transformation now threatens the very structure that earlier development worked so hard to create. The result can appear in surprisingly ordinary forms. Jung notices people approaching middle age whose personalities begin changing without an obvious external cause. Forgotten tendencies return. Characteristics that once seemed settled become unstable. A person known for restraint becomes impulsive. Another who lived through emotion develops an unexpected severity. Old certainties lose their warmth and are defended with greater aggression. The conscious personality experiences these changes as betrayal because it assumes that psychological maturity should mean increasing consistency. Jung sees another possibility. The neglected half of the personality is demanding recognition. The process can even resemble a reversal of familiar masculine and feminine traits. Jung observes men whose earlier lives were built around hardness, ambition, and external achievement becoming more dependent upon feeling, while women who had organized themselves around relational or traditionally feminine roles may develop a new decisiveness and independence. His language belongs unmistakably to the cultural assumptions of his period, yet the underlying observation reaches further. A personality built through decades of selection eventually encounters the qualities it assigned to someone else. What was projected outward begins returning inward. Marriage can become one of the places where this reversal is most disruptive. Partners may have unconsciously carried qualities for one another that neither had developed personally. The relationship works partly because each person appears to embody what the other lacks. When those neglected capacities begin emerging from within, the old arrangement changes. The partner who once seemed necessary as the bearer of a missing quality can suddenly feel irritating, restrictive, or strangely unfamiliar. The crisis seems interpersonal, yet part of its force comes from a psychological redistribution taking place inside both individuals. Jung's argument becomes more radical here. The task of later life is not simply to preserve what the first half achieved. Preservation alone turns development into defense. The movement must change direction. The energy once invested primarily in conquering external reality begins to encounter the inner world from which consciousness had separated itself. This does not mean abandoning work, family, or social responsibility. It means that those achievements can no longer provide the entire measure of psychological value. The individual has to discover another relation to life, one not organized solely around expansion. The image of the sun now becomes decisive. During the morning, the sun climbs toward its highest point and illuminates an ever-widening field. Its purpose seems inseparable from ascent. At noon, however, the direction reverses. Nothing catastrophic has happened to the sun. The same movement that produced the ascent now requires descent. Human consciousness resists this analogy because it tends to interpret every downward movement as failure. Yet Jung insists that the afternoon has its own necessity. A life that refuses to descend cannot complete its arc. Death therefore enters the psychological argument, not as an accidental event waiting at the end, but as a fact capable of reorganizing the meaning of the years that precede it. Modern people may treat death as a medical interruption, an unfortunate termination of processes whose natural purpose would otherwise be indefinite continuation. Jung finds this attitude psychologically impoverished. If birth and growth belong to the structure of life, decline and death cannot simply be expelled from that structure without leaving the second half without orientation. The end must somehow belong to the form. This does not require certainty about what follows death. Jung carefully separates psychological necessity from metaphysical proof. The psyche produces images of continuation, transformation, ancestors, immortality, and life beyond visible existence. But psychology cannot establish what exists outside psychic experience. Still, those images cannot be dismissed as meaningless simply because their object cannot be scientifically demonstrated. Human beings have lived with them across cultures, and their persistence suggests that they answer something structurally important in the way consciousness confronts its own limit. A person approaching death while imagining it only as annihilation may find the final decades organized around resistance to an event that cannot be defeated. Jung compares this with a young person shrinking from life. Both positions oppose the direction of the life process. Youth must move toward the unknown world despite danger. Age must move toward another unknown despite the instinct to cling to what has already been achieved. In both cases, psychological rigidity appears when consciousness attempts to remain where life itself is no longer remaining. The analogy reveals why Jung considers a directed life psychologically richer than one organized by retreat. Purpose changes the experience of time. When the future contains meaning, movement toward it can be tolerated even when its contents remain unknown. The second half of life therefore requires some image capable of drawing consciousness forward, rather than merely allowing it to watch possessions, roles, and physical powers disappear. Without such an image, aging easily becomes a catalog of subtraction. With one, loss can enter a larger pattern of transformation. This is where primordial images return with unexpected force. Religious traditions, myths, and symbolic narratives preserve forms through which generations have imagined death not merely as cessation, but as passage. Jung does not demand literal belief in any particular doctrine. His concern is psychological. The psyche appears to possess symbolic resources for approaching what rational knowledge cannot settle. To discard those resources because they cannot be converted into scientific proof may leave consciousness technically sophisticated and symbolically defenseless. The second half of life therefore exposes the deepest consequence of the architecture described earlier. Consciousness develops by differentiation, selection, and exclusion. Youth requires this narrowing because no life can be lived without commitment. But later development confronts the cost. The unlived possibilities, neglected functions, abandoned images, and rejected attitudes return because the personality can no longer move forward through specialization alone. What was once outside the conscious identity now belongs to the unfinished work of becoming whole. The culture that forgot the afternoon. The crisis of later life does not remain private for long. Once Jung places the individual life within a larger human pattern, the values of a civilization begin to appear inside the consulting room. Modern society is extraordinarily prepared for the first half of existence. It celebrates education, independence, productivity, competition, acquisition, and expansion. Its institutions train the young to enter the world and reward those who establish themselves successfully within it. Yet the same culture becomes uncertain when the direction of development changes. It knows how to prepare a person for achievement, but it offers far fewer forms through which achievement can be relinquished, relativized, or transformed. This imbalance has symbolic consequences. A civilization organized around ascent naturally treats descent as defeat. Youth becomes an ideal rather than a phase. Growth is imagined as indefinite increase. Aging appears mainly as deterioration, while death is pushed toward hospitals, statistics, and private grief. Jung finds something psychologically revealing in this arrangement. The afternoon of life is forced to speak the language of mourning, even when its tasks are fundamentally different. The older person is encouraged to remain young rather than discover what age itself might require. The result is not liberation from mortality, but a culture increasingly unable to give mortality a meaningful place. The ancient and religious worlds approached this problem differently. Their images of death, rebirth, judgment, ancestors, transformation, and continued existence supplied symbolic forms for an event that no living person can verify in advance. Jung does not present these traditions as scientific evidence. Their importance lies in the psychological function they performed. They gave imagination a road extending beyond the visible boundary of life. The individual could move toward death within a story larger than personal extinction. Whether such stories describe another reality remains beyond psychology, but their capacity to orient consciousness is an observable fact. Modern reason has weakened many of these inherited structures. This is partly an achievement. Critical consciousness can no longer accept every traditional claim merely because generations repeated it. Yet the disappearance of belief does not abolish the psychic problem belief once helped to contain. A person may reject the old images intellectually while continuing to experience the fear, longing, uncertainty, and need for orientation that produced them. The symbolic demand survives the collapse of the symbol. Jung's concern is that modern culture often mistakes the destruction of an answer for the disappearance of the question. The consequences become visible in the way people imagine the life course itself. If value belongs primarily to productivity, novelty, sexual vitality, economic power, and outward accomplishment, then aging inevitably resembles exclusion from the realm of significance. The person loses not only physical capacities but the cultural language through which those losses could acquire another meaning. He is invited to preserve the appearance of mourning for as long as possible. Beneath that effort lies a profound refusal to recognize that the movement of life has changed direction. Jung's solar image offers a different cultural imagination. The descending sun is not a defective rising sun. Afternoon is not morning in decline. Each belongs to the same arc and receives its meaning from the whole movement. What appears as loss from the standpoint of ascent can become necessary when viewed from the standpoint of completion. The metaphor doesn't romanticize suffering or make aging painless. It changes the frame within which decline is interpreted. A culture capable of recognizing the afternoon would not measure every stage by the values that properly belong to youth. A society that officially distrusts symbolic thinking may become fascinated by substitute myths without recognizing them as such. Public figures become vessels for hopes and fears larger than their actual personalities. Political movements acquire the emotional force of salvation narratives. Success becomes proof of worth. Failure becomes contamination. The language changes, but the psyche continues to organize experience through images of ascent, fall, sacrifice, enemy, renewal, and transcendence. What consciousness refuses to recognize symbolically can still govern it unconsciously. Jung's argument is especially striking because he does not solve this problem by demanding a return to the past. A modern person cannot simply recover an earlier consciousness through imitation. Once doubt has entered, inherited certainty cannot be manufactured by decision. The task is harder. Consciousness must discover a living relation to symbolic experience without surrendering the critical awareness that made old certainties impossible. This tension defines modern psychological maturity. Neither naive belief nor sterile dismissal is sufficient. The second half of life becomes the testing ground for that maturity. As external possibilities narrow, the inner world can no longer remain merely decorative. Dreams, memories, neglected traits, old projections, and questions of mortality begin to reorganize the field of attention. The individual may resist them because they seem to threaten the identity built through decades of effort. Yet their return carries a cultural significance as well as a personal one. They expose what cultures of growth may neglect. The life that turns inward. By the end of this movement, Jung has transformed what initially looked like two separate questions into a single psychological problem. A theory of types begins by asking why people perceive and judge the same world so differently. A theory of life stages asks why the same person cannot remain psychologically identical across an entire lifetime. Together they reveal something more unsettling. Consciousness survives through selection. It develops certain functions, favors certain attitudes, builds an identity around particular values, and moves through life by leaving countless alternatives unrealized. Development creates form, but every form has a boundary. During youth, that boundary is necessary. The individual must become something rather than remain everything in possibility. He must separate from childhood, enter reality, choose commitments, tolerate frustration, and establish a position from which deliberate life becomes possible. Introversion or extroversion provides a characteristic direction. Thinking, feeling, sensation, or intuition becomes a favored instrument. Repeated use strengthens the preferred arrangement until it begins to feel less like a psychological orientation than like the natural shape of reality itself. Success deepens the identification. The person discovers that certain qualities produce recognition, security, influence, intimacy, or mastery, and those qualities gradually become the visible architecture of character. Society reinforces the arrangement because society needs recognizable people. The reliable organizer, imaginative creator, rational professional, sensitive mediator, practical realist, and visionary all acquire places partly through specialization. Yet the same process quietly establishes a psychological debt. Everything excluded from conscious development remains part of the personality without sharing equally in its authority. This is why the crisis of maturity can feel so irrational. The individual may have achieved precisely what he once wanted and still experience dissatisfaction that cannot be explained by failure. His problem is no longer that the conscious personality is too weak to meet the world. It may be that this personality has become too successful. The structure that once enabled development now resists it because further growth would require contact with precisely those qualities that the established identity learned to neglect, distrust, or project onto others. The theory of types suddenly acquires a temporal dimension. The inferior function is not merely an awkward weakness that should be corrected for greater efficiency. It can become one of the places through which the unlived side of personality announces itself. The thinker encounters feeling not as an optional skill, but as a psychological demand. The sensation type is disturbed by possibilities that cannot be reduced to present facts. The intuitive person is forced toward concrete reality. The preferred attitude meets its opposite, and what once seemed foreign begins to reveal an intimate claim. Jung does not imagine this integration as a smooth balancing exercise. The neglected function has remained closer to unconscious life, and therefore tends to appear in primitive, emotional, or exaggerated forms. A person cannot simply decide to become equally developed in every direction. Attempts at artificial completeness may produce only imitation. The deeper task is to recognize the one-sidedness of consciousness and establish a relationship with what has been excluded without destroying the achievements that made conscious life possible. The same structure appears in the movement from morning to afternoon. Youth develops through expansion into the external world. Maturity eventually confronts the limits of that expansion. The individual discovers that another promotion, another conquest, another possession, or another repetition of youthful possibility cannot answer a problem whose direction has changed. The psyche begins with drawing value from familiar goals. What consciousness experiences as loss may therefore contain a transition. Energy is no longer flowing exclusively toward the construction of a public life. This change becomes frightening because it anticipates the ultimate limit around which the second half of life is organized. Death can no longer remain a distant abstraction. Jung refuses to treat this fact merely as biological decline. Psychologically, the knowledge of an ending changes the shape of the remaining time. A life imagined as endless invites indefinite postponement. A life understood as an arc forces consciousness to confront direction. The approaching boundary asks whether existence is moving towards something or merely attempting to preserve what has already been built. Here Jung reaches one of his most provocative reversals. Fear of death in later life can resemble fear of life in youth. The young person who refuses the unknown remains attached to childhood. The aging person who refuses the unknown may remain attached to the values of maturity. Both resist a movement whose destination cannot be guaranteed in advance. The content differs, but the psychological gesture is similar. Consciousness clings to the known because the next stage requires surrendering an identity that once provided security. Religious and mythological images enter this argument not as proofs, but as psychological facts. Across cultures, human beings have imagined death through journeys, transformations, judgments, rebirths, ancestors, heavens, underworlds, and forms of continuation. Jung cannot establish whether these images correspond to realities beyond experience. He does not need to. Their recurrence demonstrates that the psyche has repeatedly attempted to give form to the unknown boundary toward which life moves. Symbolic imagination creates a future where knowledge reaches its limit. Modern consciousness inherits an uncomfortable freedom here. It can no longer rely automatically on collective beliefs, yet it cannot abolish the psychological need those beliefs once addressed. The individual is left between inherited images that may no longer command conviction and a rational worldview that can describe death without necessarily making it psychologically livable. The problem of aging, therefore, becomes inseparable from the larger problem of meaning. What can orient a person when expansion is no longer sufficient and certainty is unavailable? Jung's answer remains deliberately unfinished. Psychology cannot manufacture faith, prescribe a universal philosophy, or prove what lies beyond death. It can observe whether a person's attitude moves with or against the direction of life. It can notice when yesterday's virtues have become today's defenses. It can reveal the hidden price of one-sided development and recover possibilities buried beneath a successful identity. Most importantly, it can refuse the assumption that the afternoon should imitate the morning. The architecture of personality is therefore never a completed building. It is a structure altered by time. The rooms that consciousness occupied first do not exhaust the house, and the doors ignored in youth may become unavoidable later. What begins as a classification of psychological differences ends as a confrontation with transformation itself. A person becomes conscious by choosing a direction. He becomes more whole by discovering what that choice left behind. Beyond Freud, the ancient psyche. The third movement begins with a disagreement that reaches far beyond two famous names. Freud and Jung had looked into the same obscure territory and returned with different maps. For Freud, the decisive forces of psychic life were bound to sexuality, repression, childhood, and the hidden continuity between civilized behavior and instinct. Jung had learned from that discovery, yet he could no longer accept that one principle could explain the entire range of human experience. The break between them becomes a problem of vision itself. What does a theory reveal, and what does it quietly teach its creator not to see? Jung begins from an uncomfortable premise. No psychology is produced from nowhere. Every investigator brings a temperament, a history, a set of assumptions, and a characteristic way of organizing experience. The observer does not stand outside the psyche, as if examining an object beneath glass. He looks through the same human medium he is attempting to understand. A theory can therefore contain genuine discoveries, while also bearing the imprint of the person who created it. This does not make truth impossible. It makes psychological truth inseparable from the position from which it is approached. Freud becomes the crucial example because Jung refuses simply to dismiss him. He regards Freud's account of sexuality, repression, infantile desire, dreams, and fantasy as powerful precisely within the territory it illuminates. The problem appears when a partial truth claims the whole field. Human beings certainly possess sexual drives, hidden wishes, resentments, and primitive impulses. But Jung sees no reason to assume that every movement of the psyche must ultimately be translated back into them. A key can open an important door without opening every door in the house. Behind this disagreement lies a deeper contrast in their images of human nature. Freud's psychology appears to Jung as profoundly suspicious of civilization. Beneath refinement, morality, religion, and culture, it repeatedly discovers instinct wearing a disguise. Jung accepts the necessity of suspicion, but he becomes equally suspicious of suspicion itself. If every ideal is explained by what lies beneath it, explanation can turn into reduction. The origin of something is mistaken for its meaning. A spiritual longing may have instinctual roots, but roots do not tell us everything about the form that eventually grows from them. The disagreement becomes sharpest around psychic energy. Jung cannot accept that libido must remain essentially sexual in meaning. He sees the psyche as containing forces that can assume different forms and directions, just as energy elsewhere can appear through different manifestations without being identical to any single one. Sexuality is indispensable, but it belongs within a broader economy of psychic opposites. Hunger, power, fear, creativity, attachment, religious striving, and the need for meaning can collide, combine, and transform one another. Human motivation becomes a field rather than a single concealed mechanism. This wider view also changes the meaning of conflict. If psychic life depends upon opposing tendencies, then contradiction is not merely evidence that something has gone wrong. Tension may be one of the conditions through which energy becomes available at all. Desire encounters prohibition. Instinct meets spirit. Adaptation confronts individuality. Conscious intention meets an unconscious counterposition. The personality moves because it is divided. Jung's task is therefore not to identify one side as authentic and expose the other as disguise, but to understand what emerges from their relation. Religion becomes an unexpected testing ground. Freud's suspicion interprets religious forms through the needs and conflicts from which they may arise. Jung does not deny those origins, but he notices that religious images have organized human life across enormous stretches of history. They appear in different cultures, attach themselves to moral systems, structure initiation, suffering, death, and renewal, and continue to return even when conscious belief weakens. To call them illusions may answer one question, while leaving another untouched. Why does the psyche produce such forms with such persistence? Their metaphysical truth remains outside what psychology can establish, but their effects belong squarely within experience. An image of God, spirit, demon, rebirth, or sacred order can alter behavior as powerfully as a visible circumstance. The psyche does not wait for philosophical permission before responding to symbols. This is where Jung's distance from Freud becomes more than a dispute over religion. It reveals two different attitudes toward whatever exceeds the rational intentions of the conscious personality. Then the argument turns outward toward a figure modern consciousness imagines as its opposite. Jung calls him archaic man. Civilized man seems shaped by science and causal reasoning. Primitive consciousness appears surrounded by spirits, omens, magic, and invisible agencies. Yet the hierarchy quickly becomes unstable. The primitive is not simply an earlier human being left behind by progress. Archaic processes remain active within modern psychic life, beneath different explanations and old assumptions. The encounter, therefore, becomes another test of perspective. Just as Freud and Jung can look at the same psyche and discover different truths, two cultures can inhabit the same world and organize causality in radically different ways. The stranger is about to become a mirror. The hidden logic of another world. The disagreement between Freud and Jung becomes more revealing when Jung asks what either man can legitimately claim to know. Psychological theories are never produced by a consciousness without history. The investigator brings his temperament into the investigation, and even the most disciplined observation is filtered through assumptions that may remain invisible to the observer himself. For Jung, this does not destroy the possibility of knowledge. It demands modesty. A psychological system may be true within the range illuminated by its creator and still become false when that truth is stretched into a universal law. This is the point at which Freud becomes both indispensable and insufficient. Jung accepts the reality of sexuality and its capacity to shape neurosis, fantasy, childhood attachment, and adult conflict. What he resists is the conversion of sexuality into a master explanation. When every psychic movement is returned to one source, difference begins to disappear. Religion, creativity, ambition, fear, attachment, and the search for meaning are interpreted as disguises rather than forces with their own psychological weight. Reduction gains consistency, but the psyche loses dimensions. Jung proposes another picture. Psychic energy can move through different channels and assume different forms without being identical to any one of them. Sexuality belongs to this field, but so do hunger, power, spiritual longing, and the tensions generated whenever incompatible tendencies confront one another. The psyche lives through opposites. Its movement does not arise from a single impulse pushing endlessly forward, but from differences of intensity that create pressure, conflict, and transformation. What matters is not merely the existence of a drive, but the relation between forces competing for expression. This difference changes the interpretation of neurosis. A symptom may contain sexual material without being exhausted by it. It may also register a collision between the life a person is living and another tendency that has been denied a place within consciousness. The conflict can reach backward into childhood while simultaneously pointing toward a development that has not yet occurred. Jung refuses to choose automatically between origin and direction. The past explains part of the pressure. The unresolved future can explain why that pressure has become urgent now. Religion makes the contrast especially visible. Jung observes that human beings repeatedly create images of powers greater than the conscious self. Gods, spirits, rituals, initiations, prayers, and sacred prohibitions appear across cultures with extraordinary persistence. Psychology cannot establish whether the realities named by those images exist beyond the psyche. It can establish that the images themselves act. They organize fear and hope, restrain behavior, authorize sacrifice, and give form to experiences that otherwise remain difficult to articulate. Their psychological reality survives the question of metaphysical proof. This prepares the passage toward archaic man. The modern observer encounters a culture in which invisible agencies appear to participate directly in ordinary events and is tempted to see only error. A death that modern medicine attributes to disease may be attributed to sorcery. A crocodile attack may require an explanation beyond the animal's behavior. An unexpected accident can become evidence that some unseen intention has entered the world. To scientific consciousness, such explanations seem confused because natural causality appears sufficient. To the archaic mind, natural causality is precisely what fails to explain the event. Modern consciousness expects events to follow impersonal laws. Chance remains possible because not every occurrence requires a personal intention behind it. Archaic consciousness gives much greater weight to the exceptional event and asks why it happened to this person, in this place, at this moment. The crocodile may naturally kill, but why did it seize that particular woman? Disease may exist, but why did this man die while another recovered? The demand is not merely for mechanism. It is for significance. Jung finds the contrast less comforting than a simple story of progress would allow. Modern people also become disturbed when coincidence gathers around them. A series of accidents, repeated misfortunes, or improbable encounters can produce the uneasy feeling that events are somehow connected. Rational consciousness quickly restores the ordinary chain of causes, yet the emotional reaction often arrives first. The archaic attitude has not disappeared. It has been disciplined, marginalized, and pushed beneath a worldview that grants objective causality the final word. The primitive world is therefore saturated with intention. Spirits inhabit forests, ancestors remain active, dreams can announce danger, and unusual events appear charged with agency. Jung does not present this as superior knowledge. He notices instead that the boundary between inner and outer reality is arranged differently. Psychic contents are experienced as though they belong to the environment itself. What modern consciousness would identify as fear, fantasy, expectation, or an unconscious image can appear outside the person as a spirit, omen, curse, or invisible power. This makes a world saturated with meaning. A tree, animal, storm, dream, or accident seem charged with agency. Fear can multiply because danger exceeds what the senses verify, yet modernity pays another price by forcing meaning inward. The world where nothing happens by chance. The encounter with archaic consciousness forces a difficult reversal. What first appears to modern eyes as defective reasoning begins to reveal an internally coherent order. The primitive man does not simply lack knowledge of natural causes. He lives inside a world where natural causes are rarely sufficient. An event matters not only because it happened, but because it happened here, now, and to this particular person. The question of mechanism remains secondary to the question of meaning. What modern consciousness calls coincidence can therefore appear as evidence that another layer of causality has entered ordinary life. A crocodile provides Jung with an almost perfect example. The animal lives in the river and occasionally attacks human beings. From a modern standpoint, little more needs to be said. A person entered its environment, the crocodile behaved according to its nature, and chance determined the victim. But archaic consciousness asks the question that scientific explanation deliberately leaves aside. Why this woman? Why at this moment? Why was she taken while others crossed safely? The natural cause explains how the event occurred, but not why the event selected this particular life. Modern thought recognizes immediately that the second question cannot be answered through ordinary causality. Archaic thought refuses to abandon it. The unexpected event therefore points beyond itself toward an intention, a sorcerer, a spirit, an ancestor, or another invisible agency capable of explaining the personal character of misfortune. To the modern observer, this appears as superstition. Yet Jung notices something revealing in the modern reaction to improbable sequences. A single accident is accepted. A succession of accidents begins to feel ominous. The threshold changes, but the psychological movement remains strangely familiar. Chance is difficult because consciousness prefers a world that can be anticipated. Regularity creates security. When events follow known patterns, attention can relax and daily life becomes possible. The archaic man possesses the same need, but his environment exposes him more directly to danger and uncertainty. An unexpected sound in the forest, an unusual animal, a disturbing dream, or a sudden illness can acquire enormous significance because the cost of ignoring a warning may be death. What looks like excessive vigilance can therefore contain an adaptation to conditions in which uncertainty is never abstract. Jung describes this world through the strange importance of omens. A rare birth, an unusual animal, a dream before a journey, or an accidental interruption may alter plans because the exceptional event is interpreted as a rupture in ordinary order. Its improbability gives it weight. The modern person often behaves similarly in weakened form. A sequence of small misfortunes before an important decision can produce hesitation, even in someone who consciously rejects superstition. Reason may dismiss the pattern while another layer of the psyche continues to register it. This is where Jung introduces the unsettling logic behind magic. Magic attempts to influence a world whose events are experienced as partly governed by invisible intentions. If danger can arise from forces that are not merely mechanical, then protection must address those forces as well. Ritual, sacrifice, taboo, and divination become techniques for negotiating with uncertainty. They are not random decorations added to primitive life. They belong to a system in which psychic and physical events have not yet been separated into the distinct territories familiar to modern consciousness. The distinction becomes clearer through what Jung describes as participation between people, objects, animals, and events. A person may experience a relationship with another being that modern thought would classify as impossible because individuality is assumed to end at the boundary of the body. Archaic consciousness recognizes a more porous world. A man's life may be linked to an animal. An ancestor may remain active among descendants. A dream may participate in an event that occurs later. Identity can extend beyond the isolated individual into a field of relationships that are experienced as concretely real. To modern psychology, these experiences invite another interpretation. What archaic man perceives outside himself may correspond to psychic contents that modern consciousness has learned to locate within. Fear, hostility, desire, guilt, and unconscious expectation can be projected into the surrounding world and return in the form of spirits, enemies, magical dangers, or mysterious agencies. Jung sees projection as one of the central differences between the two psychological arrangements. The primitive does not necessarily experience an image as his image. It appears to him as a property of the world. Yet modernity has not abolished projection. It has merely become less obvious. The civilized person still encounters qualities in other people that carry an emotional intensity far greater than the visible facts justify. He discovers villains who seem to contain everything he despises, ideal figures who appear to possess everything he lacks, and groups onto which fears and desires can be deposited with astonishing ease. He may call these judgments objective. The archaic man does something similar with spirits. The vocabulary changes while the psychological operation survives. Jung's comparison, therefore, becomes increasingly uncomfortable. The primitive is not merely an earlier version of modern man. He exposes processes that modern consciousness continues to perform while denying them. His world seems enchanted because psychic contents remain distributed across the environment. The modern world seems disenchanted because those contents have been withdrawn into the individual, at least in principle. But whenever projection returns unnoticed, the boundary collapses again. Another person becomes demonic. A coincidence becomes destiny. A collective enemy acquires supernatural proportions. This explains the peculiar vividness of archaic reality. Nature is not silent matter waiting to be measured. It looks back. Animals, forests, storms, ancestors, dreams, and unusual events possess psychological presence because the distinction between inner image and outer object has not reached the modern degree of differentiation. Jung does not ask the civilized person to return to this condition. Such a return would sacrifice achievements of consciousness that required centuries to develop. He asks for something harder. Modern man must recognize that the archaic world, was never entirely left behind. The decisive boundary is therefore not drawn between civilized people and distant tribes. It runs through the modern psyche itself. Rational consciousness occupies one side, convinced that events obey impersonal causes and that psychic life belongs inside the individual. Beneath it remains another mode of experience, older and less differentiated, prepared to populate uncertainty with intention and to transform inner forces into external powers. The archaic man becomes psychologically important because he makes visible what civilized consciousness has learned not to recognize as its own. The powers we place outside ourselves. Once the archaic world is understood as a world saturated with psychic meaning, its strangest beliefs begin to acquire another coherence. Spirits, magical forces, ancestral presences, and invisible intentions are not experienced as metaphors. They belong to the environment with the same immediacy as animals, weather, or other people. The distinction modern consciousness draws between an inner psychological event and an outer physical event has not yet become decisive. What happens in the psyche can therefore appear outside the person, clothed in the forms of the surrounding world. Jung sees this most clearly in projection. A psychic content that has not been recognized as belonging to the individual is encountered as though it belonged to someone or something else. The hostile impulse appears in the enemy. The forbidden quality appears in the stranger. A disturbing inner force becomes a spirit whose intentions seem independent of the person experiencing it. Archaic consciousness lives amid these externalized contents because it has not developed the same habit of locating psychological causality inside an individual mind. Its inner world is distributed through its environment. This helps explain why dreams possess such authority. For modern consciousness, a dream normally belongs to the dreamer. Even when it is disturbing, it is understood as an event occurring within the private mind. Archaic consciousness can treat the same experience as an encounter with an objective agency. A dream may carry instruction, danger, or information because its figures are not automatically recognized as productions of one's own psyche. The person wakes from sleep having met something, not merely having imagined it. The distinction is profound. Jung describes how this logic can change when cultural power changes hands. A native population may once receive guidance from ancestral or spiritual figures in dreams. When colonial authority becomes dominant, those figures can lose their former position, while the new rulers begin appearing as bearers of command and knowledge. Even the invisible world seems capable of reorganizing itself around shifts in earthly authority. The observation is almost startling. Psychic images do not float outside history. They absorb the structures through which power is experienced. The archaic world, therefore, cannot be dismissed as a collection of isolated superstitions. It forms a system in which social relations, natural events, dreams, ancestors, animals, and invisible agencies remain connected. The individual is less sharply separated from the group and less psychologically enclosed within himself. Events occurring to another person can enter his own field of significance. Guilt can spread through association. Injury can demand compensation from someone who appears unrelated according to modern standards. What matters is the network of participation rather than the isolated actor. Jung notices that modern consciousness still contains residues of this structure. Projection is one obvious survival. A person can discover an unbearable trait in another and pursue it with extraordinary moral passion, while remaining unable to recognize the same tendency within himself. The intensity of the accusation becomes part of the evidence. The other person has become a screen upon which an unrecognized psychic content is made visible. Modern language may be rational, political, moral, or psychological, but the emotional mechanism can remain remarkably archaic. Collective conflict magnifies the effect. Groups define themselves partly through qualities they attribute to outsiders. The enemy becomes cowardly, corrupt, impure, dangerous, irrational, or inhuman, while the virtues claimed by the group grow brighter through contrast. The psychological economy is efficient. What cannot be tolerated inside the collective identity is expelled and encountered elsewhere. The community then feels justified in attacking outside itself what it has refused to recognize within. Projection becomes socially organized. This mechanism also explains why civilized certainty can resemble primitive certainty more closely than it admits. Archaic man may believe without hesitation that a sorcerer caused an illness. Modern man may believe with equal conviction that his judgments about another person arise entirely from objective observation. Both positions underestimate the participation of the observer. Jung's deeper argument returns here to the problem that separated him from Freud. No interpretation arrives without a standpoint. The person who explains another psyche is always bringing something of his own into the explanation. The parallel is uncomfortable because scientific consciousness has defined itself through the conquest of precisely this confusion. It separates observer from object, distinguishes correlation from cause, demands evidence, and distrusts explanations that cannot be tested. Jung has no interest in surrendering these achievements. He repeatedly recognizes the enormous advance represented by causal reasoning. Yet the psychological question remains: has modern man actually eliminated archaic processes, or has he merely developed a conscious worldview in which those processes are no longer granted official recognition? The answer becomes visible whenever rational control weakens. Fear can populate darkness with intention. Desire can turn another person into the carrier of impossible perfection. Resentment can transform a rival into the cause of every frustration. Collective anxiety can discover enemies everywhere. Coincidences can suddenly seem charged with private meaning. None of this requires conscious belief in magic. The archaic pattern survives because it belongs to psychic functioning before it belongs to any particular cultural explanation. Jung's notion of psychic autonomy deepens the problem further. Certain unconscious contents can behave as though they possess intentions of their own. A thought appears against conscious will. An emotion overwhelms a carefully maintained attitude. A dream presents a position the waking personality rejects. A complex interrupts speech or directs behavior before reflection can intervene. Modern consciousness calls these events psychological because it locates them inside the individual. Archaic consciousness might describe them as the activity of spirits. The explanations differ, but both begin from the experience of being acted upon by something that the ego does not command. This does not make the two worldviews identical. The achievement of modern psychology lies partly in recognizing that these apparently foreign powers can belong to the psyche itself. Yet that recognition introduces a responsibility archaic projection avoids. If the demon is entirely outside, the person needs protection from it. If some portion of the demon belongs to his own unrecognized psychic life, then the confrontation changes. He must discover what in himself has acquired the face of an external enemy. The stranger, the rival, the spirit, and the feared outsider can therefore become carriers of a hidden psychological inheritance. What archaic man places visibly into the world, civilized man often continues to place there without knowing he has done so. The distance between them narrows again. The primitive landscape crowded with invisible agencies begins to resemble the modern social world crowded with projections, idealizations, enemies, and collective fears. Civilization has changed the names of the powers. It has not necessarily ended their rule. The primitive within civilization. The comparison between archaic and modern consciousness now reaches its most disturbing implication. Civilization has not replaced one kind of human being with another. It has developed a different organization of consciousness upon psychological foundations that remain much older than the ideas built above them. The modern individual can understand disease through biology, storms through meteorology, dreams through psychology, and accidents through probability. Yet none of these explanations guarantees that his deeper reactions will obey the same logic. Beneath causal knowledge, another mind continues to respond to significance. This becomes visible whenever events acquire unusual emotional weight. A coincidence may be statistically meaningless and still disturb the person who experiences it. A stranger may evoke immediate distrust before any evidence appears. An object can become charged with memories until losing it feels like losing part of oneself. A place may seem contaminated by what happened there. Rational consciousness can explain each reaction afterward, but the explanation often arrives after the psychic event has already occurred. The archaic layer does not wait for permission from the modern worldview. Jung's primitive man therefore becomes less an anthropological curiosity than a psychological mirror. His projections are obvious because the modern observer does not share them. A spirit in a tree, an ancestral presence, or magical responsibility for an accident can be recognized from outside as a psychic attribution. Modern projections are harder to detect precisely because they inhabit categories that feel self-evident. The civilized person believes he is describing the world when he may also be describing an unrecognized portion of himself. The difference is crucial. Archaic consciousness openly inhabits a world animated by psychic forces. Modern consciousness imagines that it has withdrawn those forces from nature and placed them inside the individual. The forest is no longer inhabited by spirits. The storm has no intention. Disease does not arrive because an enemy desired it. Yet the psychic need to locate intention has not disappeared. It migrates toward human relationships, institutions, nations, ideologies, and enemies. The world becomes materially disenchanted while remaining psychologically charged. Collective life provides especially fertile ground for this return. An individual can sometimes question his private judgment, but a group supplies confirmation. Fear shared by thousands begins to feel like evidence. Resentment becomes a moral position. Suspicion gains symbols, stories, and enemies through which it can circulate. Once a community organizes itself around a projection, each member encounters the same image reflected back by others. What began as psychic material acquires social solidity. The invisible power now seems objectively present because everyone can point toward it together. This mechanism helps explain why apparently sophisticated societies can descend rapidly into forms of thinking they regard as primitive. Education does not eliminate the archaic psyche. Technical intelligence does not dissolve projection. A person may reason with extraordinary precision in one domain while participating in collective fantasies in another. The contradiction disappears once consciousness is understood as a relatively recent achievement rather than the totality of the psyche. Modernity enlarges the illuminated region. It does not abolish what remains outside the light. Jung's earlier disagreement with Freud returns here in another form. A theory can become a collective lens through which every phenomenon begins to resemble what the theory expects. Sexuality can become the secret behind everything. Power can become the secret behind everything. Religion can become the secret behind everything. Once an explanatory principle acquires sufficient authority, contradictory evidence is easily reinterpreted as further confirmation. The observer becomes trapped inside his own instrument and mistakes the consistency of the instrument for the completeness of reality. There is something almost archaic in this intellectual certainty. The sorcerer explains misfortune through invisible intention. The modern theorist may explain every psychological event through a favored hidden mechanism. Their concepts differ radically, yet both can become protected from contradiction by the structure of their explanation. Jung's objection is not that interpretation should cease. It is that psychology must remain conscious of the personality doing the interpreting. The investigator's blind spot can become a system, and then return to him disguised as objective truth. The same problem appears in personal conflict. A man becomes convinced that another person possesses a quality he cannot tolerate. Every new encounter supplies evidence. Ambiguous gestures are interpreted through the existing image, while contradictory behavior is ignored or explained away. Soon he no longer encounters the person directly. He encounters the psychic figure that has been placed upon that person. The projection organizes perception so effectively that reality begins to cooperate with it. The rival becomes the expected rival because every action now enters a predetermined symbolic role. At this point, conflict can become self-sustaining. Hostility provokes hostility. Suspicion produces defensive behavior that appears to confirm the original suspicion. Each participant sees the other's reaction as proof while remaining unaware of his own contribution to the sequence. The external enemy grows more convincing as the internal material becomes less visible. What began as a projection acquires real consequences. The psyche has altered the social world, and then points to the altered world as evidence that its projection was correct. Archaic belief and modern conflict meet at this threshold. Both demonstrate that psychic reality can organize external experience without becoming physically identical to it. A spirit need not exist as a measurable object to determine behavior within a community that experiences its presence. A projection need not describe another person accurately to transform the relationship between them. Psychic facts become historical facts through action. An image moves from the mind into the world by changing what people do. This is why Jung refuses to treat the primitive psyche with simple contempt. Its errors expose processes that civilization prefers to hide beneath rational vocabulary. Archaic man acknowledges a world filled with powers he does not control. Modern man locates those powers within psychology, yet often behaves as though conscious intention ruled the entire personality. The primitive may fear spirits, while the civilized individual fears impulses, compulsions, fantasies, moods, and thoughts that arrive against his will. Both encounter the same humiliating discovery. The ego is not sovereign. The difference lies in where the unknown is placed. For archaic consciousness, it surrounds the person. For modern consciousness, it increasingly appears within him. This inward movement produces greater psychological responsibility because the enemy can no longer be expelled so easily into nature. The frightening figure outside may contain something that belongs to the observer. The hated rival may carry a rejected quality. The incomprehensible dream may express a position consciousness has refused. What once demanded magical defense can now demand recognition. Yet recognition is harder than disbelief. It is easy to announce that spirits do not exist. It is far more difficult to notice when a psychic force has borrowed the face of another person and begun directing judgment from behind that disguise. The achievement of modern consciousness, therefore, remains incomplete. Civilization has learned to remove enchantment from the external world. It has not necessarily learned to recognize the powers that return from that world as parts of its own forgotten psychic inheritance. The civilization that projects its shadow. The encounter with archaic consciousness ultimately turns back upon civilization itself. What initially appeared to be a comparison between advanced and primitive forms of thought becomes an examination of what modernity has learned to conceal from itself. Scientific culture has transformed the visible world by removing intention from natural events. Storms no longer express anger. Disease no longer requires sorcery. Animals do not attack because an invisible enemy directed them. The universe becomes increasingly impersonal. Yet the psychological forces once distributed across nature do not disappear merely because consciousness adopts another explanation. They return through human beings. The stranger, rival, political opponent, foreign population, religious enemy, or despised social group can become the carrier of qualities a community refuses to recognize within itself. The mechanism is ancient even when the language is modern. Fear searches for an object. Aggression discovers a threatening aggressor. A collective desire for purity identifies contamination somewhere outside its boundaries. Once the unwanted quality has been located elsewhere, hostility feels defensive rather than aggressive. The group experiences itself as responding to danger, never as participating in its creation. This is where Jung's archaic man becomes culturally explosive. The primitive person who attributes misfortune to sorcery appears irrational because the observer can see the projection from outside. The civilized person performs a similar operation whenever an unconscious content is experienced exclusively as a property of another individual or group. The difference is that modern projections arrive clothed in apparently reasonable arguments. They acquire statistics, political language, moral justifications, historical narratives, and institutional authority. Their sophistication can make them more difficult to recognize, not less psychologically primitive. Collective confirmation strengthens the illusion. An isolated individual may eventually question an exaggerated judgment, but a group can reflect the same judgment back upon itself until doubt becomes almost impossible. Each member encounters other people who fear the same enemy and repeat the same interpretation. The projection gains social reality. Symbols circulate, stories condense complexity into recognizable figures, and the emotional atmosphere begins determining what evidence can be perceived. A psychic image has become a shared world. The process resembles the archaic environment Jung describes, where invisible powers are confirmed by collective tradition. Everyone knows which spirits are dangerous, which events carry warnings, which actions violate taboo, and which misfortunes reveal hostile influence. Modern societies reject the supernatural vocabulary while preserving the social mechanism. A collective image can still become unquestionable because belonging depends upon seeing through it. The person who doubts the image does not merely challenge an idea. He risks challenging the symbolic bond through which the group recognizes itself. This gives projection a political and cultural force that exceeds individual psychology. Communities need boundaries. They distinguish insiders from outsiders, desirable behavior from forbidden behavior, sacred values from threats. Yet every boundary creates the possibility that what cannot be admitted within the collective identity will be placed beyond it. The outsider becomes useful because he can carry contradictions the group would otherwise have to confront internally. His existence simplifies the moral landscape. Complexity is expelled and cohesion increases. Jung's argument does not require the conclusion that every enemy is imaginary or every conflict is projection. External dangers can be real. Other people can behave destructively. Political interests can genuinely collide. The psychological question concerns the excess that gathers around such realities. When an opponent ceases to be a limited human being and becomes the embodiment of everything corrupt, dangerous, or contemptible, another process has entered the conflict. The image has exceeded the object. At that moment, the enemy begins carrying psychic material supplied by those who observe him. This excess reveals why the modern faith and rationality can become precarious under collective pressure. Education and technical competence do not immunize a population against archaic reactions. The same individual who reasons carefully in professional life can surrender to astonishing simplifications when identity, fear, or belonging is threatened. Civilization is not a permanent psychological achievement stored safely within every citizen. It is a demanding form of consciousness that can weaken when emotional intensity rises beyond what reflection can contain. The primitive psyche then returns without announcing itself. Rumor acquires the force of omen. Political events become signs of hidden intention. Coincidences are woven into conspiratorial patterns. Leaders acquire qualities far beyond their actual personalities and become saviors, fathers, demons, or embodiments of collective destiny. Crowds respond to images with an intensity that isolated individuals might resist. The archaic world has not returned because modern people suddenly believe in forest spirits. It returns because psychic forces once again become external powers whose authority is experienced as objective. This makes Jung's disagreement with Freud culturally significant. If every psychological system reflects something of the observer, then no ideology can safely imagine itself exempt from psychic participation. The theory that explains everyone else can become the final refuge of its creator's own blindness. A culture may pride itself on having exposed the illusions of previous ages, while remaining completely possessed by its contemporary assumptions. Progress in knowledge does not guarantee progress in self-knowledge. There is something sobering in this conclusion. The civilized person can travel across continents, study unfamiliar societies, document their rituals, and explain their beliefs while remaining unable to recognize comparable structures operating within his own emotional life. Distance makes the archaic visible. Proximity hides it. The spirit inhabiting a tree looks primitive. The collective fantasy inhabiting an institution can look perfectly rational. The difference often lies less in psychological structure than in the vocabulary through which the structure becomes acceptable. Jung's archaic man therefore functions as a mirror placed at an uncomfortable angle. He reveals a stage of consciousness in which psychic contents are openly projected into the surrounding world, but by doing so he exposes the projections that civilization has merely learned to rename. Modernity has gained an extraordinary capacity to distinguish physical events from psychic meanings. Its unfinished task is to recognize how quickly those meanings can once again attach themselves to objects, people, and collective enemies. The cultural problem is ultimately a problem of responsibility. As long as the shadow remains entirely outside, conflict can only be solved by controlling, converting, defeating, or destroying its carrier. Once projection is recognized, another possibility appears. The external situation may still require action, but the observer must also account for the psychic material he has contributed to it. Civilization then becomes more than technological mastery over nature. It becomes the difficult capacity to withdraw a portion of the darkness from the world and recognize its source within the human psyche. The stranger who was never outside. By the end of Jung's encounter with Freud and archaic man, the original distance between modern consciousness and the primitive world has almost disappeared. The journey began with a dispute over psychological explanation. It ends with a more unsettling question about the observer himself. Every psychology is shaped by a standpoint. Every conscious attitude illuminates some facts while obscuring others, and every civilization develops forms of knowledge that can become blind to the psychic assumptions supporting them. The stranger once examined from a safe distance has become a mirror. Freud remains essential to this conclusion because his psychology demonstrates both the power and the danger of a decisive insight. Sexuality, repression, childhood conflict, and instinct can illuminate enormous regions of human behavior. Jung's objection begins only when illumination becomes monopoly. A principle that explains much can tempt the observer to make it explain everything. Then theory ceases to encounter the psyche and begins translating the psyche into what the theory already knows. The investigator finds confirmation everywhere because the instrument has learned to recognize only its own language. Jung's alternative is not another final key. Psychic life appears instead as a field of competing forces, transformations, and opposites whose meanings change with the situation. Sexuality can become decisive without becoming universal. Religious imagery can possess psychological reality without proving a metaphysical claim. A symptom can carry the past while also revealing a problem of future development. The same event can be approached through different causal structures without yielding its entire meaning to any single one. Psychology becomes more difficult precisely because the psyche refuses the elegance of one explanation. Archaic man makes this difficulty visible from another direction. His world appears crowded with agencies that modern reason has expelled from nature. Spirits, ancestors, sorcerers, omens, dreams, and magical connections participate in events because the division between psychic image and external object remains comparatively porous. The unusual event demands more than mechanism. It demands significance. Why this person? Why this moment? Why this misfortune? Where modern causality answers how, archaic consciousness continues asking why until intention enters the scene. Modernity congratulates itself for abandoning this logic, yet Jung's comparison makes such confidence difficult to sustain. The civilized person still projects. He still discovers hated qualities in enemies and ideal qualities in admired figures. He still experiences coincidences as meaningful when probability becomes emotionally improbable. He still becomes possessed by moods, fantasies, compulsions, and collective images that behave with an autonomy his conscious identity would prefer not to acknowledge. The spirits have changed names. The experience of being governed by forces beyond the ego has not disappeared. This continuity matters because projection creates consequences outside the psyche. A person who sees hostility everywhere begins behaving defensively. His defense provokes resistance, and resistance confirms the original expectation. A community that deposits its unwanted qualities in another group can organize institutions, stories, and violence around that image. What began as an unconscious attribution becomes a social fact. Psychic reality enters history through action. The projected enemy may eventually respond to the treatment he receives, making the fantasy appear prophetic after the fantasy itself helped create the conditions of its fulfillment. The primitive belief in invisible influence therefore finds an unexpected modern counterpart. Civilized societies may reject magic while remaining vulnerable to symbolic possession on a collective scale. Leaders become larger than human beings. Rivals become embodiments of corruption. Nations imagine themselves innocent by locating aggression elsewhere. Groups become cohesive through a shared picture of what they are not. The more emotionally useful the image becomes, the harder it is to examine. Belonging begins to depend upon maintaining the projection. Jung's point is not that civilization and primitive culture are identical. The development of causal thought represents a genuine transformation of consciousness. Scientific knowledge has freed human beings from countless fears generated by mistaken connections between events. But every gain creates a new responsibility. Once spirits are withdrawn from nature, the forces represented by them must be encountered somewhere else. Psychology becomes one of the places where modern man meets what earlier humanity experienced as an external power. The unknown moves inward. That movement changes the moral structure of conflict. If evil belongs entirely to the person outside, the solution is simple in principle. Remove the enemy, and the world becomes cleaner. If part of the terrifying image has been supplied by the observer, external victory cannot resolve the entire problem. Something must be withdrawn from the projection and recognized as belonging to the psyche that produced it. This recognition does not make genuine danger unreal. It makes perception less innocent. The observer becomes responsible not only for what he sees, but for the possibility that he has participated in the form through which he sees it. The outer enemy may be real, but the image surrounding him also belongs to the observer. The symbolic mind. Psychology approaches art with an immediate temptation. It wants to explain the work by explaining the person who made it. A poem, a novel, or a drama seems to invite the same questions that might be asked of a dream or a symptom. What hidden conflict produced it? What private wound gave it form? What forgotten experience returned in disguise? Yet Jung begins by placing a limit around this impulse. A work of art can certainly be examined psychologically, but it cannot be reduced to the psychology of its creator without losing the very quality that made it art. The distinction becomes clearer when he separates two kinds of artistic creation. In one, the author works consciously with material drawn from ordinary human experience. Love, ambition, jealousy, grief, family conflict, social tension, and the familiar turns of fate are shaped deliberately into a form the reader can recognize. The artist selects, intensifies, and transforms what already belongs to the common field of life. Psychology can follow much of this process because the material remains close to conscious motives and recognizable experience. There is another kind of work, however, that seems to arrive from somewhere less familiar. Its images can feel excessive, ancient, terrifying, or strangely impersonal. They do not resemble the careful arrangement of material the artist already understands. Instead, they seem to impose themselves upon the artist, demanding a scale and language larger than private biography. The creator may struggle to explain what has appeared. The work can seem to know more than the person who produced it. Here the ordinary psychological question begins to fail, because asking what private episode caused the image may already misunderstand what kind of image it is. Jung finds this contrast within Goethe's Faust. Parts of the drama remain close to recognizable human passion. Gretchen's tragedy can be followed through love, desire, guilt, abandonment, and catastrophe. Its emotional world is extraordinary in execution, but not alien in substance. The reader understands its pain because the materials belong to ordinary human consciousness. The second part of Faust moves differently. Its figures and transformations become remote, symbolic, and difficult to translate into the language of personal experience. Something has changed in the source from which the work seems to speak. That change is the threshold Jung wants psychology to respect. When art arises from familiar experience, the psychologist can reasonably investigate the artist's motives, personal history, and emotional conflicts. But when the work assumes a visionary character, biography may become strangely inadequate. The images no longer behave like disguised memories waiting to be decoded. They resemble encounters with something autonomous, something that exceeds the intentions of the conscious personality and carries a weight that cannot be explained by the artist's private life alone. This is where the investigation becomes dangerous for any theory that insists upon reduction. If the visionary image is treated merely as a symptom, its unfamiliarity can always be explained away. The strange becomes a distorted version of something familiar. The monstrous becomes a concealed personal conflict. The cosmic becomes an inflated childhood memory. Such interpretations may sometimes reveal genuine connections, but they can also protect the interpreter from the possibility that the work is presenting an experience whose meaning has not yet been exhausted by what is already known. The vision must first be taken seriously as an experience. Its psychological reality does not depend upon proving that its images exist in the physical world. The artist has encountered something with enough force to reorganize imagination, demand expression, and survive the limits of ordinary language. That fact alone gives the experience weight. Psychology may investigate the conditions under which it appears, but it should not quietly destroy the phenomenon in the act of explaining it. The examples Jung gathers make the pattern difficult to dismiss. Dante requires an entire architecture of the afterlife. Blake creates figures that seem to belong to a private mythology and yet feel older than their inventor. Nietzsche turns toward prophetic and legendary forms. Other writers reach for ancient names, religious imagery, cosmic conflict, horror, and myth because ordinary description appears too narrow for what is pressing toward expression. The more unusual the experience, the more the artist seems forced to borrow from the oldest symbolic languages available to human imagination. This does not mean that every obscure image contains profound truth. Confusion can remain confusion, and pathology can produce fantasy. Jung's point is subtler. Psychology cannot decide in advance that unfamiliarity proves sickness. A visionary work may disturb precisely because it opens onto contents that ordinary consciousness has excluded from its picture of reality. What seems grotesque or impossible from the standpoint of daily life can acquire another coherence when viewed as an expression of psychic experience. The artist therefore occupies an ambiguous position. As a person, he has a biography, desires, conflicts, and relationships. As an artist, however, he may become the instrument of a process that does not serve his comfort-conscious intention. Creation can consume the energy daily life requires. The works may grow while the person suffers, revealing that artistic power and personal balance are not the same. The work beyond the creator. The distinction between the person and work becomes sharper when Jung turns from the vision to the creator who carries it. A writer has a biography that can be examined like any other life. He has childhood conflicts, desires, disappointments, ambitions, illnesses, habits, and private attachments. These may leave traces in what he produces, and psychology can often uncover them. Yet the artistic fact begins where biography stops being enough. The same wound can exist in thousands of lives without producing a poem, a tragedy, or a myth. Personal history may help explain the person, but it does not automatically explain why a work acquires a form capable of outliving him. This is why Jung resists the temptation to treat arts as a disguised case history. The work has its own necessity. It selects from the artist's life, but it also reorganizes that life according to demands that may not coincide with his conscious wishes. Creation can behave almost like an autonomous process. It gathers energy, imposes priorities, and asks for sacrifices that the ordinary personality would never freely choose. The artist may want comfort, recognition, intimacy, and stability, while the work drives toward another end. The contradiction can make the creator appear divided, as though one part of him belongs to daily existence and another has been claimed by something impersonal. That division does not absolve the artist from responsibility, but it changes the psychological frame. The person who creates may be difficult, vain, selfish, and none of this necessarily determines the value of the work. A moral judgment about the creator cannot substitute for an encounter with the creation. The artistic process may use the very tensions that damage private life, but what emerges can exceed those tensions. Jung is careful here because the easiest interpretation is always the reductive one. If the artist suffers, the work is called a symptom. If he behaves badly, the work becomes evidence. The creation disappears behind the diagnosis. For Jung, the more significant question is what the work is doing in the psyche of a culture. A powerful image can emerge from one person and still belong to many. This is where the visionary work differs from a private confession. Its figures can speak with an authority that seems disproportionate to the artist's biography because they touch patterns already present in the collective imagination. The artist gives form to something that others have felt without being able to express. A work becomes culturally decisive when it reveals an image for a condition that has remained unconscious in the age that produced it. This explains why great works may seem prophetic without predicting events. They can anticipate a psychological development by giving visible form to tensions that have not yet entered language. The artist senses what the culture has not fully admitted. His work may therefore appear obscure, excessive, or even offensive when it first emerges. Later generations can recognize in it something that had already begun to move beneath the surface. The work becomes less a forecast of external history than an early expression of a psychic configuration whose consequences unfold over time. Jung finds this process especially visible in images that return across periods and cultures. The artist may believe he has invented a figure, yet the figure resembles forms that have appeared long before him. A descent into darkness, a wise old man, a devouring mother, a rebirth, a circular image of wholeness, a destructive double, or a battle between opposing powers can arise in works separated by centuries. The repetition does not make the artist derivative. It suggests that imagination can draw from structures deeper than personal memory. The collective dimension changes the meaning of originality. The artist is original not because he creates from nothing, but because he gives a new form to something that is older than his conscious personality. He translates a latent pattern into the language of his time. The result can feel both new and strangely familiar. Readers recognize something they cannot easily name, as if the work has encountered them before they encountered it. This is one reason symbolic art can resist complete explanation. Its meaning is not contained in a single intention because its sources are wider than the intention that brought it to form. Jung's psychology of art therefore moves away from the question of what the artist meant. Intention matters, but it does not exhaust the work. A poem can say more than the poet consciously knew. A character can develop implications the author never planned. A mythic image can gather meanings that become visible only after decades of interpretation. The work enters history and begins interacting with minds, conflicts, and cultural conditions that did not exist when it was created. Its life exceeds the private consciousness from which it emerged. This is the point at which art begins to resemble the dream, although the comparison must be handled carefully. Both can present images that are richer than conscious explanation. Both can compensate for one-sided attitudes by introducing neglected material. A culture that glorifies rational control may produce art filled with chaos, monsters, and irrational powers. An age devoted to external progress may become haunted by images of collapse, emptiness, or spiritual desolation. The work can therefore function as a counterweight, bringing into visibility what the dominant consciousness of the period has pushed aside. The artist as an instrument. The artist now becomes the point where Jung's argument turns from the work itself toward the force that produces it. Psychology can describe a creator's conflicts, habits, childhood wounds, ambitions, and private desires, but none of these explains why certain people become instruments for works that seem larger than their personal intentions. The problem is not solved by saying that creativity is a form of neurosis. That explanation merely moves the mystery from the work to the symptom and leaves untouched the fact that the work possesses a power, structure, and cultural reach that suffering does not. Jung treats the creator as divided between two orders of existence. As a person, the artist wants what other people want: security, recognition, affection, pleasure, and control over life. As an artist, however, he can become subject to another demand. The creative process may seize energy that would otherwise support ordinary adaptation and redirect it toward the work. Relationships suffer. Practical obligations lose their weight. The artist may appear selfish, unreliable, or emotionally narrow, not because these qualities constitute artistic greatness, but because the work has become a competing center of gravity inside the personality. This tension gives creativity its troubling impersonality. The artist does not always create because he has freely decided to express himself. At times, the work seems to create through him. Images insist upon being formed. Characters move beyond conscious plans. A theme returns despite resistance. The artist's conscious ego can be swept aside by a process that behaves autonomously. Jung does not romanticize this possession. It can damage the person who carries it. Yet its existence forces psychology to distinguish between the biography of the artist and the psychic process that uses that biography as material. The distinction becomes clearer when a work reaches beyond the personal concerns of its maker and begins touching a whole community. A private confession may move readers because private pain is recognizable. A major work does more. It can give shape to tensions that are spread through an entire age, but have not yet found adequate expression. The artist becomes sensitive to what collective consciousness neglects. He may produce images that seem exaggerated or incomprehensible because the culture has not yet developed a language for the conflict they contain. In this sense, art can perform a compensatory function. A society that becomes too one-sided produces conditions in which the excluded opposite gathers force. The work of art can become the place where that opposite first enters visible form. An age intoxicated by reason may dream through its artists of chaos, monsters, revelation, and madness. A culture obsessed with progress may generate visions of collapse, emptiness, or return. The work does not necessarily preach against the age. It reveals what the age has made difficult to see. This is why Jung takes symbolic recurrence so seriously. Certain images appear across periods without being reducible to direct imitation. The wise old figure, the threatening double, the descent into darkness, the transforming death, the enclosing circle, the devouring mother, the divine child, the hidden treasure. These forms can emerge in myths, dreams, rituals, literature, and religious imagery because they belong to deeper patterns of psychic organization. Their recurrence suggests that imagination has roots extending beyond the individual memory of any one creator. The artist does not need to understand these roots. Indeed, the work may be strongest precisely where conscious interpretation is weakest. The creator can believe that he is writing about one thing while the work gathers meanings that neither intention nor biography can exhaust. Later readers may discover structures the author never named. This does not mean that interpretation can become arbitrary. It means that the work is psychologically richer than the conscious program that produced it. The image remains alive because it can continue organizing experience under changing historical conditions as well. Jung's example of Faust captures this process. The figure exceeds Goethe's private history because it draws upon something already active in the culture. The striving individual, dissatisfied with limits and compelled toward more experience, becomes more than a character. He condenses a pattern of modern consciousness. The work therefore belongs to Goethe and also surpasses him. It becomes a symbolic event through which the age recognizes a movement that had been present without adequate form. This shift from the personal to the collective also changes the meaning of originality. The great artist is not original because he has invented a psyche no one has ever possessed. His work creates a bridge between private creation and collective recognition. What emerges may feel uncannily familiar because readers encounter in the work an image of a conflict they have carried without being able to name. The cultural power of art lies here. A work can communicate across differences of biography because it reaches below biography into patterns shared by many lives. It can make visible a hidden condition of the age and return it to consciousness in a form that reason alone could not have produced. The artist becomes neither prophet nor patient in any simple sense. He becomes a point of passage. Through him, the psyche discovers an image for what the culture has not yet learned to say. The image that returns. The artist as instrument introduces a more difficult question. If a work can exceed the intentions and biography of its creator, what exactly is speaking through it? Jung refuses the easy answer that every unfamiliar image must conceal some familiar personal experience. Such an explanation protects ordinary consciousness by translating the strange back into categories it already understands. The grotesque becomes disguised desire. The terrifying vision becomes a distorted memory. The supernatural becomes decoration around a private conflict. Nothing truly unknown is allowed to remain unknown. Visionary art resists this reduction because its images do not behave like elaborate coverings placed over a secret that could otherwise be stated plainly. Their scale is often disproportionate to the personal episode from which interpretation tries to derive them. A love affair may accompany the work, but the vision can overwhelm the love affair until the private event appears almost like an opening through which something larger entered. Jung finds this relation in works separated by centuries, where recognizable human passion gradually gives way to images whose psychological force belongs to another order. The temptation to call such material pathological is understandable. Visionary literature can resemble the productions of severe psychic disturbance. Its figures may be monstrous, demonic, fragmented, cosmic, or impossible. It can dissolve ordinary standards of time, identity, and causality. The resemblance works in both directions. Psychiatric fantasy can sometimes contain an astonishing richness of symbolic material, while great art can enter regions that resemble madness. Yet resemblance does not establish identity. To diagnose the work because its imagery approaches the boundaries of ordinary consciousness is to confuse the territory with one possible fate of the traveler. Jung therefore insists that the vision first be granted its own psychic reality. It does not need to describe a physical world in order to be real as experience. Nor does psychology need to decide whether its ultimate source is material, psychic, or metaphysical. The decisive fact is that something has appeared with enough autonomy and intensity to overwhelm familiar categories. The artist does not merely decorate an idea. He confronts an experience that demands images because ordinary conceptual language cannot contain it. The symbol arises where explanation reaches its boundary. This is why the most powerful symbolic images remain inexhaustible. A genuine symbol does not operate like a code in which one visible object stands for one hidden meaning. It gives form to something that is profoundly active yet incompletely known. Explanation can approach it from different sides, but no paraphrase replaces it without loss. The image survives interpretation because it contains more possibilities than a single interpretation can extract. Its obscurity is not necessarily concealment. Sometimes obscurity belongs to the fact that consciousness has not yet developed the language required to understand what the image has already presented. At this depth, the distinction between invention and discovery becomes unstable. The artist certainly shapes the work. Technique, language, memory, taste, and conscious judgment remain indispensable. Yet the material arriving through visionary creation can possess a stubborn independence. It surprises its creator. It demands forms he may not have chosen. It may even contradict his declared beliefs. Jung finds something remarkable here. The artist's own interpretation can become less illuminating than the work itself because conscious intention is only one participant in a process whose roots descend beyond it. Those roots lead toward what Jung describes as primordial images. Across enormous distances of time and culture, certain configurations repeatedly return. The guide, the redeemer, the destructive adversary, the descent, the sacrifice, the rebirth, the enclosing circle, the encounter with powers beyond ordinary human scale. Their recurrence does not mean that every appearance carries an identical meaning. It means that human imagination seems to possess inherited possibilities of organization. Under particular historical pressures, one of these forms can awaken and gather contemporary material around itself. The image therefore belongs simultaneously to the past and to the present. It is ancient in structure and immediate in expression. A culture does not simply reproduce an old myth. It discovers that an old psychic pattern can suddenly describe a new condition with unsettling precision. The artist becomes the place where this recognition takes form before society necessarily understands what has happened. What appears at first as private imagination can later reveal itself as an image of collective need. Jung's reading of Faust makes this especially clear. Faust is not merely an allegory whose meaning can be replaced by a familiar proposition. The figure remains alive because it expresses something not fully known, something capable of reverberating through a collective psyche. The healer, teacher, guide, or redeemer can emerge when an age has lost orientation and begins unconsciously searching for a figure capable of restoring direction. Such images remain dormant until the historical situation gives them energy. Then they reappear through dreams, religions, political fantasies, and works of art. This gives the artist an almost paradoxical cultural position. He may be radically individual in style while becoming impersonal in function. The more deeply a work reaches into collective psychic material, the less adequate it becomes to explain that work as a record of private wishes. The artist gives the image a singular voice, but he does not create the psychological need to which the image responds. That need belongs to a larger field. The work succeeds when it gives visible form to something that countless people carry without possessing the means to articulate. The visionary creator, therefore, stands near the boundary that modern consciousness prefers to keep closed. Reason constructs an ordered world governed by comprehensible relations, and this order is indispensable. Yet visionary experience seems to tear through its surface and expose a region in which familiar distinctions lose stability. Jung describes the modern mind as protecting itself with science and reason against precisely this possibility, the possibility that psychic life may contain forces not commanded by conscious intention. The artist occasionally crosses that defense and returns with images from what civilization has tried to exclude. The consequence is larger than a theory of literature. If these recurring images awaken when collective life becomes unbalanced, then art can register historical tension before that tension becomes consciously intelligible. The artist does not need to predict events. He gives form to the psychic condition from which events may later emerge. A culture sees its forgotten possibilities approaching through fiction, myth, drama, and vision. What first looked like imagination begins to resemble diagnosis, not of the artist, but of the world that required his image. The psyche as reality. The movement from visionary art toward analytical psychology begins with a reversal. The question is no longer only what the artist creates, but what kind of reality could make such creation possible. Modern thought had learned to distrust claims not tied to matter, mechanism, and observable cause. The old language of soul seemed obsolete. Yet psychic facts did not vanish when their vocabulary changed. Dreams disturbed consciousness. Images appeared without invitation. Emotions seized the body before reason could explain them. Jung treats this preference as historical rather than final. Earlier ages could imagine spirit as primary and matter as secondary. Modernity reversed the arrangement. Matter became self-evident, while psychic life was asked to justify itself by reference to the body. Both positions become dogmatic when they forget that they are interpretations. The belief that matter alone is ultimately real is itself an assumption. This is where Jung begins to defend psychic reality on its own terms. Everything a human being knows arrives through experience, and experience is always mediated psychologically. Even the external world becomes present through sensation, perception, memory, judgment, and interpretation. The stone may exist independently, but the stone as known belongs to consciousness. Psychology, therefore, cannot treat the psyche as a secondary shadow while using psychic processes to establish every claim about what is primary. The argument does not reduce the world to imagination. Physical reality matters, and psychic reality matters. A thought is not unreal because it has no measurable weight. Fear is not unreal because its object does not exist. An image can alter behavior, produce bodily reactions, and redirect a life. What acts upon the psyche must be taken seriously. This becomes important when consciousness confronts processes it cannot command. The modern ego likes to imagine itself as master of its own house, yet ordinary experience contradicts the fantasy. A memory returns against intention. A mood changes the meaning of a day. Dreams produce images no conscious plan selected. Words fail at the crucial moment. An emotion overwhelms a judgment that had seemed secure. Psychic life exceeds deliberate will. Jung's idea of the unconscious grows from this fact. It is not simply a container for forgotten material. It is active. It perceives, combines, remembers, and produces forms that consciousness may meet only after they have begun to influence behavior. Some contents arise from personal experience, but others reach deeper. They recur across individuals and cultures, as though human beings inherit dispositions towards certain forms of representation. This is why the visionary image returns at a new level. What appeared in art as a primordial symbol now becomes evidence for a broader psychological structure. Similar forms can emerge without direct transmission. The psyche seems to contain inherited possibilities of response, ancient patterns that organize experience when particular situations awaken them. The artist meets them dramatically, but ordinary people meet them in dreams, fantasies, fears, and crisis. The collective unconscious names this deeper field. It does not mean that everyone secretly possesses the same thoughts. It describes a layer of psychic life shaped by the history of the species, a background from which recurring forms emerge. Just as the body carries inherited structures, the psyche may carry tendencies that precede the individual personality. Consciousness is recent. Its foundations are incomparably older. This historical depth changes the meaning of autonomy. An unconscious content can behave almost like a separate personality because it does not originate in the ego's conscious decision. A complex can interrupt intention, distort perception, and organize reactions with its own stubborn logic. In extreme forms, such contents may be experienced as voices, presences, or external powers. Archaic cultures described them through spirits and demons. Modern psychology places them within the psyche, but the ego still confronts forces it did not create. The older language of soul therefore returns without requiring old metaphysics. Jung does not ask psychology to prove that an immortal substance exists. He asks it to take seriously the fact that psychic life behaves as more than a passive reflection of matter. It possesses continuity, symbolic activity, inherited structure, and some independence from conscious will. The word soul becomes useful because it points toward the totality of this living process rather than merely toward conscious thought. At this point, the conflict between matter and spirit loses force. The psychologist works at the border and cannot reduce one side to the other without damage. The psyche is tied to the body, yet it also produces meanings that cannot be described as chemistry alone. It is personal and collective, conditioned and creative. The consequence for psychology is severe. It can no longer treat consciousness as the whole mind, or dismiss the unknown because it does not fit the assumptions of an age. The modern world that made the psyche secondary has produced a science forced to rediscover its autonomy. Art had already revealed the problem symbolically. Analytical psychology now gives it conceptual form. The image that exceeded the artist and the thought that exceeds the ego point toward the same discovery. Human beings are carried by a psychic life wider than the personality that claims to possess it. When an age dreams through its artists, the psychology of art reaches its widest significance when Jung asks why certain images appear at particular moments in history. If the visionary work draws upon primordial forms rather than merely private memories, then its emergence cannot be understood entirely through the artist. Something in the collective situation must also have prepared the ground. The work becomes a response to an imbalance that may not yet be visible to ordinary consciousness. What society cannot formulate directly can appear first as image, myth, drama, or disturbing fantasy. This gives art a compensatory function comparable to that of dreams. The individual dream can introduce what the conscious attitude has neglected. A work of art can perform a similar movement for an entire period. The values publicly celebrated by an age do not exhaust its psychological life. Every collective attitude emphasizes certain possibilities and leaves others undeveloped. The more one-sided the conscious outlook becomes, the greater the pressure of what has been excluded. Under the right conditions, a primordial image awakens and gives that neglected material a recognizable form. The artist may have no conscious knowledge of this task. He can believe that he is following a private fascination, developing an aesthetic experiment, or telling a compelling story. Yet the image he creates can resonate far beyond the circumstances that produced it. Jung's formulation makes the artist less an inventor than a sensitive point within collective psychic life. The work grows through an individual, but the force that gives it cultural importance can belong to something shared by many. The artist shapes what the age itself has not yet managed to say. This is why certain works acquire an intensity that cannot be explained by technical accomplishment alone. Readers recognize themselves in something they have never personally experienced. An ancient figure suddenly feels contemporary. A myth written centuries earlier appears to describe a conflict with unexpected precision. The recognition occurs because the symbolic image does not depend upon one historical circumstance. It carries a pattern capable of becoming active whenever human life enters a corresponding situation. The surface changes. The underlying psychic configuration returns. Jung's primordial images therefore connect literature to the long memory of human culture. Their forms appear in religions, myths, dreams, legends, rituals, and artistic traditions separated by enormous distances. The recurrence does not require a single conscious chain of transmission. It points toward inherited structures through which human imagination repeatedly organizes experiences of danger, transformation, sacrifice, guidance, death, renewal, and conflict. When historical circumstances activate one of these patterns, the image can return clothed in the language of the present. The figure of the guide offers Jung a revealing example. When collective life loses orientation, images of the teacher, healer, savior, or redeemer can become psychologically charged. Faust and Zarathustra are not interchangeable figures, yet Jung sees them touching something that already existed as a dormant possibility in the collective psyche. Such images become active when the conscious order proves inadequate and the community begins, often without knowing it, to search for another principle of direction. The cultural significance of the artist lies in giving this pressure form before it erupts elsewhere without form. A society can experience profound psychic tension without possessing concepts adequate to describe it. The artist can create an image around which the tension becomes visible. What had been diffuse acquires a face, narrative, atmosphere, or symbolic landscape. The work does not solve the conflict. It makes the conflict available to consciousness, and that alone can represent an enormous psychological achievement. This also explains why visionary art so often appears dark. If art compensates for the conscious attitude of a period, it may be forced toward precisely those regions that collective consciousness refuses to inhabit. Monsters, demons, catastrophes, underworlds, impossible transformations, and apocalyptic landscapes can become carriers of psychic material excluded from the ordered picture of the age. Their darkness does not prove that the artist is sick. It may reveal how much darkness the culture has been unable to recognize as its own. Modern consciousness is especially vulnerable to this misunderstanding because it has constructed its identity around rational intelligibility. Science gives extraordinary power by describing a world governed by regularity and natural law. Jung does not reject that achievement. He notices the psychological cost of imagining that whatever cannot be incorporated into this order has therefore ceased to exist. The unknown remains active even when consciousness refuses its language. Visionary art becomes one of the places where it breaks through the carefully maintained surface. The old gods can disappear from conscious belief, while the patterns once represented by them remain psychologically available. A culture may no longer speak seriously of demons, spirits, divine guides, or cosmic battles, yet equivalent forms can reappear in literature and collective imagination. The names change because consciousness has changed. The underlying experiences of possession, conflict, guidance, destruction, and renewal remain. Symbolic life does not end when a theological vocabulary loses authority. It migrates. This gives modern art an unexpected religious function without turning art into religion. The artist can create forms through which experiences once contained by collective mythology become visible again. The work does not demand belief in its figures. It provides an encounter with them. A reader can enter a symbolic world and experience psychic possibilities that ordinary social reality leaves unnamed. Art becomes a space where the modern individual can meet images that rational consciousness no longer knows how to accommodate. For Jung, the extraordinary age of some symbolic forms demonstrates the depth of this need. Human beings have left traces of abstract patterns beside representations of the visible world since prehistoric times. Similar structures later appear across religious traditions and distant cultures. The persistence of such images suggests that symbolic activity is not an ornamental addition to human intelligence. It belongs to the basic way the psyche gives form to experiences whose full meaning exceeds immediate comprehension. The artist's social importance therefore lies precisely where his personal importance becomes secondary. As an individual, he can be flawed, confused, immature, or difficult. As a creator, he can become what Jung calls an instrument of a process larger than personal intention. Artistic creation may demand so much psychic energy that ordinary life suffers under its pressure. Jung explicitly separates these personal deficiencies from the meaning of the creative achievement. This distinction prevents culture from making two opposite mistakes. The first is romanticizing the artist, assuming that someone capable of producing great art must therefore possess superior wisdom in ordinary life. The second is reducing the art to the weaknesses of its creator. Jung accepts neither. The artist can be psychologically limited as a person while creating something that expresses a collective reality with extraordinary depth. The source of the work and the quality of the personality cannot simply be collapsed into one another. The most powerful work therefore changes the relationship between an age and its own unconscious life. Something previously without language becomes visible. Something dismissed as impossible acquires symbolic form. Something forgotten returns carrying the emotional authority of the ancient and the urgency of the present. The culture may resist the image, pathologize it, celebrate it, or misunderstand it completely. Yet once created, the work has entered collective consciousness and can no longer be returned entirely to the private life from which it emerged. This is the deeper cultural meaning of Jung's psychology of literature. Art does not merely reflect the world that consciousness already knows. At its visionary extreme, it reveals the world consciousness has failed to include. The artist descends into the unarticulated region of collective psychic life and returns with an image. If the image is powerful enough, an entire generation may eventually recognize that what first appeared to be the artist's private vision was also its own unfinished dream. What the artist brings back. By the end of Jung's investigation into psychology and literature, the original question has been reversed. Psychology began by approaching the work of art as something to be explained. It seemed reasonable to trace the poem back to the poet, the vision back to biography, and the strange image back to some recognizable personal conflict. Yet visionary creation forces psychology to confront the limits of that method. The deeper the work reaches, the less adequate the creator's private life becomes as its final explanation. Instead of asking only what produced the work, Jung begins asking what the work itself has brought into consciousness. This reversal depends upon preserving the distinction between two forms of creation. The psychological work remains within the recognizable foreground of human experience. Love, crime, family, fate, desire, jealousy, suffering, and social conflict already belong to a world consciousness understands. The artist gives these experiences greater intensity and form, but their basic meaning is not alien. The visionary work begins elsewhere. It confronts consciousness with material that feels strange, excessive, primordial, even monstrous, as though the familiar surface of the world had opened onto something older and less comprehensible. Jung refuses to make unfamiliarity evidence of pathology. The visionary experience may resemble madness precisely because both approach regions normally excluded from conscious life. Yet the image cannot be dismissed merely because it violates ordinary standards of plausibility. The decisive question is psychological reality. Something has been experienced with enough force to demand expression. It acts upon the artist, reorganizes imagination, and can subsequently act upon readers who possess no connection to the artist's private circumstances. In that sense, the vision is as psychologically real as any ordinary human passion. The symbolic image becomes crucial because it gives form to what cannot yet be adequately known. A symbol is not merely an elaborate substitute for something that could be expressed more simply. If its meaning could be exhausted by translation, the symbol would become unnecessary once the translation was supplied. The living image remains powerful because it points beyond every formulation consciousness can presently make. It contains an unknown factor. Interpretation can circle around it, illuminate relationships, and compare it with other forms, but the image continues to exceed the explanation. This is why primordial images can remain alive across centuries. Their persistence does not depend upon preserving one fixed intellectual meaning. They are capable of receiving new historical contents because the psychic patterns they express remain available to human experience. The descent, the guide, the sacrifice, the monstrous adversary, the transformation, and the return can appear in different cultural languages while preserving a recognizable psychological structure. Each age encounters the ancient form through the particular conflict that has awakened it. The artist becomes the point at which such awakening acquires visible form. Jung does not imagine that the creator consciously surveys the collective unconscious and selects an appropriate archetypal image. The process is far less deliberate. Something presses toward expression and recruits the artist's capacities. Personal memories, language, technique, cultural material, and individual style become the means through which the image enters the world. The artist creates the work, yet in another sense the creative process uses the artist to accomplish something his conscious personality may only partly understand. This explains the peculiar autonomy Jung attributes to artistic creation. The work can demand sacrifices that seem irrational from the standpoint of personal well-being. Energy needed for ordinary adaptation may be consumed by creation. Relationships and practical life can suffer. The artist's development as a person may remain strikingly uneven beside the maturity of the work. Jung therefore rejects the assumption that artistic greatness proves personal superiority. The creator and the creation must be judged according to different questions. The opposite mistake is equally misleading. Discovering weakness in the artist does not explain away the work. Biography may reveal why certain materials were available, but it cannot account completely for the transformation through which private material becomes culturally meaningful. Thousands of people experience grief, desire, conflict, humiliation, and loss without producing a work that speaks to generations. Psychology reaches the boundary of its explanatory power when it tries to derive artistic value directly from personal causes. At that boundary, attention must return to the work. The work then begins to reveal its collective function. Jung proposes that the artist can become a kind of balancing force within the psychic life of an age. Collective consciousness, like individual consciousness, develops through selection. A society organizes itself around certain ideals, values, assumptions, and forms of perception while neglecting others. The excluded possibilities do not cease to exist. They accumulate outside the dominant attitude. When the imbalance becomes sufficiently strong, artistic creation can provide a channel through which the neglected side returns. This gives visionary art its frequently disturbing character. What an age most needs to see may be precisely what it has become least capable of recognizing. The artist, therefore, does not necessarily confirm the conscious values of his culture. He can produce their opposite. Images of destruction can arise during periods intoxicated by progress. Irrational forces can dominate art within cultures confident in rational control. Ancient gods, demons, and mythical structures can return inside societies convinced that they have outgrown mythology. The work becomes a compensatory answer to collective one-sidedness. The artist's apparent prophetic power follows from this relation. He need not possess supernatural knowledge of future events. He can become sensitive to tendencies already active below the threshold of collective awareness. By giving them symbolic form, he makes visible a psychological condition before society has developed concepts through which to understand it. Later events may cause the work to appear prophetic, because history eventually externalizes tensions the artist had already encountered inwardly. Art anticipates not necessarily the event, but the psychic configuration from which events can emerge. Modern consciousness finds this difficult because it has deliberately constructed a world of rational order. Science and causal thought protect human beings from countless forms of superstition, but Jung sees another danger in assuming that the unknown has disappeared simply because it has been excluded from the accepted picture of reality. Visionary creation repeatedly violates this confidence. It opens onto what Jung calls the night side of life, populated by forms that civilized consciousness has tried to place safely in the past. Yet these figures have accompanied human beings from the earliest traces of symbolic culture. Jung points to recurring abstract patterns found across distant traditions as evidence that symbolic activity belongs deeply to the structure of the psyche. The continuity is more important than any individual motif. Human beings do not merely respond to the visible environment. They continually create forms through which invisible psychological realities become imaginable. Myth, religion, dream, and art all testify to this need. The modern artist therefore inherits a peculiar responsibility. In cultures where shared religious symbols have weakened, art can become one of the places where primordial images continue to emerge without requiring literal belief. The reader need not believe that a demon, god, underworld, or supernatural transformation exists physically in order to encounter the psychological experience carried by the image. Fiction creates a protected space in which modern consciousness can approach forms it might reject immediately if they appeared as claims about external reality. This does not make art a replacement for religion, nor the artist a priest. Jung's argument is psychological rather than institutional. Art becomes significant because it can restore contact with dimensions of experience that a dominant worldview has neglected. The visionary work gives the unknown a form without pretending to convert it into knowledge. It allows consciousness to encounter something before deciding what that something ultimately is. The final transformation therefore occurs in the position of psychology itself. Psychology approached literature intending to interpret it and discovered a phenomenon that places limits upon interpretation. The work can be examined, compared, and related to recurring psychic patterns, but its deepest symbolic content cannot simply be dissolved into explanation. To explain everything would destroy precisely the unknown element that gives the symbol its life. Jung leaves the artist standing at a threshold. Behind him lies the ordered world of personal biography and conscious intention. Beyond him lies a psychic depth whose images belong to no individual alone. The artist moves between these regions, giving historical form to something older than himself. What he brings back may frighten his contemporaries, contradict his own beliefs, or remain obscure even to him. Yet when the image truly belongs to the collective depths, other people eventually recognize something within it. They discover that the strange vision of one person has given shape to an experience waiting silently within many. The mystery of art is therefore not solved by psychology. It is clarified and preserved. Psychology can distinguish the person from the creative process, the familiar work from the visionary one, and private experience from primordial imagery. It can show how a culture may speak through an artist without his conscious knowledge. But at the deepest point, Jung allows the work to retain what reduction would destroy, its capacity to reveal something that consciousness did not already know. The modern search for the soul. Modern man appears at first to be the beneficiary of an extraordinary victory. He has inherited centuries of reason, science, political organization, and technical mastery. He can explain phenomena that once inspired terror, cross distances that once divided civilizations, and manipulate nature with a precision his ancestors could scarcely imagine. Yet Jung begins from an unsettling contradiction. The same civilization that has expanded human power has not made the human being inwardly secure. Beneath the confidence of modern life there is a spiritual problem, and it becomes visible precisely where progress seems most complete. The truly modern person, in Jung's sense, is not simply someone who happens to live in the present. Most people inhabit their own century, while remaining psychologically attached to assumptions inherited from earlier ones. To become modern requires a peculiar form of consciousness. The individual must stand at the edge of the present, aware of what history has given him, and also aware that its answers no longer provide complete shelter. This position is rare because it demands distance from the collective certainties that ordinarily make life feel stable. Such distance carries a price. The person who has outgrown an inherited worldview does not immediately receive another one in exchange. He becomes historically conscious, but also exposed. Traditions that once organized suffering, morality, death, and purpose begin to look provisional. Religious forms may remain culturally present while losing their capacity to command inner conviction. Political ideals promise order and repeatedly reveal their destructive underside. Material progress multiplies power without supplying a corresponding reason for how that power should be used. The modern person discovers that freedom from old answers can feel remarkably similar to abandonment. Jung writes from a Europe that has already seen what this contradiction can produce. A civilization proud of its science, Christianity, education, and organization has passed through industrialized slaughter on a scale earlier centuries could hardly have conceived. The catastrophe is not an accident outside modernity. It emerges from within the same world that imagined itself increasingly rational. Technical achievement has enlarged the reach of human intention, but it has also enlarged the reach of unconscious forces when intention fails. Progress has sharpened the instrument without necessarily transforming the hand that holds it. This is where the spiritual problem becomes psychological. Modern man has learned to search outward with astonishing discipline, while remaining comparatively uneducated about the forces moving within him. He can describe distant cultures, reconstruct ancient civilizations, and analyze the material structure of the world, yet his own motives remain partly concealed. The contrast is almost severe. Knowledge expands around him, while the unknown persists inside him, and the more confidently civilization identifies itself with reason, the easier it becomes to mistake what reason excludes for something that no longer exists. But excluded psychic life does not disappear. It changes its route. When a religious form still lives, instinct, fear, longing, guilt, and hope can find symbolic expression within a shared system. When that system loses its authority, the same energies seek other channels. They may emerge as private symptoms, compulsions, fantasies, ideological passions, or strange fascinations that seem irrational to the conscious personality. The problem is not that modern people have suddenly become less intelligent. It is that an inherited structure of meaning has weakened while the psychic needs once contained by it remain active. For Jung, psychology rises at exactly this historical fracture. Its modern importance is not merely the result of scientific curiosity. A culture begins examining the psyche with unusual intensity when its established forms can no longer carry everything the psyche demands. What once belonged to priest, ritual, confession, myth, and religious authority begins arriving in the consulting room. The doctor is asked questions medicine alone cannot answer. The patient may speak in the language of anxiety, depression, conflict, or neurosis, while beneath the symptom lies a more dangerous uncertainty about what makes a life meaningful. This creates an awkward situation for the modern healer. Scientific training encourages him to search for mechanisms, causes, and classifications. These are indispensable, but they can become insufficient when suffering is bound to the collapse of meaning itself. A person can understand the history of a symptom and still remain trapped inside the life that produced it. He can know where a wound began without knowing what should replace the attitude organized around that wound. Explanation looks backward. Life continues forward. The spiritual problem, therefore, cannot be solved by restoring old beliefs through force. Imitation cannot recover its original authority. A person may envy the certainty of earlier generations, but he cannot simply decide to possess their faith. Nor can skepticism become a complete home. The destruction of inherited illusions may be intellectually necessary, yet a life built only from negation eventually encounters its own emptiness. Modern consciousness stands between worlds, unable to return innocently to what has been lost and unable to live indefinitely without symbols capable of carrying its deepest experience. The loss feels real. The authority that moved inward. The fracture becomes more difficult once Jung asks what modern consciousness actually gains by leaving inherited certainty behind. It gains freedom, but freedom is not the same as orientation. The person who no longer accepts an answer merely because tradition supplied it has achieved something important. He has also removed the structure that once connected private suffering to a larger order. What remains is an individual expected to decide for himself what previous generations received through religion, custom, and collective authority. This is why Jung's modern man is psychologically exceptional rather than simply contemporary. He stands at the furthest edge of historical consciousness, carrying the accumulated past while refusing to be contained by it. Such a position can look arrogant because it requires judging forms that once commanded reverence. Yet it also produces humility. The more consciousness expands, the more clearly it sees how little certainty remains. Yesterday and tomorrow become visible at once, and the present becomes less a secure destination than a narrow passage between them. The danger begins when this precarious achievement is mistaken for superiority. Consciousness of the present can become another illusion, especially when modern man imagines that history has culminated in him. Jung sees the 20th century as a brutal correction to that fantasy. The same humanity that speaks of reason, civilization, Christianity, democracy, and progress produces mechanized war, racial hatred, political fanaticism, and weapons whose destructive reach exceeds anything the supposedly primitive world possessed. The contradiction is not peripheral. It belongs to the modern condition itself. Material security cannot resolve it. Europe can build institutions, accumulate knowledge, organize economies, and prepare elaborate systems of defense, yet every external achievement remains vulnerable to the psyche of the people who control it. A weapon is not dangerous by itself in the same sense that an unconscious human being armed with it is dangerous. The greater technological power becomes, the more consequential inner disorder becomes. Civilization has enlarged its capacity to act without achieving an equal enlargement of self-knowledge. Jung's medical perspective makes this contradiction intimate. The physician learns to observe disease, but the psychotherapist is eventually confronted with suffering that cannot be separated from the patient's entire manner of living. A symptom may have causes, yet the person carrying it also has values, beliefs, relationships, fears, and an image of what life is supposed to mean. When these collapse, treatment cannot remain entirely mechanical. The question shifts from what has gone wrong in an organism to what has become impossible in a life. Here the boundary between psychology and religion becomes unstable. For centuries, religious systems offered images through which people could interpret guilt, suffering, death, sacrifice, hope, and transformation. As long as those images remained alive, psychology in the modern sense was less necessary. The symbolic structure already provided channels through which psychic energies could move. Once belief loses its immediate authority, however, those energies do not vanish. They return as problems that the individual must somehow confront without the collective map that previously contained them. The result can appear as neurosis. Jung does not mean that every psychological disorder is secretly a religious crisis, nor that doctrine can replace treatment. The more precise claim is that some suffering persists because the person's conscious outlook has become too narrow for the life pressing against it. Psychic energy encounters an attitude that can no longer receive it. What cannot move outward through meaningful forms turns back toward its source. The individual then experiences conflict, compulsive fantasy, disturbing desire, or symptoms that seem senseless because the conscious personality cannot recognize what they are demanding. Freud's discoveries become indispensable at this point, but Jung also marks their boundary. Psychoanalysis exposes regions of psychic life that respectable consciousness would rather deny. Beneath cultivated behavior lie fantasies, impulses, resentments, and desires incompatible with the image civilized people maintain of themselves. This discovery is humiliating because it destroys moral innocence. The modern person who prides himself on refinement discovers that the archaic and forbidden have not disappeared. They survive beneath the surface. Yet for Jung, the unconscious cannot be reduced to a cellar containing only what civilization has rejected. If psychology finds nothing there except repressed sexuality, aggression, and criminal fantasy, it reproduces the modern habit of seeing psychic depth only through what is shameful or pathological. The unconscious also contains possibilities that consciousness has failed to develop. What returns from below may threaten the established personality, but threat does not tell us whether the emerging content is merely destructive. It may also carry the beginning of another orientation. The unconscious appears not as the place where civilization deposits what it rejects, but as a field containing possibilities consciousness has not yet lived. Modern man cannot solve his spiritual crisis merely by exposing what is repressed. He must discover whether the unknown within him carries forms of life capable of answering the emptiness left by inherited belief. The return of the unconscious. The modern crisis becomes more severe when skepticism ceases to be merely intellectual. Once confidence in inherited religion, political progress, and rational organization weakens, psychic energy loses the external channels through which it had been directed. Jung observes a reversal. The individual who no longer believes that the world can be repaired through collective ideals is thrown back upon himself. Energy that once moved outward begins flowing toward its source, disturbing material that remained invisible while consciousness was occupied with external goals. This inward movement changes the meaning of the unconscious. It can no longer be treated as a passive storehouse containing memories that consciousness has misplaced. What rises from it possesses force. Freud had already uncovered fantasies that contradicted the civilized person's image of himself, desires and impulses that appeared criminal, perverse, or intolerable when measured against conscious morality. Jung accepts the shock of that discovery. Modern man must recognize that civilization has not removed the primitive possibilities of human nature. It has constructed a conscious order above them. The distinction matters because every culture produces its own opposite. The values a society develops cannot include every human possibility, and what falls outside the accepted order does not therefore cease to exist. Earlier civilizations possessed metaphysical systems through which these tensions could be represented and contained. Modern consciousness has weakened many of those systems while becoming increasingly unable to deny the psychic forces they once organized. What previous centuries could assign to demons, temptation, sin, divine punishment, or supernatural conflict now appears within the individual as a psychological fact demanding recognition. The World War becomes, for Jung, the terrifying collective demonstration of this problem. The ordered surface of civilization proved far thinner than its confidence suggested. Beneath institutions, education, law, and moral ideals remained forces capable of breaking through with catastrophic intensity. The same structure exists within an individual. Reason can construct an orderly personality and suppress whatever contradicts it, but suppression is not transformation. The rejected force waits behind the partition. Under sufficient pressure, the wall can fail. There is something profoundly uncomfortable in this image, because it destroys the reassuring division between civilized man and the chaos he condemns. The catastrophe outside is no longer simply the work of morally inferior others. Jung sees modern consciousness being forced toward a recognition that would have been intolerable to its earlier confidence. The foreigner cannot carry all the darkness. The enemy cannot remain the exclusive source of disorder. The person who once wanted to call everyone else to account discovers that he too requires examination. This reversal transforms the spiritual problem into a problem of projection. As long as destructive qualities remain located exclusively outside, consciousness can preserve an image of its own innocence. It can reform the world without confronting the psychic conditions through which it participates in that world. But once collective catastrophe reveals similar capacities on every side, the moral geometry collapses. The shadow returns to its source. Modern man loses not only faith in institutions, but also faith in the image he had constructed of himself. The resulting inwardness can easily be mistaken for withdrawal. Jung sees something more consequential. When the external world loses its unquestioned authority, contents buried beneath conscious adaptation begin receiving energy. Old symbols return. Religious questions reappear in people who may no longer accept religious doctrine. Dreams become unusually charged. Fantasies develop an authority that surprises the rational personality. The psyche begins producing material that seems to answer a need consciousness cannot yet formulate. Here the difference between repression and compensation becomes decisive. Some unconscious material undoubtedly consists of what conscious morality has rejected. But Jung's psychology cannot stop there. If consciousness has become one-sided, the unconscious may also contain what is required to correct that imbalance. The disturbing image is not necessarily an enemy attempting to destroy consciousness. It can represent a neglected possibility seeking admission into a personality whose established worldview has become too narrow. This is why religious imagery returns with such persistence in psychological treatment. Jung observes that when spiritual factors are genuinely involved, the unconscious can produce dreams whose character is unmistakably religious. To dismiss these contents because the patient no longer belongs to an orthodox system would repeat the very blindness that produced the division. The image must be approached according to its psychological function. Something within the person is attempting to create a relation to values larger than the conscious ego can presently supply. The crucial word is relation. Jung does not propose that psychology prove God, restore doctrine, or transform the therapist into a theologian. Science reaches a boundary when it asks where consciousness ultimately comes from or what the psyche is in itself. It can observe the emergence of symbolic patterns and describe their effects, but explanation eventually reaches questions it cannot settle. The existence of this boundary does not invalidate the experience occurring before it. What matters clinically is whether the symbol can carry psychic energy that has lost every other meaningful route. Religious and mythological images have performed this function throughout human history. They provide forms through which suffering can be related to sacrifice, disorder to transformation, isolation to participation, and death to a larger pattern. Their psychological effectiveness does not depend upon psychology deciding the metaphysical truth of the realities they name. A symbol acts because it organizes experience. The modern person faces a peculiar disadvantage here. He has become too conscious to accept inherited symbols simply because tradition commands them, yet he remains too psychologically human to live without symbolic orientation. He cannot return to medieval certainty by decision. Neither can he indefinitely endure a universe stripped of every value that reason cannot demonstrate. The conflict therefore enters the psyche itself. One part demands intellectual honesty. Another demands a form of meaning capable of engaging more than intellect. Jung refuses to resolve this conflict by choosing matter against spirit or spirit against matter. In practical psychology, either reduction can become destructive. A purely naturalistic interpretation may violate the patient's spiritual development, while an exclusively spiritual interpretation can deny the claims of embodied existence. The psychologist stands dangerously between both positions, required to take seriously realities that appear contradictory without dissolving the tension through convenient abstraction. The concept of psychic reality grows from this impossible position. Human experience contains material and spiritual dimensions because the psyche encounters both as realities capable of affecting life. The primitive world allowed them to interpenetrate. Western consciousness increasingly chose nature and matter, while other traditions emphasized mind at the expense of the physical world. Jung's psychological task is not to reverse one historical bias into its opposite. It is to recover the field in which both appear as dimensions of one psychic existence. This move is more radical than it initially sounds. It means that mythology, religion, philosophy, and symbolic experience cannot be dismissed merely because their claims do not operate like sensory facts. Reason may be satisfied by what can be measured, yet measurement alone does not determine what human beings love, fear, sacrifice themselves for, or experience as meaningful. Jung points toward the uncomfortable historical evidence. Rational intention has repeatedly proved incapable of preventing collective catastrophe when deeper emotional forces move in another direction. The modern spiritual problem, therefore, turns out to be inseparable from the modern discovery of the unconscious. The collapse of inherited certainty exposes psychic forces that collective forms once contained. Those forces include destructive possibilities, but also images through which renewal can begin. Jung's wager is extraordinary. The same depths from which chaos rises may also produce the forms required to survive it. When inherited answers fail, the psyche does not necessarily fall silent. Under sufficient pressure, it begins creating answers in the older language of symbols. The healer at the edge of belief. Once the spiritual problem enters the consulting room, the role of the psychotherapist begins to change. The patient may arrive with anxiety, depression, compulsions, or a crisis that appears to belong to medicine, yet the deeper complaint often concerns the meaning of life itself. Jung sees this most clearly in people who have reached the second half of life. Their suffering can no longer be understood as a simple failure of adjustment, because many have already adapted successfully to work, family, and society. What has collapsed is the framework that made those achievements worth having. The doctor is therefore pushed toward questions for which medical training offers no final answer. What should a person live for when inherited faith has lost its authority? What can replace a worldview that once connected suffering to a larger order? The danger remains obvious, yet refusing the question does not make it disappear. This is where the division between psychotherapist and clergyman becomes revealing. The priest once stood inside a symbolic system that could interpret guilt, death, sacrifice, hope, and transformation. The psychotherapist stands inside no such common world. He meets people for whom inherited language has become doubtful, but whose psychic need for meaning remains undiminished. The patient may reject doctrine and still dream in religious images. He may distrust the church and still suffer from the absence of something that performs the psychological function religion once supplied. Jung therefore treats the religious question less as a matter of belief than as a matter of psychic necessity. He observes that many patients in later life do not recover merely by understanding the childhood origins of their symptoms. Something further is demanded. Their suffering is tied to the loss of a religious attitude toward existence, though this need not mean returning to a particular creed. The issue is whether life can once again be experienced as connected to a meaning larger than the immediate purposes of the ego. This position places the therapist in an uncomfortable middle ground. He cannot prescribe faith as if it were medicine, and he cannot dismiss spiritual experience as illusion without risking another form of harm. A purely spiritual explanation can also violate the claims of the body, instinct, and ordinary human limitation. Jung insists that practical psychology must remain responsible to what actually helps the patient live, not to the purity of a doctrine. The task is not to win an argument between matter and spirit, but to avoid mutilating either side of the person. This changes the meaning of cure. A symptom can disappear while the person remains inwardly divided. A neurosis can retreat and return because the deeper conflict has not been touched. Jung encounters suffering that becomes intelligible only when the patient's entire worldview is considered. The question is no longer simply what caused the symptom. It becomes what the symptom is doing within a life whose conscious attitude has reached an impasse. Here the unconscious assumes another function. It does not merely reveal what consciousness has rejected. It can produce images that point beyond the established position. Dreams may introduce religious motifs into the life of someone who consciously has no place for them. Fantasies may present figures of guidance, judgment, renewal, or sacrifice. The therapist does not need to declare these images supernatural. He needs to recognize that the psyche is producing forms capable of reorganizing experience when conscious meaning has failed. The process cannot be forced. If the therapist imposes an interpretation, he may simply replace the authority of the church with the authority of psychology. The patient would remain dependent upon another external voice telling him what his experience means. Jung requires something more difficult. The image must acquire meaning through the patient's own encounter with it. What matters is not whether the symbol fits a doctrine, but whether it becomes psychologically alive. This is why experience matters more than instruction. A person can be told that life has meaning and remain unconvinced. He can hear theological arguments, philosophical systems, or moral advice without any change in the structure of his suffering. A concept remains external until something in the psyche responds to it. Human beings are not transformed by propositions merely because those propositions are logically sound. What heals must become an event in the life of the person. Jung's most radical claim follows from this. The psyche that produces destructive forces can also produce images of rescue. The same unconscious that overwhelms consciousness can contain patterns capable of restoring orientation when the ego has exhausted its resources. Science can describe the appearance of these patterns, but it cannot finally explain why they possess such power. At a certain point, psychology reaches the boundary of what can be demonstrated and must remain faithful to what can be observed. The therapist at this boundary is neither priest nor technician. He becomes a witness to a transformation whose source cannot be reduced to conscious intention. The patient came seeking relief from symptoms. What emerges instead is a confrontation with the meaning of his life. The clinical problem has become inseparable from the spiritual one. The search for a living symbol. The spiritual crisis reaches its decisive point when Jung asks what can actually replace a worldview that has ceased to live. The answer cannot simply be another doctrine. A belief adopted because it is useful remains external to the person, and an inherited symbol repeated without inner conviction has already lost the psychological function that once made it powerful. Modern man cannot return to an earlier form of consciousness merely because he has discovered that skepticism is painful. Once the old certainty has been broken, imitation cannot restore it. This is why Jung distinguishes so sharply between a symbol that is historically present and one that is psychologically alive. Churches, scriptures, rituals, and theological ideas can continue to exist after their symbolic force has weakened for an individual. He may understand their language, respect their historical importance, and even wish he could believe, yet none of this guarantees that the images still mediate his deepest experience. The problem is not ignorance of the old answer. It is that the answer no longer produces the inner transformation for which it was once capable. The loss creates a peculiar form of loneliness. Traditional religion gave the individual a place inside a cosmic order. The medieval Christian world Jung evokes was structured around a universe in which human existence possessed an intelligible destination. Earth occupied a meaningful position, God watched over creation, and life unfolded toward eternal consequences. Modern science dismantled that picture with extraordinary success. Yet destroying an obsolete cosmology did not automatically produce another symbolic order capable of satisfying the psychological needs that had once inhabited it. The modern person therefore inherits knowledge without necessarily inheriting meaning. He knows more about the mechanisms of the universe while finding it increasingly difficult to say what his existence within that universe is for. Jung does not blame science for this situation. Science accomplishes its task precisely by refusing to answer questions its methods cannot establish. The difficulty begins when scientific knowledge becomes a complete worldview and questions outside its method are treated as though they had been disproved rather than left unanswered. Psychic life does not respect this boundary so neatly. Human beings continue to dream, imagine, worship, fear, sacrifice, and organize their lives around values that cannot be reduced to measurable objects. General spiritual conceptions appear across cultures because they belong persistently to psychic life. Jung therefore considers their wholesale denial psychologically significant. Psychology has spent much of its development studying psychic processes through physical causation, while the investigation of their spiritual determinants has barely begun. This does not authorize psychology to manufacture metaphysics. Jung repeatedly approaches the boundary with caution. The psychologist can observe a religious image, trace its recurrence, examine its effects, and recognize its capacity to transform a personality. He cannot convert those observations into proof about ultimate reality. Psychology knows the image of God as a psychic fact. Whether that image corresponds to something existing independently of the psyche belongs to another order of question. The distinction protects both science and experience. If psychology declares the symbol objectively true, it exceeds its evidence. If it declares the symbol meaningless because its object cannot be demonstrated, it exceeds its evidence again. Jung remains between these alternatives. The symbol exists psychologically because it acts. It reorganizes emotion, directs attention, changes behavior, creates obligations, and can alter the course of a life. Whatever its metaphysical status, its psychic effectiveness is undeniable. The unconscious becomes decisive because living symbols cannot simply be invented by conscious will. A person cannot sit down and rationally design an image that will possess him with the same authority as a genuine symbolic experience. Consciousness can produce signs whose meanings are already known. A living symbol arises around something not yet fully understood. It contains an unknown factor, and precisely because it cannot be exhausted by explanation, it can connect consciousness with possibilities lying beyond its established position. Dreams become one of the places where this process can be observed. When patients face conflicts whose spiritual dimension has become central, Jung finds that the unconscious may produce material whose religious character cannot responsibly be ignored. The therapist does not insert religion into the dream. The imagery appears from within the psychic process itself. To explain it away automatically as disguised sexuality or some other predetermined mechanism can therefore amount to misunderstanding what the psyche is attempting to accomplish. The symbol functions as a bridge. On one side stands the conscious personality with its established values, rational judgments, and historical limitations. On the other lies an unconscious field containing what consciousness has excluded or not yet developed. When these positions become incompatible, direct victory by either side can damage the personality. The symbol creates a third possibility. It gives form to the conflict without prematurely resolving it into one of the opposing positions. This is why Jung's psychological solution cannot be reduced to choosing faith over reason. Such a choice would merely reverse the imbalance of modern consciousness. The intellect has legitimate demands. A modern person who has genuinely developed critical thought cannot heal by deliberately becoming less conscious. The new orientation must include what has been learned through doubt while recovering a relationship with symbolic life. Otherwise, spiritual renewal would require regression rather than development. The same principle applies to instinct. Jung rejects a spirituality that attempts to save the person by denying his embodied nature. A psychological treatment that insists exclusively upon spiritual interpretation can become as one-sided as materialism. Human beings live between both dimensions. Instinct demands recognition, while symbolic life gives instinct forms through which its energy can participate in a larger psychic order. The task is not to destroy either pole, but to discover a relation in which neither must falsify the other. At this point, the modern spiritual problem becomes inseparable from individuation. The individual cannot simply borrow the collective answer, because his crisis has emerged partly from the failure of collective answers to remain psychologically alive. He must undergo an experience in which meaning becomes personally real without becoming merely private fantasy. The unconscious supplies material, but consciousness must confront, interpret, and integrate it. Neither side can accomplish the transformation alone. This is also why the process often becomes urgent in the second half of life. Earlier development can be organized around adaptation to the external world. Education, profession, relationships, family, social identity, and material independence provide concrete tasks. Once these have been achieved or their limits recognized, the question changes. The person can no longer assume that more of the same will provide the missing answer. External success may remain valuable while losing its capacity to organize the whole personality. The spiritual crisis then reveals itself not as an optional philosophical interest, but as a developmental demand. The values that carried the morning of life cannot necessarily guide its afternoon. A person who continues measuring existence solely through expansion, achievement, and social adaptation may discover that psychic energy has begun withdrawing from those goals. What appears as emptiness can therefore signal not the absence of life, but the exhaustion of an attitude that has completed its task. Psychotherapy enters precisely where this transition has become blocked. The therapist cannot hand the patient a ready-made meaning without turning treatment into persuasion. He can help create conditions in which the person's own psychic process becomes visible. Dreams, fantasies, conflicts, projections, and recurring images provide evidence of what consciousness has neglected. The aim is not obedience to the therapist's worldview. It is the emergence of a relation between consciousness and the deeper movement of the psyche. Such a relation changes the meaning of authority. The answer is no longer guaranteed entirely by church, society, science, or therapist. Nor is the ego promoted into absolute authority. Something more difficult emerges. The individual must learn to take seriously experiences whose source exceeds conscious intention, while remaining responsible for how those experiences are interpreted and lived. The old external certainty has disappeared, but pure subjectivism cannot replace it. Jung's modern person, therefore, stands in an unstable but potentially creative position. He has lost the protection of a universally binding symbolic world and has discovered the unconscious beneath his rational identity. The same discovery that exposes darkness also reveals a forgotten capacity for symbolic renewal. The unconscious contains destructive forces, but it also produces images capable of mediating conflicts consciousness cannot solve directly. The spiritual problem is not answered by finding the correct sentence about existence. It is answered, if at all, through transformation. A worldview becomes psychologically real when the whole personality participates in it, when intellect, emotion, instinct, and symbolic experience enter a new relation. This is why Jung treats the search for meaning as inseparable from the search for the soul. Modern man has not merely lost an explanation of the universe. He has lost contact with the psychic function through which the universe could once become meaningful. The civilization searching for its soul. The spiritual problem of modern man is not merely an individual crisis repeated across millions of separate lives. Jung sees it as the psychological expression of a historical transformation. The structures that once connected the individual to a shared metaphysical order have weakened, while nothing possessing equal symbolic authority has replaced them. Modern consciousness has gained independence from inherited certainty, but the price of that independence is that questions once answered collectively now return to each individual as personal problems. This transformation becomes especially visible when Jung compares modern consciousness with the medieval world. The medieval person inhabited a universe whose structure already contained human meaning. Earth occupied a privileged place within creation, God governed existence, and human life belonged to a drama extending beyond physical death. The individual did not have to construct this order psychologically from the beginning. He entered a symbolic world already built around him. Modern science destroyed the cosmology, and modern criticism weakened the certainty that had accompanied it. For Jung, there is no possibility of simply reversing this development. The modern person cannot unknow what he knows. He cannot restore an earlier cosmology by pretending that the intellectual revolutions of the intervening centuries never occurred. Nor can a religious institution make a symbol psychologically alive merely by insisting upon its authority. Historical consciousness has permanently altered the situation. Once the individual recognizes that beliefs develop, change, and differ across cultures, collective certainty becomes more difficult to inhabit with the innocence of earlier ages. This does not mean that modernity has outgrown religion in the deeper psychological sense. The decline of a particular form of belief is not equivalent to the disappearance of the psychic functions that belief once served. Human beings continue to confront death, guilt, suffering, sacrifice, transformation, uncertainty, and the need for orientation. They still encounter experiences that place the ego before something larger than itself. When traditional symbols cease to contain these experiences, the underlying psychic energies search for other forms. Jung sees modern psychology emerging partly because of this displacement. Problems once brought to the priest increasingly arrive before the psychotherapist. The change is culturally significant. Psychology does not merely add another scientific specialty to modern knowledge. It occupies territory exposed by the weakening of traditional spiritual authority. The patient may present a symptom, but the therapeutic process can eventually uncover questions about value, purpose, and worldview that medicine alone cannot settle. The consulting room, therefore, becomes one of the places where the spiritual condition of modern civilization reveals itself. The therapist encounters individuals who possess education, careers, relationships, social position, and material security, yet remain unable to discover why their lives should continue in their present form. Their suffering cannot always be explained by deprivation. In some cases, the very success of external adaptation exposes the absence of an inner orientation once the expected goals have been achieved. This becomes particularly important in the second half of life. Jung repeatedly encounters patients whose problems cannot be solved simply by helping them become more successful versions of the people they already are. Their external tasks may have been fulfilled. What is missing is a standpoint capable of giving the remaining life direction. The psychological problem therefore crosses into territory traditionally occupied by religion. The person needs more than adjustment. He needs an attitude toward existence. The cultural difficulty is that modern society is exceptionally skilled at preparing people for external adaptation. Education teaches knowledge and professional competence. Economic life organizes ambition around productivity and acquisition. Social institutions define recognizable forms of achievement. Yet none of these automatically prepares the individual for the moment when achievement ceases to answer the central question. A civilization can provide extraordinary means while becoming uncertain about ends. Jung sees this imbalance reflected on a collective scale. Technical power has expanded dramatically, but psychological self-knowledge has not necessarily expanded with it. The catastrophe of the World War shattered confidence in the assumption that civilized institutions had fundamentally transformed human nature. Modern people were forced to confront the same destructive possibilities they had preferred to attribute to others. The foreign enemy could no longer carry the entire moral shadow of civilization. This recognition changes the direction of psychic energy. Skepticism toward political salvation and rational world reform drives attention inward. Jung describes energy flowing back toward its source and disturbing contents that had remained hidden while it moved smoothly into external purposes. Modern consciousness discovers that the darkness it had projected into enemies also belongs to the structure of its own psyche. The spiritual crisis becomes inseparable from a crisis of self-knowledge. Freud's discovery of disturbing unconscious fantasies becomes culturally important in precisely this context. Civilized consciousness encounters within itself possibilities that contradict its moral self-image. Sexual perversity, aggression, criminal fantasy, and irrational desire are not safely confined to primitive peoples or pathological outsiders. They belong to the psychic hinterland of ordinary humanity. Earlier cultures also possessed destructive undercurrents, but Jung argues that modern consciousness has become uniquely compelled to take their psychological reality seriously. The consequence is a peculiar reversal of progress. The more modern man becomes conscious of his historical position, the less innocent he can remain about himself. Knowledge no longer merely enlarges his superiority over the past. It exposes his continuity with it. Beneath technological civilization remains a psyche whose foundations are ancient. The primitive, mythological, religious, violent, and irrational dimensions of human existence have not vanished. They have become unconscious wherever the conscious worldview refuses to recognize them. This is why the decline of metaphysical systems carries psychological risk. Such systems did more than explain the universe. They gave symbolic form to forces that otherwise remain difficult to integrate. Myth and religion place destructive and creative powers into narratives, rituals, divine figures, moral dramas, and images of transformation. Modern criticism can expose the historical limitations of those forms, but criticism alone does not create another vessel for the energies they contained. When no symbolic vessel exists, psychic forces can attach themselves to secular objects. Political ideologies can acquire religious intensity. Nations, leaders, movements, and collective causes can become carriers of expectations once directed toward transcendent images. The modern person may consider himself entirely secular while investing worldly objects with absolute psychological value. The disappearance of explicit religion, therefore, does not guarantee the disappearance of religious patterns of psychic investment. Jung's warning becomes especially important here. If modern consciousness refuses to acknowledge its need for symbolic orientation, that need does not necessarily become weaker. It can become unconscious. An unconscious demand is more difficult to examine because the person experiences its object as self-evidently valuable. He does not recognize that psychic energy has transformed a political idea, social cause, relationship, or personal ambition into something carrying the weight of salvation. The modern spiritual problem, therefore, becomes a problem of where human beings place the absolute. A traditional society supplies collective answers. Modernity multiplies possibilities while depriving any single one of unquestioned authority. This freedom creates an unprecedented demand upon the individual. He must distinguish between values he consciously endorses and values that have unconsciously possessed him. He must discover what actually carries meaning without simply surrendering to the first collective movement capable of relieving uncertainty. Psychology enters this territory cautiously because it cannot determine metaphysical truth. Jung does not propose a psychological religion whose doctrines replace Christianity or any other tradition. He insists instead that spiritual conceptions are observable components of psychic life, and that their absence or denial cannot simply be treated as evidence of advancement. Psychology has only begun to investigate the spiritual determinants of psychic transformation. This admission of ignorance is essential. Modern consciousness often imagines that what it cannot accept has already been disproved. Jung reverses the posture. The scientific investigation of psychic life is still young, particularly where symbolic and spiritual processes are concerned. Initiation, religious transformation, contemplative practices, and spontaneously occurring symbolic experiences demonstrate psychological phenomena whose laws remain only partially understood. A genuinely modern psychology should therefore become more cautious as it approaches them, not less. The cultural task is not to retreat from reason, but to enlarge the modern conception of the psyche. Rational consciousness must retain its achievements while recognizing that human life cannot be governed by rationality alone. The forces revealed by war, neurosis, dreams, collective movements, and religious imagery demonstrate that consciousness exists within a psychic field far larger than itself. A civilization that possesses enormous external power while remaining unconscious of that field becomes dangerous precisely because it mistakes partial control for mastery. The search for the soul, therefore, becomes the hidden counterpart of modern progress. Humanity has learned to transform the external world with extraordinary effectiveness. Jung asks whether it can undergo a corresponding transformation inwardly. The question is not sentimental. The greater civilization's technological power becomes, the more catastrophic unconsciousness can become with it. Psychological development is no longer merely a private luxury. It becomes part of the problem of whether civilization can survive the forces it has acquired the means to unleash. Modern man's spiritual crisis thus contains both loss and possibility. The old center has weakened, but its disappearance forces consciousness into a relationship with depths that collective certainty once concealed. The individual can no longer receive every answer ready-made. He must confront the unconscious, recognize his projections, encounter symbolic experience, and discover whether a living orientation can emerge from that confrontation. Jung does not promise that such an orientation can be standardized for everyone. The modern condition itself makes universal formulas increasingly difficult. What can be observed is the need. Human beings continue to produce spiritual images because psychic life continues to require forms through which its deepest tensions can become meaningful. Dreams can perform this function spontaneously even when conscious belief has disappeared, which is why ignoring their religious character can become a serious therapeutic error. The civilization searching for its soul is therefore searching for a new relationship between consciousness and what consciousness cannot completely control. It cannot return unchanged to the past, and it cannot survive psychologically by pretending that reason has abolished the ancient depths of human nature. The spiritual problem begins precisely at this threshold. Modern man has conquered enough of the external world to discover that the unknown he can no longer escape is within himself. The soul modernity cannot leave behind. By the end of Jung's examination of modern spiritual life, the problem no longer appears as a simple conflict between religion and unbelief. Something more fundamental has happened. Western consciousness has undergone a historical transformation that cannot simply be reversed. Science has dismantled the cosmology that once surrounded human existence with inherited meaning. Critical thought has made unquestioning belief increasingly difficult. Political catastrophe has damaged confidence in rational progress. Psychology has revealed forces operating beneath the conscious personality. Modern man has gained consciousness, but every gain has exposed another uncertainty. This is why Jung refuses nostalgia as a solution. The medieval world possessed a coherence modern consciousness can describe, but cannot simply recover. Its universe placed humanity within a divine order extending from earthly existence toward eternity. Such an arrangement gave suffering and death a place within a larger story. But the modern person cannot deliberately forget the discoveries that dissolve that picture. Natural science has torn apart the old cosmological veil, and historical consciousness has made inherited beliefs visible as historical forms rather than unquestionable descriptions of reality. The spiritual crisis begins in the space left behind. Freedom from the old worldview does not automatically generate another one. Modern consciousness can reject what it no longer believes, but negation cannot provide the symbolic orientation that belief once supplied. A person may know precisely what he does not accept and still have no answer when asked what his life ultimately serves. Skepticism removes false certainty. It cannot guarantee meaning. Jung sees this condition reflected in the modern loss of faith in collective solutions. The catastrophic experience of war has weakened the dream that rational organization alone can lead humanity toward peace and harmony. Modern man has discovered that technological, political, and intellectual sophistication do not eliminate the destructive possibilities of the psyche. The confidence once invested in reforming the world therefore turns inward. Skepticism redirects psychic energy toward its source, bringing previously submerged contents to the surface. The direction of the search changes. The question is no longer only how the world should be reorganized, but what kind of creature is attempting to reorganize it. Modern consciousness confronts a humiliating possibility. The disorder it condemns outside is not entirely foreign to itself. The violence attributed to enemies, the irrationality assigned to primitive peoples, and the forbidden impulses projected onto pathological individuals belong in potential to the same human psyche that created civilization. Freud's discovery becomes historically decisive here. Beneath the respectable surface of civilized personality lie fantasies radically incompatible with its conscious self-image. Jung accepts the disturbing force of this revelation while expanding its implications. The unconscious is not a curiosity beneath normal life. It contains powers that consciousness cannot simply dismiss. Earlier civilizations also possessed destructive psychic undercurrents, but their metaphysical systems gave these forces forms through which they could be experienced and interpreted. Modernity has weakened the systems without abolishing the forces. This is the paradox at the center of the modern condition. The more thoroughly consciousness disenchants the external world, the more urgently it encounters the unexplained within itself. Spirits disappear from forests, divine intention disappears from natural events, and cosmic purpose disappears from scientific description. Yet dreams continue producing autonomous images. Compulsions violate conscious intention. Collective passions overwhelm individual reason. Symbols arise spontaneously even in people whose conscious worldview provides no place for them. The soul, in this sense, returns as a problem precisely when modernity believes it has outgrown the language of soul. Jung does not need to restore an old metaphysical definition to make the problem visible. Psychology encounters a field of experience that cannot be equated with conscious intention. The psyche produces, compensates, transforms, and confronts the ego with contents it did not choose. Whatever ultimate account philosophy may give of this process, the psychologist must take its reality seriously because it acts upon human life. The clinical encounter makes this unavoidable. A patient can arrive seeking relief from a symptom and eventually reveal a crisis for which symptom removal is insufficient. Especially in the second half of life, Jung finds people whose difficulties concern the absence of an orientation capable of carrying them forward. Their problem may persist even after its personal history has been explained. Understanding why suffering began does not necessarily tell a person what his life should now become. Psychotherapy consequently reaches the territory once occupied primarily by religion. The therapist encounters questions about guilt, death, purpose, transformation, and the value of existence. But he cannot simply assume the authority formerly held by the priest. Psychology possesses no scientific method for manufacturing faith. It cannot prove a metaphysical doctrine and prescribe it as treatment. The physician must instead recognize when the psyche itself begins producing material whose spiritual character is central to the patient's transformation. Jung specifically warns that ignoring religious contents in dreams can mean misunderstanding the source of the patient's problem. The unconscious, therefore, becomes both the problem and the possibility. It contains the destructive countercurrent civilization has tried to exclude, but it also produces symbolic material through which one-sided consciousness can be corrected. This dual character prevents Jung from romanticizing psychic depth. The unconscious is not automatically wise, benevolent, or spiritual. Its contents can overwhelm and destabilize. Yet neither is it merely a repository of pathology. It contains possibilities that the conscious personality has not lived. The living symbol becomes crucial at precisely this point. A genuine symbol can unite experiences that rational consciousness cannot reconcile directly. It does not eliminate contradiction by choosing one side. It gives the tension a form capable of carrying psychological energy until another attitude becomes possible. This is why symbols cannot simply be manufactured intellectually. Their power depends upon containing something that consciousness has not yet completely understood. Religious imagery possesses this function historically because it has given form to experiences that exceed ordinary conceptual language. Birth, death, sacrifice, renewal, evil, redemption, transformation, and the encounter with powers larger than the ego have repeatedly been represented through symbolic systems. Psychology can investigate these images without deciding whether their metaphysical objects exist independently of the psyche. Their psychological importance lies first in the fact that human beings continue to produce and respond to them. Jung regards spiritual conceptions as persistent constituents of psychic life, and sees psychology's knowledge of their operation as strikingly incomplete. Modern psychology has learned much about biological and causal aspects of the psyche, but its investigation of spiritually conditioned processes remains at an early stage. Initiation, contemplative practices, religious experience, and symbolic transformation reveal phenomena whose psychological laws are still obscure. This ignorance becomes an argument for caution rather than dismissal. Modern consciousness often assumes that abandoning an older explanation means understanding the phenomenon it attempted to explain. Jung sees the mistake. To show that a religious image has psychological determinants does not exhaust its psychological meaning. To identify biological conditions of experience does not prove that experience is nothing but biology. Reduction can reveal one layer while concealing another. The same caution applies to the opposition between matter and spirit. Jung refuses to make psychology the servant of either metaphysical materialism or spiritual idealism. Human beings encounter both embodied necessity and symbolic meaning. A treatment that reduces spiritual experience to physical causation can become as inadequate as one that ignores instinct and bodily reality in the name of spirit. Practical psychology must remain between the opposites because the living person exists between them. This middle position is uncomfortable because it offers no final system. But that discomfort belongs to modern consciousness itself. Jung's modern man stands between inherited answers that can no longer simply be believed in future answers that have not yet acquired stable form. He is historically aware enough to recognize the relativity of worldviews, while psychologically unable to live without some orientation toward meaning. His spiritual condition is therefore transitional. Psychology cannot end this transition by declaring what the next collective faith should be. It can do something smaller and perhaps more important. It can help the individual recognize where unconscious forces have taken possession of his life. It can expose projections that make inner conflicts appear exclusively outside. It can follow dreams and symbols through which neglected psychic possibilities emerge. It can create a relationship between conscious reason and the deeper processes that reason alone cannot command. This changes the meaning of individuation. Becoming an individual does not mean constructing an isolated ego free from collective influence. It means entering a more conscious relation with the totality of one's psychic life, including aspects that contradict the identity consciousness has built. The modern person who has lost collective certainty is forced toward this task with unusual intensity because fewer external structures can perform it automatically on his behalf. The apparent loneliness of modernity, therefore, contains a developmental possibility. The collapse of inherited authority can force an encounter that collective belief once postponed. The individual must discover whether symbols can become alive through experience rather than obedience, whether meaning can emerge without sacrificing critical consciousness, and whether the forces previously projected onto the external world can be recognized as dimensions of his own psyche. Nothing guarantees success. Jung does not conclude with a new creed. The spiritual problem remains a problem precisely because its answer lies beyond the present state of consciousness. He explicitly approaches it as something newly formed, whose full significance cannot yet be judged, and whose solution belongs partly to the future. What can be seen is the direction of the search. Modern humanity has turned outward with extraordinary success, and discovered a universe immeasurably larger and less human-centered than the one its ancestors imagined. Now the same expansion of consciousness turns inward and encounters another unknown. Beneath the rational personality lies a psychic world older than civilization, populated by impulses, images, conflicts, and symbolic possibilities that the ego did not create. The title of Jung's project therefore acquires its deepest meaning here. Modern man is not searching for a soul because the past has conclusively proved that one exists, nor because psychology can return him to an abandoned metaphysics. He searches because the civilization that taught him to doubt the soul has not eliminated the experiences for which the word once stood. The search itself becomes evidence of the absence. A civilization capable of explaining more of the external world than any before it finds itself confronted by the unanswered question of what all that knowledge is for. The modern person has gained unprecedented freedom from inherited meaning, and discovers that he must now participate consciously in the creation of meaning. Jung leaves him at that threshold. Behind him stands the lost security of a world whose symbols were given collectively. Before him lies no completed replacement. Within him, however, the psyche continues producing images, conflicts, dreams, and transformations. Modernity has not silenced the soul. It has made hearing it an individual responsibility. Conclusion. Modern man reaches the end of Jung's investigation in a position very different from the one in which he began. The search for a soul first appeared to be a response to loss, as though modern consciousness had misplaced something that earlier ages possessed without difficulty. Yet the journey through dreams, psychological types, psychotherapy, aging, archaic belief, art, and the spiritual crisis of modernity changes the meaning of that loss. The soul has not vanished. What has vanished is the certainty that consciousness already knows where to find it. The distinction matters because Jung never asks modern man to undo his development. Science cannot be forgotten. Historical consciousness cannot be switched off. A person who has learned to question inherited belief cannot recover innocence by commanding himself to believe again. The old cosmology once placed human life inside a meaningful order, but its authority depended upon a form of consciousness that modernity has transformed. Returning to it artificially would solve the anxiety only by sacrificing the very awareness that created the problem. The search must therefore move forward through the crisis rather than backward around it. This is where the unconscious changes from a source of disturbance into the central fact of the argument. Dreams reveal that psychic life continues beyond deliberate thought. Symptoms show that conscious intention can be opposed by forces it doesn't understand. Projections demonstrate that what a person refuses to recognize within himself can return disguised as a quality of the external world. Again and again, the ego discovers that it occupies only part of the territory it calls its own. That discovery is initially humiliating. The civilized individual prefers to imagine himself as the author of his judgments and the master of his motives. Yet the shadow complicates every clean division between self and other. The hated enemy can carry qualities consciousness has rejected. The admired figure can carry possibilities the observer has never developed. Moral certainty can conceal an unconscious investment. The world remains real, but perception is never psychologically innocent. Something from within is always capable of entering what appears to be outside. Jung's psychological types deepen the same lesson. No conscious standpoint sees everything. Thought clarifies one dimension, while feeling reveals another. Sensation remains faithful to what is present, while intuition follows what might emerge. Extroversion and introversion organize attention around different centers of gravity. Each orientation can become sophisticated enough to mistake its own strength for reality itself. The personality then becomes imprisoned by the very function that once made adaptation possible. The neglected opposite waits beneath this success. During youth, such one-sidedness is often necessary. A person must choose a direction, build competence, enter society, create relationships, and establish an identity. Possibility must narrow before a life can acquire form. But the sacrifices required by adaptation leave psychological consequences. The unlived qualities do not cease to exist merely because consciousness had good reasons to exclude them. They remain unfinished, gathering significance as the dominant attitude approaches its limit. The second half of life makes that limit impossible to ignore. The values of ascent begin losing their unquestioned authority. Achievement can continue without producing the same conviction. Expansion becomes repetition. The person may try to preserve the morning by pursuing more of what once gave life direction, yet the afternoon has already begun. Jung's image of the descending sun makes the reversal clear. Later life is not simply youth with fewer possibilities. It carries another psychological task, one that turns attention toward limitation, contradiction, completion, and death. Death therefore enters Jung's psychology not as an isolated final event, but as a fact that reorganizes the meaning of life before life ends. A culture devoted to growth tends to treat decline as failure because it possesses no positive image of descent. The psyche repeatedly answers with symbols of transformation, return, sacrifice, and renewal. Psychology cannot prove what lies beyond death, but it can observe that human beings have always required images through which mortality becomes more than a meaningless interruption. At this boundary, psychotherapy approaches the spiritual problem. Explanation can uncover childhood causes, hidden desires, and patterns of adaptation, but a person may understand his history and still have no orientation toward the future. The question is no longer only why suffering exists. It becomes what kind of life can contain what has been discovered. The therapist cannot supply that meaning as doctrine. If meaning is merely imposed from outside, the patient exchanges one dependency for another. The possibility Jung follows is more demanding. Meaning may emerge through a changed relationship with psychic life itself. A dream can become more than a symptom to decode. A symbol can hold a conflict that conscious reason cannot yet resolve. An inferior function can reveal a capacity the established personality needs. A projection can be withdrawn and returned as responsibility. None of these movements creates perfection. They enlarge the field within which the person can recognize himself. What remains is not a return to former certainty, but a confrontation with the wider psyche that certainty once concealed. The psyche beyond consciousness. The opening has established the final paradox. Modern consciousness cannot return to the psychological world that preceded it, yet it cannot live indefinitely by negation alone. Jung's argument now depends on understanding why this situation produces more than intellectual uncertainty. The loss of inherited meaning changes the structure through which the individual interprets experience. What once arrived already named by religion, custom, and collective belief increasingly appears as a private disturbance, a symptom, a dream, an anxiety, or an unexplained demand arising from within. This is why the unconscious becomes indispensable to the conclusion. It represents everything that exceeds the conscious standpoint without therefore being unreal. Jung repeatedly shows that the ego is surrounded by psychic activity it neither invents nor controls. Memories disappear and continue acting. Emotions contradict intention. Dreams construct images with their own logic. Fantasies gather around situations that seem objectively simple. Consciousness begins to look less like a sovereign ruler than a provisional organization inside a much larger psychological field. The discovery changes the meaning of self-knowledge. To know oneself cannot mean merely describing the personality consciousness already recognizes. That personality is partly an adaptation, shaped by social demands, profession, relationships, historical circumstances, and the psychological functions that became most useful. It is real but partial. The The persona allows participation in collective life, yet trouble begins when the role required by adaptation becomes indistinguishable from the person who performs it. Behind that identity stands the shadow. It contains what the conscious personality could not include, qualities judged unacceptable, weak, dangerous, or incompatible with the chosen self-image. Exclusion does not destroy psychic contents. It changes the form in which they return. What cannot be admitted internally can appear externally as fascination or hostility. Another person begins carrying the aggression, dependency, vulnerability, creativity, or power that consciousness refuses to recognize within itself. Projection, therefore, becomes decisive in Jung's account of modern life. It explains how inner contradiction can be experienced as external certainty. The projected quality may genuinely exist in another person, but its psychological magnitude comes partly from the observer. Some judgments consequently acquire an absolute character. The individual is not simply reacting to another person. He is confronting a fragment of his own unknown life without realizing that the encounter is also internal. Psychological types reveal why such blind regions are unavoidable. Every developed standpoint illuminates one aspect of reality by leaving another less differentiated. The thinker gains conceptual precision, but may remain uncertain before values that cannot be solved logically. The feeling type develops another intelligence and may struggle where impersonal analysis is required. Sensation trusts what is present. Intuition follows possibilities not yet visible. Introversion and extroversion distribute attention differently. None provides a complete human standpoint. The inferior function often appears where the individual feels least composed and least able to maintain the identity presented elsewhere. Its eruptions can feel embarrassing or irrational. Yet because it escaped the discipline imposed upon the dominant personality, it can carry possibilities of renewal. Development later in life may depend less upon perfecting what is already strong than upon establishing a conscious relation with what has remained primitive. Jung's model therefore separates transformation from simple self-improvement. The goal is not to remove every contradiction until a harmonious personality remains. Contradiction belongs to psychic structure. Thought and feeling, adaptation and individuality, conscious intention and unconscious demand cannot be permanently collapsed into one another. Transformation requires a personality capable of sustaining their tension without allowing one side to erase the other. Dreams become important because they present the neglected position without asking permission from conscious identity. Their images can compensate for exaggerations, expose assumptions, revive forgotten possibilities, or represent conflicts ordinary language has not yet organized. A dream cannot be reduced to a universal code because its significance depends upon the conscious situation it addresses. The same image can correct arrogance in one person and strengthen confidence in another. Jung's resistance to universal explanation follows from this principle. Freud's discoveries remain powerful because repression, sexuality, childhood, and forbidden desire genuinely shape psychic life. But one causal structure cannot convert every psychological event into another example of itself. A theory becomes dangerous when its success prevents it from seeing what does not resemble itself. Psychology must be especially conscious of this temptation because the psyche doing the observing is also part of what is observed. Modern man does not search for a soul because he lacks information about himself. He searches because information cannot substitute for a relation with the unknown parts of psychic life. Yet now the decisive movement begins when the ego recognizes that understanding the psyche is not the same as standing outside it. The transformation of the personality. The argument now reaches the point where knowledge of the unconscious must become an encounter with it. Jung's psychology does not end when a hidden motive has been identified or a projection has been intellectually recognized. Those discoveries only remove the first layer of protection. Once consciousness admits that part of what it condemned, admired, feared, or desired outside itself belongs to its own psychic structure, the individual must decide what relationship can be established with what is returned. Analysis therefore changes from explanation into a problem of transformation. This transition is difficult because the conscious personality was not formed accidentally. It represents years of adaptation. Work, relationships, morality, social expectation, and personal ambition have selected certain qualities and rewarded their development. The individual has learned what kind of person he must be in order to function. That achievement cannot simply be discarded. Yet it becomes dangerous when adaptation hardens into identity and the person begins defending a partial arrangement as though it represented the whole psyche. The shadow exposes this confusion. What returns from unconscious life often appears first in an unattractive form because it has remained outside conscious development. Aggression may arrive as hostility, dependence as helplessness, feeling as sentimentality, instinct as compulsion. Consciousness naturally wants to reject these manifestations again. But Jung's deeper question concerns what psychological value has become trapped inside them. Aggression may contain the capacity to defend a boundary. Dependence may reveal the need for relationship. An irrational reaction may carry a truth that the dominant attitude has been organized not to hear. Integration, therefore, cannot mean acting out everything unconscious. That would merely replace domination by consciousness with domination by impulse. Nor does it mean declaring every hidden tendency valuable. The task is discrimination. Consciousness must remain present while allowing what contradicts it to acquire a voice. A wider personality develops when opposing tendencies can be recognized without either being automatically expelled. This creates tension, and Jung treats that tension not as evidence of failure, but as the condition from which a new psychological position can emerge. The same logic explains why dreams become increasingly important as analysis deepens. A dream may reveal material connected with the past, but its function is not exhausted by tracing origins. It can present the current imbalance of the personality in symbolic form. A figure the dreamer despises may carry a neglected quality. A threatening landscape may represent a psychic territory consciousness refuses to enter. Death, descent, imprisonment, or transformation can appear when the established identity is approaching a limit it cannot cross in its present form. Symbols matter because they can hold contradictions that ordinary conscious language resolves too quickly. A genuine symbol does not simply conceal a statement that analysis could translate into clearer words. It gives form to something not yet completely understood. This is why symbolic images can remain psychologically active after an interpretation has been offered. Their meaning is not exhausted by explanation. They stand between conscious knowledge and an unknown possibility, allowing the personality to remain in contact with a conflict before it knows what the conflict will become. Here Jung's distance from a purely reductive psychology becomes decisive. If every image is returned to a known cause, analysis always moves backward. Childhood, repression, sexuality, fear, and personal history remain indispensable. But the psyche also appears to organize itself around possibilities that have not yet entered conscious life. The symptom can have a history and still participate in a future transformation. The dream can contain residues of yesterday and still compensate for the attitude with which the dreamer is approaching tomorrow. This perspective dimension changes the meaning of neurosis. Suffering is no longer understood only as damage produced by the past. In some cases, it marks the impossibility of continuing through an attitude that once worked. The personality has reached a boundary, but consciousness interprets the resulting conflict as meaningless because it can imagine only the restoration of its previous state. Treatment becomes more complex when cure would require not a return to the old equilibrium, but the emergence of another one. Jung's stages of psychotherapy describe this widening task. Confession breaks the isolation created by secrecy. Explanation connects symptoms with unconscious causes. Education helps the person adapt where psychological development has remained incomplete. Each movement can be necessary, and none is sufficient for every patient. Eventually, analysis can reach individuals whose problem is not simply that they cannot adapt to life. They may be adapted remarkably well. Their crisis begins because adaptation itself no longer answers the questions the psyche has started asking. The therapist cannot know the answer beforehand. If he interprets every experience through a fixed system, the patient may only exchange one rigid identity for another. Jung therefore places increasing weight upon the personality of the analyst. The physician becomes part of the psychological situation and must remain capable of being affected by what the encounter reveals. The afternoon of life. The movement from analysis toward transformation becomes clearest when Jung turns to the second half of life. The personality that once needed to establish itself in the world eventually encounters a different demand. Youth is organized around expansion. Education, work, relationships, independence, and social recognition require energy to move outward. A person must choose among possibilities and develop a stable position from which life can be lived. This narrowing is not a mistake. Without it, potential never becomes form. Yet every successful adaptation has a hidden cost. To become one kind of person means leaving other possibilities undeveloped. Certain functions become reliable because they are used repeatedly, while others remain primitive. Some desires are accepted and others rejected. A public identity becomes increasingly familiar, and the person may eventually confuse the role that allowed him to succeed with the totality of who he is. What was excluded remains active beneath that arrangement, waiting for conditions in which the old hierarchy can no longer hold. Jung locates this change around the psychological noon of life. The metaphor of the sun gives the transition its structural force. Morning rises, gains height, and expands its field of influence. At noon the same movement reaches its limit. The sun has not failed when it begins to descend. Its direction has changed because the arc itself requires another movement. Human development follows a similar pattern. Values that were necessary during ascent can become destructive when consciousness insists upon carrying them unchanged into the afternoon. The crisis often begins quietly. Goals that once generated conviction lose some of their force. Achievement continues, but its emotional reward diminishes. The person may respond by repeating the strategy that worked before, seeking more recognition, another conquest, greater productivity, or some restoration of youth. What appears to be renewed ambition can conceal a refusal to recognize that psychic energy is withdrawing from the old direction. The problem is not necessarily that the person has failed. It may be that success has completed the task it was capable of performing. This reversal explains why middle life can produce conflicts that seem irrational from the standpoint of the established personality. Qualities neglected for decades begin to demand recognition. The controlled person encounters emotion that cannot be managed through discipline. The self-sufficient person discovers dependency. The practical realist becomes troubled by questions that have no immediate utility. The thinker confronts feeling, while the person guided by relationship may discover a need for distance and judgment. The inferior side returns because further development can no longer occur exclusively through the dominant one. The return is rarely graceful. What has remained unconscious has also remained undeveloped. It appears exaggerated, awkward, emotionally charged, or childish, which gives consciousness another reason to reject it. Jung's argument asks for a more difficult response. The primitive form of the neglected quality must not be mistaken for its entire potential. What first appears as weakness may contain a capacity the personality needs. The task is neither surrender nor suppression, but the gradual creation of a conscious relationship with what had previously been excluded. This changes the meaning of maturity. It can no longer mean increasing control over every dimension of life. The second half asks for an ability to live with limitation, contradiction, and the decline of possibilities that once seemed endless. The ego is required to surrender its claim to be the measure of the whole personality. Development becomes less visible from outside because its direction turns inward. The question shifts from what the person can still acquire to what must be understood, integrated, or relinquished before the arc can be completed. Death stands behind this change even when consciousness avoids naming it. A culture organized around growth tends to treat death as an interruption rather than a destination already shaping the structure of life. Aging then appears only as subtraction. Strength diminishes, opportunities narrow, and time becomes finite. Jung resists this interpretation because it judges the entire afternoon according to morning values. If ascent alone is meaningful, every descent must look like defeat. A psychology of the whole life requires another image. Religious and mythological traditions have historically supplied such images. Descent, sacrifice, transformation, judgment, death, and renewal place finitude within symbolic patterns larger than the immediate perspective of the ego. Psychology cannot prove what lies beyond death, and Jung does not ask it to do so. What it can observe is that the psyche repeatedly produces images that prepare consciousness for transitions rational knowledge cannot master in advance. Their persistence suggests a psychological necessity, even where metaphysical certainty has disappeared. Earlier cultures could approach death through collectively inherited symbols. Modern consciousness often finds those symbols weakened while retaining the same need for orientation. The individual knows that death is inevitable, but may possess no living image through which that knowledge can become psychologically integrated. Rational certainty about mortality is not the same as an attitude capable of living toward it. It becomes inward. The spiritual problem of modern man. The movement into the afternoon of life brings Jung to a question that psychology can no longer answer through adaptation alone. If the values that organized youth have reached their limit, the individual needs more than a new set of goals. He needs an orientation capable of giving meaning to limitation, contradiction, suffering, and death. This is where the psychological argument approaches the spiritual one. The search for a soul is no longer abstract. It emerges when the established personality can continue functioning and still no longer know what its functioning is for. For Jung, this problem appears with particular force among people who have achieved much of what society asked from them. They may possess work, relationships, competence, status, and security. Their distress cannot always be explained by failure to adapt. In some cases, adaptation has succeeded so completely that its limits become visible. The person has built the life he was supposed to build and discovers that the completed structure does not answer the questions now arising within it. What seemed like the destination reveals itself as one stage of development. Psychotherapy then enters territory traditionally occupied by religion. A patient can understand the childhood origins of a symptom and still remain without direction. He can recognize a projection, improve a relationship, and function effectively while the central emptiness persists. Causal knowledge explains how the present was formed, but it cannot determine what the future should mean. The therapeutic question changes from what happened to this person into what transformation the present conflict is demanding. Jung does not answer by turning the therapist into a priest. A psychologist cannot prescribe belief as though faith were a technique. An inherited doctrine repeated without inner conviction does not become psychologically alive merely because it once carried meaning for others. Modern consciousness has passed through doubt, science, and historical criticism. It cannot honestly recover an earlier certainty by pretending those developments never occurred. Any spiritual orientation adequate to modern man must include critical consciousness rather than requiring its surrender. This is why symbolic experience becomes important. A symbol can mediate between the known attitude of consciousness and something that has not yet acquired a clear conceptual form. It does not solve the conflict by explaining it away. It holds opposing realities together long enough for another position to become possible. The symbol remains alive because its significance exceeds any single interpretation. Once its meaning can be completely replaced by a definition, it has become a sign for something already known. Dreams provide Jung with direct evidence of this symbolic activity. Religious images can appear in people whose conscious worldview gives them no deliberate place. Figures of judgment, sacrifice, renewal, guidance, descent, and transformation emerge without being inserted by the therapist. Psychology does not need to decide whether such images prove a metaphysical reality in order to take them seriously. Their psychic reality is demonstrated by their capacity to affect emotion, reorganize experience, and alter the direction of a life. That restraint makes the individual's encounter with the spiritual problem more demanding. No external authority can complete the process on his behalf. The therapist can accompany, interpret, challenge, and help distinguish fantasy from projection, but meaning cannot be installed from outside. Something must become experientially true within the person's own psychic life. An idea about transformation is not transformation. A doctrine about meaning is not the experience of meaning. The unconscious, therefore, acquires a double significance. It contains what consciousness has rejected, including impulses capable of disturbing the personality. But it can also produce compensating images and possibilities when the conscious standpoint reaches an impasse. Jung never turns the unconscious into a benevolent oracle. Its contents require discrimination. Yet a psychology that approaches it only as pathology misses the fact that new orientations can emerge from the same unknown region in which conflict originates. This is the deeper meaning of individuation. It is not the triumph of personal preference over society, nor the construction of an exceptional ego. It is a movement toward a more complete relation with the psyche, including what contradicts conscious identity. The shadow, the inferior function, the unlived possibility, and symbolic contents must gradually be recognized as belonging to a field larger than the ego. Wholeness does not abolish opposition. It creates a personality capable of carrying more of it consciously. The spiritual problem follows from this widening. As the ego loses its claim to be the whole psyche, modern man must encounter the unknown without reducing it either to superstition or to meaningless mechanism too easily. Psychology cannot manufacture the next collective faith, and modern consciousness cannot be healed by an artificial return to the past. What it can do is recognize that the need for meaning has survived the collapse of older certainties. The psyche continues to generate symbols because rational explanation does not exhaust human experience. At the edge of adaptation, the search becomes spiritual, not because psychology abandons reason, but because reason finally encounters the limits of what it can provide. The return of the collective shadow. Jung's spiritual problem does not remain inside the consulting room. Once the individual discovers that unconscious forces shape perception, conflict, belief, and identity, the same question must be asked of civilization. A culture also develops a conscious image of itself. It selects certain values, rewards particular forms of adaptation, and pushes incompatible qualities outside its preferred identity. The collective world can therefore become one-sided in much the same way as a person. Modern Western civilization built its strength through an extraordinary movement outward. Nature became measurable, predictable, and increasingly available to human intervention. Scientific explanation replaced many supernatural interpretations, while historical criticism weakened the unquestioned authority of inherited cosmologies. Jung does not treat these achievements as errors. Modern consciousness cannot honestly abandon them. The difficulty begins when success in explaining the external world encourages the belief that every important human reality must submit to the same kind of explanation. The result is a peculiar imbalance. Modern man possesses more knowledge about the mechanisms surrounding him, while becoming less certain about the meaning of his own existence. The old symbolic universe placed life within an order that extended beyond individual purposes. Its decline created intellectual freedom, but freedom did not automatically create another center. Facts multiplied while the question of value remained open. The modern person could explain more and believe less, master more and still remain uncertain about what mastery was meant to serve. This becomes dangerous because the needs once carried by religious symbols do not disappear when conscious belief weakens. Human beings continue to confront death, guilt, sacrifice, transformation, suffering, and the desire for orientation. Psychic energy still gathers around images and ideas representing something larger than the isolated ego. If traditional forms no longer contain that energy, it can move elsewhere. A political movement, nation, leader, or collective ideal can acquire an intensity far exceeding its practical meaning. Modern secular consciousness can therefore remain mythological without recognizing itself as such. A leader can become a savior. An enemy can become the embodiment of evil. A political future can assume the emotional structure of redemption. Jung's point is not that every conviction is secretly religious. It is that unconscious patterns survive changes in vocabulary. When their symbolic character is denied, they become harder to examine because the individual experiences their authority as reality rather than as a psychological event in which he participates. The history surrounding Jung made this danger impossible to treat as abstraction. European civilization had invested heavily in the belief that education, reason, science, and political development separated modern humanity from primitive violence. War shattered that confidence. Organized destruction revealed that technological sophistication could coexist with archaic aggression. Progress had transformed the instruments available to human beings without necessarily transforming the unconscious forces capable of using them. The catastrophe exposed a collective projection. Civilization had preferred to locate barbarism elsewhere, among foreign peoples, enemies, or supposedly earlier stages of development. Yet the qualities assigned to the outsider appeared within the civilized world itself. The structure resembles the individual encounter with the shadow. What cannot be admitted as part of one's own identity is experienced outside, where it can be condemned without disturbing the conscious image of the self. History becomes terrifying when the projection can no longer be maintained. Jung's encounters with archaic psychology deepen this comparison. The primitive world appears animated by spirits, omens, ancestral forces, and invisible intentions because psychic contents are experienced as belonging to the environment. Modern consciousness considers itself different, yet projection continues beneath rational explanations. People still encounter parts of their own unconscious through enemies, lovers, public figures, social causes, and collective fears. The spirits have disappeared from the forest, but the mechanism that populated the forest remains. Visionary art can therefore perform for a culture something like the compensatory function of a dream for an individual. A civilization devoted to rational order may produce images of chaos. An age celebrating progress may become haunted by collapse. A society convinced that mythology belongs to the past may fill its stories with ancient patterns in altered forms. Symbolic imagination returns what conscious culture excludes, sometimes before history makes the neglected conflict visible. Modernity's achievement, therefore, contains its warning. Humanity has acquired extraordinary power over the external world without equivalent mastery of the forces directing human intention. The greater technical power becomes the more consequential unconsciousness becomes with it. A primitive impulse, equipped with modern machinery, is no longer merely a private psychological problem. It can become historical catastrophe. Modern man has learned to question inherited myths, but he has not ceased to create them. He can manipulate matter, but not abolish the unconscious. His task is to recognize the psychic depths reason alone cannot govern. The soul that was never lost. At the end of Jung's investigation, the search for a soul no longer looks like an attempt to recover something modern man once possessed and somehow misplaced. The journey has altered the question itself. The soul was never simply an object hidden behind consciousness, waiting to be rediscovered. It becomes visible through the recognition that psychic life has always exceeded the identity constructed by the ego. Dreams, symptoms, projections, neglected functions, symbolic images, and collective forces all point toward a psychological field larger than conscious intention. This is why the search begins with disorientation. Modern consciousness has become extraordinarily capable of explaining the external world while losing confidence in many of the symbolic structures through which earlier generations interpreted existence. Science has not created the crisis by discovering too much. The crisis emerges because knowledge of external reality cannot automatically answer questions of value, meaning, suffering, or death. The old answers weaken, but the experiences that demanded those answers remain. Jung refuses to solve this contradiction by asking modern man to return to the past. Historical consciousness cannot simply forget itself. A person who has genuinely passed through doubt cannot manufacture belief through nostalgia. The task must therefore move forward. Modern man must retain the critical consciousness that dissolved inherited certainty, while discovering whether symbolic experience can acquire meaning without requiring the abandonment of reason. The unconscious becomes the territory in which this possibility is tested. It first appears as an obstacle to conscious control. The dream contradicts the waking attitude. The symptom resists intention. The projection places an unknown part of the personality into another person. Yet each disturbance reveals the same fact. The ego does not contain the whole psyche. What consciousness excludes continues to act, and what remains undeveloped can return when the established personality reaches its limit. This changes the meaning of psychological maturity. Development cannot consist only in strengthening conscious identity. Youth requires that strengthening because a person must become capable of entering the world. But the second half asks another question. What happened to everything that identity had to exclude in order to become successful? The shadow, inferior function, unlived possibility, and awareness of death begin to demand a place within the personality. The task is not to act out whatever appears from the unconscious. Jung never replaces rational control with submission to instinct. Integration requires discrimination. Consciousness must learn to recognize opposing tendencies without allowing either side to claim absolute authority. Wholeness is therefore not perfection. It is the capacity to carry contradiction without immediately solving it through repression, projection, or denial. This is where the symbol acquires its final importance. A living symbol gives form to a conflict whose meaning has not yet become completely conscious. It creates a bridge between what the ego knows and what the wider psyche is attempting to express. Dreams and visionary art repeatedly produce such images because psychological transformation often begins before consciousness possesses the concepts required to describe it. The same process operates collectively. Modern civilization also possesses a conscious identity and a shadow. It celebrates reason while remaining vulnerable to irrational possession. It develops extraordinary technology while carrying archaic impulses capable of directing that technology. It rejects mythology and then creates political, cultural, and social images charged with mythological intensity. The primitive psyche has not disappeared. It continues beneath the forms of modern life. The catastrophe of modern history makes this recognition unavoidable. Progress in knowledge does not guarantee progress in self-knowledge. A civilization can master matter without understanding the psychological forces determining what it will do with that mastery. The external achievement therefore intensifies the inward responsibility. The more power humanity acquires, the more dangerous unconsciousness becomes. Psychotherapy occupies a crucial position within this crisis because it encounters the conflict at the level of individual life. A patient can arrive asking for relief and discover that the deeper problem concerns orientation. Explanation may reveal how suffering developed without answering what should now be done with the life that remains. At this point, psychology reaches the boundary of the spiritual problem. Jung does not cross that boundary by turning psychology into religion. The therapist cannot prove metaphysical realities or prescribe a worldview as medicine. What psychology can observe is that human beings continue to produce symbolic experiences through which suffering, transformation, death, and meaning become psychologically organized. Their metaphysical status may remain uncertain, while their effects upon the psyche are undeniable. Modern man's search therefore ends without a final doctrine. This absence is not a failure of the argument. It is its consequence. A universal answer imposed from outside would reproduce the dependence that modern consciousness has already lost. The individual must establish a relationship with psychic realities that cannot be reduced either to inherited belief or to conscious preference. Individuation names this movement toward a wider center. It does not mean escaping society or becoming exceptionally unique. It means becoming less identified with the partial personality consciousness originally called the self. What had been projected must be recognized. What had been neglected must be approached. What had been unconscious must enter relationship with consciousness without being reduced to it. The soul Jung seeks appears through this widening. It is not found by looking backward toward a vanished world, nor by looking outward for another system capable of removing uncertainty. It becomes perceptible when the individual recognizes that conscious identity is embedded within a psychic life whose depths cannot be completely mastered. The modern crisis, therefore, contains its own possibility. The collapse of certainty forces a confrontation that inherited certainty could postpone. Modern man must discover whether meaning can survive doubt, whether symbolic life can coexist with reason, and whether the unknown within can be approached without becoming either superstition or pathology. Jung leaves the search open because the psyche itself remains open. Consciousness can expand, projections can be withdrawn, symbols can transform, and neglected possibilities can become part of a wider life. No final state removes the unconscious. There is only a changing relationship with what exceeds the ego. Modern man began searching for a soul because he believed the modern world had taken it away. He ends by discovering a different problem. The soul had continued speaking through everything he couldn't completely control. The dreams he dismissed, the conflicts he projected, the symbols he no longer understood, and the questions that survived every rational answer were not evidence of its disappearance. They were traces of its presence. The search, therefore, doesn't end with recovery. It ends with relationship. Modern man does not possess the soul as another piece of knowledge. He learns that he lives within a psyche larger than himself.